Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV today, Thursday, September 25th, 2025. We got a great show lined up for you coming up. This is the opening call. I am Coach Jay. In the middle, we got Jay. Nope, that is not JD in the middle. That is John, the GOAT Hoagland in the middle. And to his right, that is JD Hoag. JD, how are you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. Happy Thursday. Interesting markets, lots of changes going on, lots of opportunities, and we've got the employment numbers today and PCE tomorrow. Buckle in. JD, how you doing, buddy?
Awesome. Good morning, Coach Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Thursday. We've made it through the first half of the week. Like Hoag said, we got a lot more moving parts to get through this week. A whole lot of economic data coming out. A whole lot of talking feds left to speak. Should be an interesting day. Can't wait to get into it. Let's go.
Let's do it. To start the day, we take gold opening range trade, 7:20 a.m. Central Time every morning. We put a poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking in gold? Is it going to be the 1 minute or the 5 minute? Right now, 5 minute has 57% of the vote, 43% going to the 1 minute with 174 votes. So make sure you get your votes in. Gold does open up in just over a minute here. Like we said, we got a busy day ahead. JD, let's hit that economic calendar. We got some early numbers.
We sure do. We got a lot this morning. Right now, in about a minute, Austin Goolsbee is scheduled to speak. Governor of the Chicago Federal Reserve Bank. Austin Goolsbee speaking in about 1 minute. He's going to take the podium. Coming out at the bottom of the hour, we got durable goods, GDP, international trading goods, and jobless claims. A lot of people are going to be looking at that jobless claims number. It's been a source of market volatility the last couple weeks. Also, a couple smaller numbers, corporate profits, retail, wholesale inventories. 8 o'clock a.m., Jeffrey Schmidt is speaking. We got existing home sales at 9 o'clock. Ooh, GDP is out at 7:30 this morning. Also, I forgot that one. Michelle Bowman speaking at 9 o'clock. We got the EIA natural gas report at 9:30. John Williams is speaking at 8. Existing home sales at 9. More talking feds peppered in throughout the day. Let me see if I can get the full schedule of Fed speakers. All right, so we got Williams speaking at 8 o'clock Central Time. Schmidt speaking at 8 o'clock Central Time. Bowman at 9 o'clock Central Time. Trump is greeting Turkey, President Erdogan from Turkey at 10 o'clock. I'm not sure if he's going to be saying anything, but it's possible if he runs into a microphone, he could talk. Fed Barr speaking at noon. Logan speaking at 12:40. Daly speaking at 2:30. I think that's it for now, but we got Fed speakers all day long. Should be interesting. We'll see what they all have to say. Ooh, for GDP and jobless claims, that should say 7:30 on that sheet. My apologies. Minor oversight.
Somebody might bump into a microphone and say
someone
something.
Someone might find a camera and a microphone, and then everything hits the fan. Oh, we've got Myron speaking right now. We've got headlines coming out. Housing shows not all financial conditions are loose. Fed Myron talking about housing at the moment. Not even on the schedule. Oh, it just popped up on the schedule. 7:15. Myron speaking.
He's talking now. Throw it on the calendar. We do have gold open here. Gold open at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. The poll in the chat, we are taking the 5 minute opening range trade. 59% of the vote going over there. So we will wait for that 5 minute to close. Again, a ton out on the calendar for the day. So just make sure you're tuned into TopstepTV all day. We'll be covering it. Hoag, before we get into trading, before we get into the charts, feels like this is going to be a fast day, fast moving day. We got to do our homework. Let's cover that checklist, Hoag. So we make sure we're prepared for the day.
Yes. Make sure you fill out your checklist as well, traders. Pre-market research, we're just getting into that now. When we're finished with that, we are going to put the check on pre-market research. Then your morning checklist. Are you all set? You got your internet, your desk in order. Everything good? Check that. Mindset check. You feeling good this morning? Feeling ready? Feeling centered? Check. Trade entry checklist. Get your pencil, get your paper. Write those trades down so you can review them later on. Check, and at the end of the day, do your post-market checklist. We're going to check that right now in preemption of doing our post-market checklist. So there you got it, folks. If you don't do the homework, you don't get to play.
If you don't do your homework, you cannot play. We got a long tilt in gold right now, 67% to the long side. The 1 minute did just trigger a long. Seeing some comments in the chat, we will have our team look into it. But if you are seeing any issues in your platform, I'm not seeing any on my side. I placed an order in my XFA and in a combine, not seeing any issues with limits or market orders or stops. The one thing I did realize is that if you have your stops set to OCO brackets and you're used to dragging your position, that is not working. So just make sure you have your stops set to the order type you want to use, whether that be position brackets or OCO brackets. But I'm not seeing any issues over here on my side. Not saying that there aren't any. I just did not see them here. But let's keep the show moving. We got a couple minutes until these big numbers come out. JD, I know we got some news. Jobless claims has been taking, or jobs data in general, has been taking center stage with some of the market movement. We got some news on the job market. Let's run that.
Yes, as the labor market grinds to a slower pace, job hopping has given way to job hugging. What is job hugging? Let's see what they're talking about.
One economist told me the pendulum has now swung since the post-pandemic job-hopping frenzy when workers had the upper hand to demand better salaries, better benefits, and remote work. Now employers are in the driver's seat, but workers can still maximize a position even when staying in place.
The post-pandemic hiring boom meant workers could hop between opportunities that offered the best benefits and flexibility. But the slowing labor market has given way to a new trend, job hugging.
Job hugging, as the title suggests, implies that folks out here are really clinging on to their jobs right now, even if they are only somewhat satisfied or even unsatisfied with their job.
The sharp turn leaving many workers unhappy.
They experienced this job market where they had more power, they had more ability to find a new job, to get a raise. And so the whiplash that workers are feeling is part of the reason that I think workers are so sour on the current job market.
Sam DeMace, career expert at ZipRecruiter, says job hugging doesn't have to be a negative. DeMace says workers may not have success in jumping to positions outside of their current company, but can build new skills on the inside.
Go for an internal promotion, go for a lateral move across teams, go for a raise. Now is the time to do that internally because companies are investing in that internal movement and that internal upward mobility.
And during times of economic uncertainty, Glassdoor chief economist Daniel Zhao says even workers who make the most of staying put should stay a step ahead in case layoffs strike.
Prioritize your short-term health, right? So financial security, career, thinking about trying to get your network warmed up so that you can find a job if you are affected.
Despite the recent economic uncertainty, the unemployment rate actually remains relatively low. The last reading from the Bureau of Labor Statistics was at 4.3%, meaning employers may not be hiring, but they're not really firing either. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Sounds a lot different than a labor market of a couple of years ago. I know a lot of the big thing was, you stay at a job for a couple of years, you leave it and go find another one to get a pay raise. But it sounds like in a tough labor market where people are maybe even coming out of school, not finding jobs, holding on to the one you have is the right move for now. Maybe seeing a lot more people do that. 4 minutes until these job numbers come out. And we got initial jobless claims, and not just job numbers. We have a ton of data coming out, GDP as well. So 4 minutes until those numbers. Gold did trigger a long on the 1 minute, kind of sitting in the middle of that range right now.
I'm showing a low on the 5 minute of 37.8330. You guys getting that also?
Yep.
Yeah,
83.30.
For the GC, for the mini, I have the opening range low at 83.40, so it would have got us short there, just one tick below that opening range. But if you're seeing 330s,
yeah, no trigger in the micro. You got a high of 37.87, 37.87 on the upside.
That I agree with. That I concur.
Yeah, you're right, Hoag. I was looking at the wrong candle. It is 83.40. There we go. Just triggered a short.
And we just got triggered into a short. So we're going to work our CYA just above yesterday's volume point of control, 37.87. Let's call it 37.8830.
And how many? 5?
Ooh, 3. Just 3. I still had 3 loaded from yesterday. I said
Okay.
5, but there's 3.
And our entry was what is 737.8320?
10. 83.10. We're right back to the middle of the opening range. Taking a total of just $150 worth of risk on this trade because we're only in for 3.
The gold has been such a nasty market. Yesterday it took us to the short side and then took out our stop on the highs and then broke. It's been it's been a really tough trade today, or tough trade lately. A little bit of market state change, and that happens.
It likes to megaphone a little bit before it makes its move in the morning. I've noticed that happening quite a bit. That's what happened yesterday. It megaphoned on us. That's how it got to it would come and give us a little bit in the money, give us a couple ticks, then go right back up and take out the high. Did that a couple of times before actually making that move lower. Didn't want anybody to go for the ride.
No. It's like, get off me.
Get off. All right, we got 1 minute.
1 minute. Coach Hoop posting some headlines in the chat there. U.S. deployed jets against Russian bombers in the chat. But we do have this data coming out. Initial jobless claims forecast 233,000. Prior was 231,000. GDP quarter over quarter final forecast is 3.3%. Prior was 3.3%. Durable goods forecast is negative 0.3%. Prior was negative 2.8. 30 seconds until these numbers come out. Remember, if you are in a position, make sure you know where your risk is. If you don't want that position on, hit that flatten all button a couple of times. Don't want any ghost orders out there getting filled in the volatility. But 15 seconds until the number, we'll get them to you as fast as we can.
Ladder's getting real thin here in gold. Let's see.
Oh.
I took one off. We locked in some profit. Yeah. We had a knee-jerk reaction to the downside. So I covered one. Let me change my settings here real quick.
Got our numbers out here. Initial jobless claims actual came in at 218,000. Forecast was 233. So a little bit better than expected. Durable goods came in at 2.9%. Forecast was negative 0.3%. And US GDP final came in at 3.8%. Forecast was 3.3%.
I was trying to time that dip.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Continue.
No, I was just going to say, jobless claims coming in a little bit lower than expectations.
Continuing jobless claims as well as initial jobless claims lower than expected. That's good. They were both revised higher from the previous, just by a little bit, by about 1,000 for the initial jobless claims. And GDP, that is 3.8. That is the final from Q2, much higher than expected. So pretty robust activity.
Yeah, right.
GDP indication there. Not bad. Durable goods higher than expected. These are good numbers, if you ask me.
They're decent numbers, yeah.
Yeah.
Dip in jobless claims.
We got a decent trade here in gold going on right now.
We do. Oh, I covered one 37.79.70 on that dip. I went to the join bid button on that spike down.
Okay.
I thought I got in a little better than that.
Yeah, it's so thin. Markets they're like magic. The hand is quicker than the eye.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
All right. So before we get into the charts, JD, we got some news on gold. Let's cover that and we'll get right into these gold charts. Maybe we take a look at where this trade has the potential to go.
Yep. So we do see gold prices steady after slipping from record levels, as we were waiting for that key data that just came out. So gold did ease from record highs, but is remaining steady. Spot gold slipped from its all-time peak around $3,790 an ounce, held largely firm in the Asian trading session, buoyed by some mixed macro signals. We've got a rebound in the U.S. dollar, making gold a little more expensive for holders of other currencies. Meanwhile, Federal Reserve officials are emphasizing that an easing in policy would depend heavily on incoming data, likely that PCE number coming out tomorrow. So we just saw the GDP number. We saw their jobless claims. We were waiting on that information to see what gold would do next, and we saw what gold did next. In other precious metal markets, silver, platinum, and copper were all in modest movements in pre-market. I'm not looking at those charts right now. I don't know what their reaction to those numbers were, but we can find that out in just a second. But back to you guys. Let's get into the charts. It's 7:33. What can we expect from gold the rest of the day?
All righty. So, looking at the daily, yesterday seemed like a big drastic move to the downside, but still looking at the daily, it doesn't really change all that much as far as the overall market state. If we just flash to the weekly real quick, still a green candle. We're still one time framing higher in the longer time frames. Back to the daily now, just a little bit of a pullback. Volume was not all that. We did add a little bit of open interest, estimated 1,300 contracts. I'm kind of viewing that on a pullback of yesterday's magnitude as somewhat inert. It's not like we brought in a whole bunch of new naysayers and sellers to the short side, although we are still kind of holding, the lower low and the lower high. We have a lower high. We have an inside day so far on the daily chart. Anything that you want to remark on the daily chart here, Jay?
Looks like a healthy pullback that we got yesterday, Hoag. We have that 3,800 level. It's not going to be a level that we just blow past and forget about it. So I'm not surprised to see a little bit of a consolidation here in gold. Where is that candle? The highest volume candle, high of the market is that highest volume candle from September 23rd. We're still trading inside of that, very similar to what we did September 9th, as long as we don't see any significant closes. And yesterday we did close below it, but we're trading back in it now. So 37.72 is that kind of line in the sand for me. Want to see if I'm continuing to buy this market, want to see buyers hold that level 37.72. If not, we got some room to the downside maybe. 200, the 20 moving average is down at 36.78. I don't know if we get there, but I'm looking at 37.40s. 37.40 Hoag as potential downside target.
37.40, which is basically right up against last week's high.
Yep.
Still keeps the weekly candle green down at that level. Let's take a look at that on the 30-minute chart now. All right, so yeah, we've had a couple of down days, kind of signaled by failed upside auctions early in the regular trading hour session. Pretty good trend day to the downside yesterday. After the 12:30 close, the market did finally get down to a naked point of control from back here on the 22nd. Naked points of control are chill levels, popular levels from past sessions that have not been rechecked, and it traded right down to this 200 session moving average, which found a nice level of support off of that. What are we doing as far as overnight inventory is concerned? The market opened really just right at settlement last night and is currently trading, you could say we're pretty much right at settlement right now. So we're not really seeing any overnight inventory that's going to be of any real effect to these markets or to this market today. So we're right back down to settlement. We got a pretty decent opening range breakout trade to the short side here, and we're still kind of showing structure lower. We've got this trend line up here that we've got several points of contact on. We have not had any real play with that today. So if we're going to follow suit in the short time frame here, I'm liking this short. There are a lot of visual targets and weaknesses in structure down below. Then those, again, we talked about that yesterday. They're going to become important when they become important, and they're getting more and more important as the day goes on. Well, certainly yesterday, and with the recheck of that naked point of control, we've got a session gap. We closed one session gap yesterday. We've got the session gap from the 9th, from Friday to Monday, and a close of that session gap could bring us down to 37.09 half. But I do like this 37.40 level, 37, because that's the upper part of that gap. It's also the last week's high in Jay's 37.40 level, right in that neighborhood. Right back to this 200 session moving average right now. So let's see if we
Sitting right
can
on it.
hold that or not. What do you think,
Sitting
Jay?
sitting right at that 200 moving average. If we're going to get down to these 40s, sellers got some work to do. We saw right before the close yesterday, we bounced right off that 200 moving average to the tick.
Mhm.
We hit it, and it's the low right now, again, pretty much to the tick. So 37.65. Man, that's a $5.5 bounce off of that level already. That 200 moving average is holding up pretty strong here. So I like the trade that we're in. I like the potential for the 40s, but sellers have some work to do if they're going to really bring this market lower.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's kind of my line in the sand there, Hogue. That 200 moving average. And then back to the upside, we're looking at 3,800s. So I'm looking at that as the potential range for the day. If we break the 200, then I'm looking for 40s to the downside. And then, we'll see what happens at 3,800 if we get an all-time high today.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Yeah. Okay. So, again, yesterday was a pretty strong trend to the downside, right? Strong trend day to the downside, negative delta 3,200 at the end of the day, which makes sense. And this is, a very typical trend day. I mean, just lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, and continuing to push to the downside for the better part of the day. Only adding 1,300 in open interest on a day like that's as much about long liquidation as it is about maybe getting some new shorts, some new naysayers into the market. And those naysayers can do a lot to get squeezed if price does continue to move higher, as it looks like it's doing in the longer term. A double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday, and the double distribution was right in the session gap that we had from Monday into Tuesday, Wednesday. So there is the single prints, and we opened kind of right in them. So possibility for repair day, but those single prints. 37, 79, 20 on the downside, 79, 20 on the downside, right about there, up to 37, 82 on the upside. So just a little line of single prints there. Those may come into play. They've already kind of been run through in the regular trading hour session. I think the most important nuance we're looking at right now is this 200 session moving average, Jay. We got to see if we can't get that taken out. Otherwise, we're gonna probably trim some of the risk on this trade. I would think relatively soon. I want to see this happen now. If it doesn't happen now, I think the longer it holds above it, the better off we see of potential recovering back to the upside. What do you think of that, Jay?
Yeah, I'm with you, Hogue. We did see some decent selling coming into it. Right as those numbers released, there's about 300 contracts that traded, most of that to the sell side, and then another 300 that traded in this range from 71s down to 68s. Most of that being sell side as well. So they're trying. But like you said, they need to get some follow through pretty soon here, or I'm going to lose some faith in this trade. Just because, this is a market that's in a very strong uptrend, and that 200 moving average has been a great spot to buy, to get in long. So
awesome. Yep. All right. That's what we've got for our context in gold. And remember, this is always about context, good risk management, and patience. We've got some news about stocks coming up. JD, what you got?
What's up, guys? Hey, Hogue, speaking of that gold trade, where are you thinking about peeling some risk off at? We are seeing some strong buying coming in right now, or some decent buying, I should say. Not particularly strong, but decent.
So we've got the TPO point of control 37,761, anywhere above there. Although we do have the overnight session VWAP at 37,7730. That's a pretty stiff pullback on this. I'd
Yeah.
like to see it. I'd like to see it stay below that the halfway mark of this bar, really, which is the point of control 37,761. So let's call it 770.
Okay,
777.
gotcha. 777. Heard that. All right, let's talk equities for a minute. We're seeing a little downside. Equities falling this morning, bogged down by further pullbacks in Nvidia and Oracle overnight. Investors were waiting for that economic data that came out, and we saw a little bit of selling pressure coming into equities again. Another mover overnight was Intel stock. Intel Corp was up pretty decently before those numbers came out. What was the news there? The chip maker, this is coming from CNBC. Intel shares gained close to 2% in after-hours trading on news that the chip maker is in early stage talks with Apple about securing an investment from the iPhone maker. That report came from Bloomberg, reported on CNBC. So Apple and Intel have discussed how to work more closely together, but the talks may not lead to an agreement just yet. But Intel and Apple in talks together. All right, overnight stocks in Asia closed a little bit lower. We had the Hang Seng Index down 0.13%, the Nikkei up 0.27%, and the Shanghai Composite down 0.01%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit lower this morning. We've got the DAX down 0.1%, the FTSE down 0.35%, and the CAC down 0.77%. Currently, the US dollar index is up just a little bit, about 0.3% to 98.16. The VIX up 6.5% almost, 1721 in the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is at 4.189% this morning. A little more buying coming into gold here.
They're holding at 200 for now.
They are.
I know we're gonna see more volume come in when the equities open, but the question is, can we hold that long? If they don't just buy this right back up to the stop. I do like what Hoag said, maybe taking just one off above those 77s. They're trying it, but 200 is holding. But Hoag, let's talk the S&P charts. What are you seeing over here? Starting
All right.
with the daily.
So the daily, obviously, we're still in an uptrend. I keep hearing my good friend Mick quoting one of his mentors, Linda Raschke, 3 down days in an uptrend. Well, we've got 3 down days in an uptrend happening now. 3 down days in an uptrend, and usually the following day is going to be an up day, but we'll see what PCE has to say about that tomorrow. Yesterday's break met with kind of mediocre volume. Okay, if we're going to be looking, it was under 2 million overall in the S&Ps. It was a little bit of an increase in volume, a little slightly higher than average, but nothing tremendous like we usually see on the big down days. You can see these down days were really big volume. We didn't see that come in yesterday. And we lost 9,000 in open interest. That is the estimate, but it's not like we've got a whole bunch of new selling coming in and expectations of change in market state. Instead of gaining open interest, the loss in open interest indicates some long liquidation. That is, in the longer term, responsive selling. Some folks maybe just taking some profits off the table. Any of those laggard buyers at the top, of course, were getting out of losses in that regard. So the uncertainties are kind of weighing on the equities markets, and as those uncertainties either get resolved or go into distant memory, we're probably going to see some sell pressure in these markets, and a lot of expectations for the unemployment numbers today, and as well as PCE tomorrow. A lot of posturing and positioning and hedging going on for PCE tomorrow. It's going to be a big number. So just kind of looking at this as a kind of necessary and I think a little bit welcomed pullback off these highs. Jay, what do you think of that?
Yeah, very welcome pullback here, Hogue. We did start to get a little extended, maybe a little euphoric on this move. Everyone was talking about 7,000s in the S&P. When are we going to get there? Hold on, pump the brakes a little bit. Let's invite some more buyers to the party, and then we can continue higher. What we're doing on the daily right now is trading back into the Fed candle. The September 17th FOMC day, we're pretty close to 50% of that candle. 66.48 is that price that I have. Kind of just eyeballing at that zone. You can call it the whole number, 66.50s. We talked about this during At the Buzzer yesterday, but a decent target to the downside, and we'll take a look. The NASDAQ did a little bit of work overnight to get there. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ charts, but that 66.50 Hogue, and then I have a 20-day moving average at 66.25. If we really want to get extended to the downside, we haven't traded that 20 moving average since September 5th. And we got a couple of days left in the month. What I like to do is attach a VWAP for the month, and it's right there as well, 66.20. So interesting spot to look to the downside here, 66.25 to 20s if 50s give out. So I think this is a welcome pullback. I don't know if it's over. Right now we're seeing the S&P down about 0.5%, which is not a lot. So a little bit more of an extension to the downside here would not be out of the question. How you trade it, how you get in, selling in the hole is kind of scary, Hogue, but it's only scary unless it's only scary if the hole stops there.
Right. Yeah. If you end up at the bottom of the hole, then it's scary. But all right, so that 66.50 level, that half back from the FOMC bar that Jay was just talking about, is also very, very close to our head and shoulders target yesterday. Remember, we were looking at this head and shoulders. We broke the neckline, accelerated. The target is that 66.50 level, and it lines up very nicely from that FOMC bar. So I'm really liking that. We are testing to a naked point of control, which is the TPO point of control from the FOMC meeting. We finally reached that, and we're going to see. Well, we'll probably reach it again in regular trading hours. So we've got some confluence down here at 66.50, the halfway. We've got the head and shoulders target. Remember, the target for head and shoulders is when you go from the top of the head to the neckline, and then from the break of the neckline, that same distance in price. And that gives you your potential target for that head and shoulders opportunity. So we are going to see if we can get that. And there's that 66.20 anchored VWAP from the session, which lines up with nicely with the 20 session simple moving average on the daily chart. We're going to have some fun today. I think we're going to see some levels. We're going to have some opportunities to limit risk. Jay, what do you think of this head and shoulders target lining up with 50% of that FOMC meeting bar? What do you think of that, huh?
There are no guarantees in the market, Hogue.
Absolutely.
But that is looking like a pretty good target. When we're looking in the same place, it gives me a lot more confidence in the levels that we're looking at, Hogue. So do we get there? The market has to decide that, but it seems like a logical spot to look for the market to trade back to. And again, we have not traded much inside of this Fed candle since we printed it. So seeing us kind of fill this imbalance is not surprising. And 66.50 is in that range as well. I'm curious what level that lines up with on the SPX. I'm sure Jack will be talking about that when he's on air later. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Hogue, we got under that 200 moving average on the 30-minute yesterday, and we said it, right? The break under that with some serious volume can lead to a nice move to the downside. And we may just be getting started here. Nice trade to anyone who caught shorts in the equities last night.
Hope not.
It just gives us a better spot to buy.
Right. Yeah, it gives us better trade location for longs. Just want to be able to pick the bottom.
Right.
I doubt I'll be able to do that, but we will see. So the profiles. Yesterday was Tuesday, double distribution trend day to the downside. Yesterday, double distribution trend day to the downside with the opening range at the dead ass high. I think in both days it was pretty much the dead ass high, maybe a little bit off on Tuesday.
Really quick. Don't mean to
Yes.
cut you off, but gold is
Not at
selling
all.
off here. 3761s. At 3761, there's a 100 bid at 3761. I don't know if we want to do any more management of this trade. JD, if you want to bring in what your thoughts are here on this, but gold is continuing to sell here.
Yes, I did put a bid to cover one more down at 4 hour around 37.58. That'll put us at 4 hour on this trade. So I'm working to peel one more off there if we make it our way down. We're about to take out the overnight low, 37.60.30. We're coming up on it.
And 115 bid at 37.61 to evens. Market kind of stopped a tick ahead of that. So let's see there. They might be trying to do the stick save, save the market there at 37.61 in gold. But all right, Hoag. Back to the SP chart. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Not at all. Just wrapping up on the profiles. So double distribution trend days. We opened in the single prints from Tuesdays yesterday. We're going to be opening with a gap below the double distribution trend day. But just for reference, if they do come into play, the single prints are from 67.06, basically the initial balance low, down to 6,700. If you want to write those down, if we get some sort of recovery, that can be an interesting opportunity for a target or an execution. But the market looks like it is primed to go ahead and fill this head and shoulders target. We'll find out what happens after the open, and that's what I've got for the E-mini S&Ps. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Good stuff, Hoag. We just filled that bid down there. There's another one at
Nice.
37.60s. Another one at 37.60s, about 100 lot there as well. All right. We got some news on crude oil before we get into those charts, JD. We also have that poll up in the chat. Which opening range are we taking crude? 1 minute, 5 minute. Looks like we're taking the 5 minute with 60% of the vote going into it. 5 minutes is until the crude open. Again, house is short gold, 37.83 in the micros. But what news do we got in crude, JD?
Let's talk about supply. Inventories. So oil and natural gas regain momentum. This is from FX Empire. Due to some supply draws and geopolitical risks, while the U.S. dollar consolidated near key levels that will shape the next move. A couple key points from this article. So crude inventories fell. The EIA numbers came out with a draw of 0.6 million barrels. We saw the API numbers out on Tuesday, calling a draw of 3.4 million barrels. So a little bit of a discrepancy there. But as far as geopolitical risk go, we've got Iran's oil sales to China, U.S. threats of tariffs on Russian energy. Those are injecting some support into the market right now. A couple of levels that this article mentions. So after recovering from recent lows, we're going to see some support around, or these analysts are looking for some support around $60 a barrel, resistance around $67 a barrel. A breakout above 67 could open the path to $74. As far as natural gas goes, natural gas prices have rebounded from the $2.60 level, forming what may be a bit of an inverted head and shoulder structure. Break below $3.60 is seen as a trigger for renewed upside momentum. That is coming from FX Empire, talking oil and natural gas there. What are you guys seeing on the charts? Ooh, we got some strong buying coming into gold right now. Strong buying.
I'm seeing whoever bought that 100 lot in gold up 7 points right now. We don't know what their intentions are, whether they're buying to close or open a position, but they got to be happy. Filled their bid and set the low for the market.
Off to the races. Look at that move.
That could be a little bit of a reversal here. Yeah. Back above 7. We're still in 2, JD?
We're in 2. I want to peel one off soon.
Yeah. Settlement test here again. 68.10. Maybe if I'm looking at a 3-minute candle, if this 3-minute candle closes above settlement, maybe take another one off.
Okay. Settlement price is
5 seconds here. 68.10.
68.10. I'm just going to cover one.
Yeah, and then keep that last one. Let's see what they do.
Working a bid to cover. But
All
go
right,
ahead,
Hope,
get
what do
into the yeah.
Crude charts. I think we lost your audio, Hogue.
That's
we had,
$5.
we had a potential market state break to the upside yesterday in crude oil, technically speaking. We had, breakout above weekly kickoff high, $64, and, a break above last week's high, above this high. How did it perform? Volume wasn't not all that impressive. Okay. Wasn't great. Pretty decent volume for the past 2 days. However, we did add 22,000 estimated open interest in overall in all of the contracts of crude oil, and there's a lot of them. Trades every month for 10 years. However, there was a loss in the November contract of about 6,700 contracts. All right, it doesn't freak me out. We saw that we had negative delta all the way up yesterday, which was one of the things that was keeping us in that trade. I was expecting to see at least some big increase in open interest overall, but I was kind of surprised to see the loss in the November contract because of that delta divergence. We've had 2 days of delta divergence where prices moving higher against the more aggressive traders, which were selling into bids. So I think that the auction, was pretty healthy for the last 2 days, and I'm giving, the breakout yesterday basically kind of a B minus. There wasn't a lot of volume, so we're going to have to see how this continues, or if it falters and comes back into range, which has been happening in the crude oil market quite a bit. You can see back here, September 16th and 17th. We looked above weekly kickoff high, but we rejected. Okay, we closed above it and rejected it. We closed above it yesterday. Are we going to reject it? I mean, you can see it happen quite often, actually, in crude oil. You see a big move, a bit of a breakout above an area of balance here, and the very next day, the sellers just come in and knock it back into range. You see it happen here. You got a breakout above an area of balance. You get a couple of good days, and the sellers just come and knock it back down. So I'm a little bit concerned about the volume yesterday and about the loss of open interest in the front month, or just right after rollover too. So it's a little bit of cognitive dissonance in this market for me. Jay, what do you think of this kind of breakout we had yesterday? Do you think do you like the participation? Did you not like the participation? And what do you think moving forward?
I think they tried, Hogue, and like we were saying yesterday during the opening call, I don't know how much I trust them. Right, they did break the trend line from that $69 level. They broke the trend line, but I don't know if I trust these buyers. I was actually short in crude last night, just somewhere up near these 65s. We talked about it. It's the high of the range. We've seen 3 up days, 3 down days, 3 up days, 3 down days. We just came off of 3 up days. Yesterday, I was talking about wanting to short in this area, but not doing it yesterday because the day was likely going to close green. But I think this is a repeat of the pattern. We'll see how today kind of plays out. I know there are some kind of geopolitical news going on here, seeing the U.S. Send planes over to Russia. So you always have to watch out for those type of headlines when you're talking about oil. But from a technical perspective, it's hard for me to see anything other than another 3 days to the downside here in crude oil, just because that pattern has been a pretty strong one, and this range has been a pretty strong one as well.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We do have crude open right now. We are taking that 5-minute trade. 1 minute did trigger a short, but we are taking the 5. Crude is open. We'll wait about another 3.5 minutes before we take that trade.
Okay. And I'm taking that run, right, JD, or are you going to take it?
You can go ahead and take it, Hogue. I'll keep managing this gold trade.
Okay.
There's a lot of volatility in gold right now.
And two.
Whippy. Go ahead, Jay.
No, we got some traders in the chat. There are some platform issues that the team is looking into right now. If you are seeing issues on your platform, my suggestion would be to flatten all of your trades and wait until we get a confirmation on that. Not seeing it in every market. I placed some trades in some markets, no issues. I think for where I saw it was in the micro NASDAQ. But again, if you're seeing some issues, I would suggest flattening all for now and then waiting for an update from here. But Hoag, what are we seeing in this crude chart? We got
Okay.
2.5 minutes before 5-minute closes.
Yeah. So basically a trend day to the upside, all day yesterday. Just higher highs, higher lows, opening it with the opening range at the low of the session, closing at the high of the session. And we were just kind of seeing the market kind of pulling off a little bit off of that. This is maybe just kind of technical or kind of fundamental drift to the downside. And we're kind of right back getting close to where we started the day yesterday. Our overnight low is back in the opening range from yesterday. So we are seeing a little bit of trending to the downside in the short time frame. Overnight inventory is a little bit short. There's so much weak structure down below in this, and I had to adjust this point of control. This goes all the way back to September the 2nd, and it's a volume point of control. I had it set a little bit higher yesterday. I went back and rechecked it. That needed to be adjusted. So we already hit that target, right? I mean, to me, that's close enough. And with all these visual targets and weaknesses in structure down below, I don't trust the buyers up here. I'm with you, Jay. I'm with you on this. I just don't really see that they are all that convicted. Anything going on? We'll have to see. What do you think of that, Jay?
Yeah, I really just don't trust it, Hoag. We are above the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which would be a nice target for a short here. We have a long way to go. We're talking about a $2 move almost down at 63.26. But the way crude has been trading, I really think you have to have targets for the next 3 days, right? And how do we get from 65 to 64? How do we get from 64 to 63? And is that, is it going to happen in a time frame that it gives you an opportunity to trade it intraday? Today looks like there's an opportunity to trade maybe down from 64 to 63.5 is what I'd be looking at. That put us somewhere near a daily ATR move from the highs. But yeah, that's what I see. I don't know if I'll place the trade. Like I said, I had a short last night from 64.80s and didn't realize I had a bracket order set to get me out of that trade. I had a trailing stop set on the Topstep X account, so I'm out of that trade. But I would be holding on to this one and just letting it work. But we do have the 5-minute range just closed and
40.
No trigger on a trade yet.
54.40, 54.60. All right, I got the stops to enter. 64.40 to sell 5, 64.60 to buy 5. That's the opening range for the CL. Now we'll put this. Just one more thing. All this weakness in structure. For 2 days we've had session gaps. Those are weaknesses in structure. Naked point of control down here at 63.42, 62.54, 62.15. Obviously, those could be easily targeted as we could push back to the downside here. We're going to have to see how this plays out. I'm going to put this on the MCL chart so we can see our orders. Put this on the 5.
I like the shorts here. If I had the demand trade location, Hoag, it would be up at 64.70s. But I do like this short if we get tagged into it. And
okay.
For me, stops here would go above 65, right? Just buyers would really have to prove me wrong to want to be out of this trade.
Got it. All right, so we are working those. I think we're pretty much done with the context in crude oil here. We'll see how this. Well, it looks like the micro actually triggered the short, where the CL did not.
No, it did not. CL, I have a low of 42, and the low of that next candle was 43. So no trigger yet on the minis. We'll wait for that trade to trigger. JD, we got some news on tariffs before we get into the NASDAQ charts.
We do. Let's talk tariffs. Look at these numbers. Here is a chart of current tariffs where Canada's at 35%, Mexico 25%, European Union 15%, UK 10%, India top in the list at 50%, Japan 15%, and Indonesia 19%. A couple of key points from this article from Yahoo Finance with a tariff article. So U.S. is initiating tariff probes on robotics, medical devices, and industrial machinery. The Commerce Department has opened national security investigations under Section 232 into imports of, again, robotics, medical equipment, and industrial machinery, a move that could pave the way for new tariffs. Mr. Bessent came out yesterday highlighting U.S. export levers for trade negotiation with China. Bessent identified aircraft engines, chemical products, and certain plastics as strategic U.S. exports that could give leverage in trade talks with China. So more tariff news, more tariff headlines coming through the wire, I should say. We'll see what they have to say today. We've always got one eye in the ditch for you, folks. We'll be watching the news all day long. Tariff talk back on the docket.
The T word is back. The T word is
T-word.
back. I don't think it ever left.
Just like that. Just like that.
And everybody seems all up in a buzz about the government shutdown, too. If it's going to happen.
You know, they twist us up with those every year, Hoag, and it's just, it's theater. It's all theater.
I can think of worse things.
I can't listen to those people talk anymore. It aggravates me so much. Every single one of them.
All right. We got our orders cooking here. And we've got the NASDAQ charts coming up here next, right, guys?
Yes, we do, Hoag. What are we seeing?
Right. So very similar to the S&Ps, you know, just a decent pullback. I think a welcome pullback off all-time highs. In uncertainties, of course, you know, those are always on traders' minds, and until they're resolved or distant memories, they are going to be affecting prices of equities. Of course, volume slowing on this pullback. We gained about 700 in open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, and I'm viewing that as relatively inert on a turnaround or a reversal of the magnitude that we're seeing here. So I'm not really thinking that we're bringing in a whole lot of new naysayers, maybe just a few here in the NASDAQ, but we're just kind of seeing a nice little pullback here. Uncertainties are certainly weighing on the equities. Jay, what are your feelings on the NASDAQ daily chart here?
I have a love-hate relationship with the NASDAQ, Hoag. If anyone was watching the slow markets last night, they know I said I wanted to short at 24,800, but I was going to wait until all the data came out because I thought we had the potential to stay up there. Boy, was I wrong. This is a really nice pullback that we're seeing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, Hoag, as well. We are kind of stair-stepping on a higher time frame. Every $100 level in the NASDAQ, right? We started at 25,000s on Tuesday, where we said, hey, that's a major level. If we don't find any buyers, that's going to be our rejection zone. Yesterday, we had 24,900, and today, 24,800 was that level. We're seeing a really nice extension. This market did get extended away from the 200 moving average, away from VWAP, away from the Fed candle that we're testing right now. The high that Fed candle, 24,558. We are testing it now. 50% of that daily candle, 24,400. And another interesting level, 1% down on the day in the NASDAQ, puts us right below the major level of 24,500. 24,499 and a quarter is 1% down from settlement. Very interesting spots to look at here in the NASDAQ.
Thank you, Jay. And let's take a look at the 30. And what are we looking at? All right. Well, we just hit the target from the head and shoulders pattern. right there, 24,550. Let's just call it. So we had that. We also closed the session gap that we closed this in the S&P's similar area yesterday. We finally closed that gap. Now we're looking at the FOMC bar, which 24,410 is weekly kickoff low, and it is also the point of control from the FOMC candle. Very close, if not, within the range of the half back from the FOMC meeting that Jay was just talking about. Well, yeah, we added 700 in open interest. The market was largely moving lower. It was a double distribution trend day. We basically put the overnight high right up there. Like Jay was talking about, we're almost 24,800. And we do have some single prints up there. I don't see that they're going to necessarily be coming into play today, but just in case, it's 24,778 on the upside, close to the IB low, of course. And the bottom end of the single prints, 24,760. We're a long ways from that. It's going to be some recovery if we do bring price back up to those levels. But again, that head and shoulders measurement from the top of the shoulder to the neckline, then from the neckline break the same distance. We just hit it, close the session gap. Let's see if we find any buyers down here. Jay, what do you think?
Let's see, Hoag. Let's see. Interesting spot here. You mentioned that weekly kickoff level lining up with that 50%. Again, anytime we're looking in the same place, Hoag,
right,
it is an interesting thing, right? Maybe a spot to look at, but sellers do still have a little bit of work to get through this Fed candle, kind of sitting at the high of it right now. Looking more specifically at the 30-minute candle that we got the decision. There's a little bit of a tighter zone there, but we're going to find buyers eventually. These are equities markets; they are meant to go up. We're going to find them, but in this case, I don't want to be the first buyer. Right, we're down almost 1% here. I don't want to try to find the low here, because if we do find the low, there's more than enough room to the upside for potential. So let the big dogs figure it out. I don't mind taking a piece of the move in the middle, but
that's right.
Just like traders try to call the top in a all-time high market, when we start to sell off, trying to call the bottoms trying to call the bottom could lead to some bad days here. So we're going to find them. 24,500 is an interesting spot.
Yeah. All right. Two double distribution trend days in a row to the downside, just like the S&Ps. We're going to be opening with a gap to the downside. Let's, remember gap guidelines. If you can't close the gap relatively early, we're going to see value overlapping at least to lower or to outright lower, and indicating possible acceptance of lower pricing. So we have to see how these markets digest during regular trading hours. We are still not in the gold position or the crude oil position here. We're getting threatened here to the downside, but so far the opening range is the range of the regular trading hour sessions, and we're 15 minutes into this, guys. Here we sit. Just broken-hearted, came to trade and only charted.
Oh man, we got a good gold trade on though. I want to some other interesting markets. I know JD had made a mention of platinum before. Platinum trading new highs of the year. 1531.80, our number 2 percentage mover to the upside right now, up 1.75% on the day. Platinum has been an interesting one, taking out that high of the year. Also on the quote board, we got natural gas up 3.5% today. Micro Bitcoin and micro Ethereum are biggest percentage movers to the downside today. Micro Bitcoin down almost 2% right now. Bitcoin has been selling off a little bit here. Saw some news on quote unquote news. It was on Twitter. Can we call that news? But BlackRock selling some Bitcoin here. So seeing a little bit of a pullback, but maybe they just hodl and wait for 250K in Bitcoin. We got 10 minutes, JD, before we get into fast markets. Who is on our schedule for the day?
Fast markets coming up. We've got Deanna and Mandy coming in. They're going to be joined by Andre Hoag, and I'm going to fill in for Jack for a little bit. He has some work happening over at his house, so I'll be there for the first hour or so. We'll see what happens after that. 11 o'clock, the morning recap with Mr. Hoagland. 11:15, Rising Star, Carlos P. and Dakota are going to be talking to Coach Jay for an hour. At 12 o'clock Central Time, we've got group coaching. Jack's going to come in and talk with Hoag and Hoop during group coaching. We've got a Topstep X API session with Coach Robert, Andy A., and Andre at 1 o'clock Central Time. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Barron, and Dolby time. Jam-packed day full of tradertainment coming your way, folks, right here on TopstepTV. Let's do it.
Sounds good. That sounds like a fun show. D and Mandy taking over fast markets. See D in the green room. Hi, D. D trades a bunch of different markets. I'm curious to see what D is trading today, right? Well, we know D's not normally looking at the equities. I'm curious to see what is on D's charts for today. We know Mandy is going to be trading the NASDAQ. Shut up, Dolby. All right, Hoag, we got a couple minutes before we get into fast markets. We just got triggered into a crude oil short.
We did? Oh, yeah, we did. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, I'm short?
Yeah,
What price?
we're short 5 micro gold. Crude, 64.41. I've got the CYA up at 64.72. It's above VWAP, above the 200 session moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's very, very small risk on this, risking $155. We are in business here, folks.
Nice house account short crude oil of 5 micros from 64.41. I like the trade. Can we hold it for 3 days? That's my question, Hoag. Hold it for 3 days, buy it back at 62. Just hit the reverse button. We'll do a 3-day reversal challenge in crude oil.
There you go. Yeah, both of us are kind of in alignment. We're not trusting these buyers up here, so the short does make a little bit of sense.
Yes, it does. JD, we're still in that gold trade as well, correct?
We sure are. Gold is ripping. Gold has been volatile today, very whippy. We're catching a bid at the moment, but we still got one left. Basically a free trade. Even if it comes all the way back and runs our stop, we're still up about $150 on this trade. I've not adjusted the risk on it yet.
37.73 last trade over there in gold. House count still just short 1. Holding on to a runner, seeing a bounce in the equities here before the open. 24.583 last trade in the NASDAQ. 66.61.75 last trade in the S&P, and crude oil 64.40 last trade over there. Let's take a look at the tilt before we get into fast markets, see if there's any tilt to talk about. I'm going to be watching these equities, especially the NASDAQ, at these whole number levels, at these 600s, maybe even if we get a pop back up to 700, and see how the market responds. But we got a 68% long tilt in the S&P, 73% long in the NASDAQ, 70% short in crude oil, and 57% long in gold.
That tilt in crude doesn't bode well for shorts here, but we'll see.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They are short, average price 64.56, so above where we are right now. Maybe they took what would have gotten them in at 56? Did a 1 minute trigger at 56s? Maybe. I think the 1 minute did trigger a short earlier than the 5 did. So that could be the trade that they're in. 69% short now.
Just hanging right around entry here on our gold or crude trade here. Gold coming back at us a little bit here. Back to point of control. 37.73 half. 73.30. We have only one on in that, right, JD?
Correct. Only one micro.
Okay. All right.
And we got one more piece of news before we get into fast markets, JD.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got one more piece of news. Some popular portable chargers are now part of a major safety recall. The This story caught my eye because I happen to own one of these. Anchor is pulling nearly 500,000 power banks off the market because their lithium-ion batteries can overheat, posing fire and burn risks. They're sold nationwide at retailers including Best Buy and Target, and online between August 20th and 23rd in June of this year. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says there have been 33 reports of fires or explosions tied to these devices. 4 people have suffered minor burns, with 1 case of significant property damage. You should stop using the recalled chargers immediately. You can find a list of the affected devices on Anchor's recall website, where you can also request a refund or a gift card. Stay away from these chargers, guys.
Yikes.
Yeah, I definitely had one of those too. And I didn't stop using it because I wanted to. It just stopped working. Then I stopped buying them. But yeah, that is scary. What'd you say, Hoag?
Is it that hard to bring like a wire with you? I mean, you got to bring an extra battery. That never made sense to me. And I don't use my phone that much. I mean, I can charge it like once every 4 days.
Yeah, Hoag. My phone is always on like 20%, no matter what. It's charged now, but I always need a backup charger.
I think that's a youth thing. My kids are the same way. They're like, hey, I'm at 5%. Can I use your charger?
Right.
Do you ever let it fully charge? Maybe that might help, right?
Yeah. Got to get these kids off of
80.
Instagram, Hoag. That's what it is. It's killing their batteries.
Right? Well, JD, Jay, always a pleasure spending the mornings with you. Appreciate you guys so much. And as always, we'll be seeing each other throughout the day today, and have a great trading day, everybody. Thanks again, gentlemen. And so I always like to say good morning to the chat. It's because of you that we are able to do what we do here, and we do appreciate you all. Top of the chat this morning: Tom, One Time, Rich Quaz, Anastasios, Shubham, Man Caves, Bashir, a new one, Kiko Trades. Don't know that I've seen that at the top of the list. Maybe we're getting a little bit of competition because, after all, you know that there's huge prizes, and there are none for being at the top of the list in the chat here this morning. But I always like to know who my early birds are. We've got Bruno, Yabbersmack, and to all of you, thank you very much again for joining us. I'm going to remind you, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace every day. And we are very excited to have this. Is going to be a lot of fun today. We got Mandy, we got D, we got the fast markets coming up at you right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh, get those horses in the gate. Where's that? Do this. Oh, there it is. I stumbled out of the gate right there. Welcome everybody to Top Step TV. This is Fast Markets. Lower left-hand corner, the star of Euro Trade, Deanna in the house. Lower right-hand corner, you saw her on Power Hour yesterday. Mandy in the house, upper right-hand corner. You just saw the handsome gentleman in opening call. Let's get right to it. D, how are you? It's been a minute. How are things? Thoughts about the market? What are you looking at coming into this Thursday New York session?
Yeah, I'm looking at copper. Things have been pretty good. Just taking it slow. You know, copper is livening it up a little bit because of the supply worries. So some longs might be in order. I actually already have a position on. So I have 2 micros on from 480.60.
480.60. How many? I'm sorry, D? 2?
Just 2 micros. Micro copper.
Excellent. We saw a huge spike in copper yesterday. That was quite the chart. Symbol for copper, HG. HG. Last trade, 481. Okay, awesome. Nice. We're going to trade some metals today with D. Let's get into it. Mandy, welcome to Fast Markets. How are you doing? Thoughts coming into this New York session?
I am going to do what I always normally do, wait about 15 minutes before I enter any trade. That's usually a good safe bet for me. Um, we are quite the drawdown, or I guess down today so far, with that number kind of coming out. We'll see what happens when we open. I expect this to rotate quite a ways further down today, but yeah, let's see if we can get in some shorts. I know we've been looking for a healthy pullback in NQ and ES, and this is about what we've been needing and more. So that's my overall sentiment for today, but we'll see what we can get into.
Absolutely. Look for that pullback in the equities. Well, it looks like we're getting JD. What is up, my man? You got the keys to the house account. We are short 2 micro gold from 37.83. 10 bucks in the money there. Do we have a crude trade on, JD? How's it going, my man? Welcome to Fast Markets.
What's up, guys? Yeah, just filling in for Jack for a little bit. He's got some, I think he's got some contractors over at the house right now. It might get a little noisy. So we're just flip-flopping for about an hour or so. But yeah, we are short. We got 1 micro gold left. We're short 1 from 37.83.10. We've already locked in some profits. Hoag has that crude oil trade on right now. Short 5 micro crude from 64.41. Let's take a look at that crude chart. What's last? 64.45 last trade there. But I kind of like the short side. Hoag was saying he kind of liked the short side today too. So
excellent,
we'll
awesome
keep you posted
stuff.
on what's going on there.
Yes, let's go. 90 seconds till the opening bell. Let's take a look at some of these markets. Look at the NASDAQ, 24,577, about 17 points off those overnight lows. Take a look at the ES, 66.60 last trade, 7 points off the lows there. Gold trade, 37.73. Seeing some selling come in the last couple of days. Crude trade, $64.44. 60 seconds till the open, D. Any other markets you've been looking at? Obviously, you got to look at the nat gas. I think you're done with crude. What other markets have you had your eye on that have caught your attention, D?
Well, I've been trading gold a lot recently. That's been a pretty sweet market. Even on tiny positions, you can still grab loads of ticks. So that's pretty sweet. But yeah, I haven't been trading too much of natural gas recently. I'm kind of waiting for the cold weather to set in. And then maybe it's going to stop moving. But for now, natural gas for NYMEX, which is when I like to trade it, is a little quiet. Not today. Today, we're just screaming upwards. And to me, it's a bit too high at the moment. So we'll see how the day develops. But for now, I'm just keeping an eye on copper and gold.
Copper and gold. All right, I want to get some prices of interest here after this bell rings. In 3 seconds, let's get ready to rock here. And we are open for business on this Thursday. We had a slew of numbers before this bell. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Again, GDP coming out hot. Durable goods coming out better than expected. Jobless claims coming out less than expected. So we got a lot of forces at work here in the markets. Let's go to the NASDAQ. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. About 4, might be going for lows, about 4 points off of those. And new lows NASDAQ, 24,533. We've seen a nice downtrend coming into this New York session. ES NASDAQ as well. Again, big selling in gold the last 2 days or so. Strength in the dollar. Definitely leading to that. I think the 10-year is up around 4.18%, 4.18%. That yield is going in the wrong direction. D will keep an eye on this copper trade. Any prices of interest in gold, D? Man, we got another gold trader here. 37.70 last trade.
Yeah, so I'm keeping an eye on 37.60. That's kind of where it rotated from yesterday. So I might want to explore some either shorts or longs, depends on how the price behaves around it. Gold seems to have found a temporary top, which is odd to say.
Seriously.
So yeah, we'll see. So yeah, I don't necessarily want to be short, even though earlier on in the week, I think it was a Tuesday, I actually did catch most of that short.
Did you really?
So that was like 300 ticks. Yeah, so that was very sweet. But again, that was a bit of an outlier because it found a top. It stopped moving. It wouldn't take out the overnight high. And then the volume just started building on the downside. So I was like, I'm going to keep this. And it waved around for an absolute age. I think I held the trade for like 7 hours. But I actually went and I rested and I napped. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to keep this for the auto liquidator, but I didn't because we got to, I think it was 20 past 8, which is 2:20 p.m. Central. And then it just dropped. And I was like, you know what? That's a good one. So I'll take that.
Good for you.
So I didn't want to squeeze out, every single tick that I could out of it. And that was a good decision because we had a little wobble into the close. But yeah, it was a very, very long trade, D-style trade, very little effort. You just have to keep an eye on it every 30 minutes or so. And yeah, patience paid dividends.
Good for you.
That's
Able
awesome.
to get some sleep being short gold. Good for you, D. I love it.
Yeah. It was only a small. It was only a small. 2 micros makes
Absolutely.
you sleep through through the trade much easier.
Absolutely. Good conviction. Absolutely love it. We've got some speakers still on the docket. We got a number coming up at the top of the hour, U.S. existing home sales. We'll get into the numbers that already came out during opening call in a little bit. JD, thoughts? We got this oil trade. We got this gold trade on as well. Thoughts in the NASDAQ or ES, wherever you got your eye on there in terms of this down
Sure,
any levels you got your eye on too.
I've got the micro ES up right now. We did open with a gap to the downside, so we've got some short overnight inventory. Gap rules do apply, as Hoag would say. We look for that gap to fill, the overnight gap to fill in a timely manner. Otherwise, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would be to the short side. A couple levels to back and fill. I'm looking at 66.79, sort of a 74 to 79 level in the ES. We're going to pull back. That might be a good spot to possibly look for some shorts. If not, start getting short earlier if we don't come back and fill this gap. That's what I'm seeing in the ES right now.
What are those gap prices again? Up to 66.79?
Call it 74 to 79.
74 to 79. You say gap rules apply. What are those gap rules? What do you mean by that? New lows.
If you don't return to fill the overnight gap in a timely manner, I believe these words come directly from Hoag. He's said it so many times. It's stamped in my brain. If you don't come back to fill that overnight gap in a timely manner, you start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. So we'll look to see if this overnight inventory corrects. If not, we're going to look for some opportunities on the short side of the market.
Like it's kind of like a magnet. Can we go back and get that gap? New lows NASDAQ here, Mandy. 24,521.
Yes, I am short.
Knew you were. What price?
526 and a quarter.
Okay.
I'm gonna put this down to 12 as let's do 12 and a quarter as a target and see if we can just snag a couple points here. I was looking for a downside target past probably more like 505s, but where we are going quite falling. There we go. We're quick out. There's 2 contracts at 564 total. So we're already out. I was looking, we had multiple touch points at 508. We just tagged that. So I just wanted to give myself a little bit of room in case we didn't quite get all the way down to that. So now I can see possibly a rotation back up for a little bit, wanting to go retest these 540s possibly, and then looking for a continuation down further. Downside target today, of course, is going to be close to 410s. Totally doable.
Absolutely. Nice, quick scalp there. Selling.
Yeah, thank you.
526 is no, that's your
Excellent.
trading style.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely love it. New lows ES 66.48 half just printed. Some more downside pressure. We're about 6 minutes into the open. It was the NASDAQ closing just dipped beneath 24,500. 498's print. D, I got one eye on the copper. D, when you're trading copper, are there any other indicators, any other markets that you are watching for any possible correlation? We're selling here in the equities. What are you purely technical, just watching price action in that particular market as for this example, copper? Any other markets you're watching to catch indicator?
Yeah, I don't necessarily watch any other markets for correlation. It is metals, so it exists in the world as its own commodity, right?
Sure.
Having said that, there are days when it correlates with gold, but there are also days when it just doesn't correlate with anything. It just kind of has its own story. And we saw that throughout the summer where gold was moving massively and copper just stayed really quiet after that big smash down. But now, mainly why I'm in this long is about a 30% macro reason because of those supply issues. And usually if you get a, massive push, then a really good pullback, and the supply issues are not really resolved, there's a pretty decent chance that you're going to get some long stepping in again, purely because of that. Now, I do have a technical reference, which is the overnight low, which on my charts was at 480.45. So usually if we're going to have any sort of a pullback, they will tag that and they will keep the price above the overnight low. Now, obviously, the invalidation would be if that overnight low completely breaks down or we don't get enough volume stepping in. But for now, it's just hanging above the overnight low. That's okay. The only worry is that we did open inside value for COMEX. So, how much juice does it have to actually rotate higher? I don't know. I'm seeing the same thing that everybody else is seeing. So all we can do is just track what the price is doing and do our best to manage the trade as the MGI starts coming in. So yeah, there is technicals, but there's also 30% macro reason.
The
there.
fundamentals, D's, a little fundamental trading as well. I like it. Saw that big spike in copper yesterday. We'll see if that is the case as well. Talk about those supply issues and tariffs, of course, over the summer. We did see limit up in copper one of those days this summer. Yeah, very volatile. Okay, so doesn't necessarily correlate. I bet doesn't necessarily correlate with gold. Interesting, because I got one eye on gold here. Continue to sell off. JD, what's our downside target in this house account trade? We're short from 83. We're about $20 in the money right now in this gold trade.
Don't have a downside target. Coach Jay during the opening call did have a target around 37.40. Still quite a ways off, about $24 away. If we get down there though, maybe we'll think about possibly closing this trade out. But again, we're only short 1 micro. We've locked in our profit, haven't touched our risk settings. So let's just ride it out. We'll keep checking in on it. I'm okay holding this for the auto liquidator.
Ooh, all right, another bell-to-bell trade. More selling coming in here in the ES 6641. New lows put in there. Mandy, we're perhaps looking for a rotation in the NASDAQ. Haven't quite gotten there. More selling coming in. Hasn't happened. So if
ends are looking really good to me.
410.
Question is, where would be a good entry to get short to continue? I think this could be a continuation of a head and shoulders pattern too. So that 410 is looking very nice on shoulders. So I don't know where to get in. That's my question. So it might have been back there when I pulled back to 96, 95. So yeah, let's see if we can hold below these below the 70s. I think in about a minute and a half, I think I will maybe enter another short.
Okay, more selling coming here in the equities. Got to that 37.60 level in gold. Bottom ticked 37.59, but equities are selling off. Gold selling off. D, I'm looking at gold right now. Continue sell off. Now we're beneath 37.60. Trade 37.58. It is just down, down, down in gold. You kind of let this sell off play out in gold if you were to perhaps take a long, or what are your thoughts? How do you approach this as we get beneath 37.60 in gold? Gold continues to sell off here, D. Wow. Oh, D, you're on mute.
Oh, no.
More selling. All
Sorry.
good, all good.
Yeah, so I don't know whether I would be long today on gold, primarily because we have this reversal on the daily chart. So that does not look very long to me. It's a 2-bar reversal, right? So I don't know whether this high up you want to fish for longs. Maybe if it tags the previous day low, somewhere around 37.50. We do have a put support from the 0 DTE chain right at 37.50. So maybe that will be an area for longs. Incidentally, that's also where the COMEX value low is here. And we also have the ADR low, which is average daily range, quantitative extreme. So yeah, if I was fishing for longs, it would have to be pretty late in the day, and it would probably have to be supported by some sort of a take profit move from the guys that are short right now. But as we're speaking, we're tagging the overnight low that we created during London. And this is a bit of a decision point. I'm not really seeing any sort of an exhaustion volume or anything happening at the moment. In fact, this is building volume pretty steadily.
To the downside?
So right now, yeah, to the downside. So this is not conditions for long. So yeah, I wouldn't be long here.
All right, market generator.
Maybe if we pull back to VWAP, maybe some shorts, but yeah, the daily chart is probably going to keep me out of longs on gold today.
Fair enough. More selling here in the equities, closing in on those 24,410s. Mandy, we're about 20 points away. Just printed. Look at this thing go. Look out below. Since the New York bell rang, we are looking we're down about 140 points in the NASDAQ. Bottoming out at more than that. Yeah, about 140 points sell off since the bell rang in the NASDAQ. Take a look at the ES, JD. We're down about 30 points or so since that New York bell rang in the ES. Gold selling off, oil selling off, copper selling, everything's selling off right now. The news, economic data wasn't bad, pretty decent actually, but we are seeing the 10-year yield go up. Seeing a lot of hawkish comments coming out of Fed speakers. For instance, Schmidt coming out hawkish. Goolsby coming out hawkish. The only one really coming out hawkish is Myron. But Myron may have a different agenda. Wow, more selling coming in here. ES and NASDAQ. Wow. Look out below. Gold's crude selling off as well. All right, JD, so we didn't fill the gap yet in the ES. We're about 40 points away, 45 points away from that gap in the ES as we trade.
It doesn't look like we're going to fill it either.
Right. So how do we pivot? How do we pivot from there? Throw that number out the window?
Right now, I'd throw that number out the window right now, yeah. Our next stops to the downside, we've got last week's low at 66.11. That's a decent target. Right now, the name of the game is trying to get in short without putting on too much risk, right?
Yeah.
We are still on the lows, low ticking, putting in new lows every couple seconds here.
All right, so I got tagged.
Okay.
I'm flat.
Flat. Very good. Update the P&L when you have a chance, D. Gold continues
minus
to sell off.
72.75.
Very good. No trade there, D.
72 bucks.
Wow, look at this thing go. Manny, nice short there. Who knew? Who knew it was going to keep running like that?
Man, this is where scalping hurts a little bit. But it works for me. I like the scalping. Correct read down to the 410s. So, I mean, we're getting close. We're not quite there yet. I do have a multiple touch point on a 15-minute here hanging out at 426. And it's respecting it really well. We have barely just went below that. But yeah, let's see if we can tag 410s. To me, it's just trying to catch a falling knife. Best hands off for me. See if we want to try to make any recovery. I'll let you know if I get long. That's my next look, is to figure out how we can maybe buy this up now.
We're going to try right now here, JD. NASDAQ, they're going to give it a shot. A little 20-point pop. Yes, in terms of the news, the data technically was good, right? Good. So does that necessarily mean, you see the Fed speaker saying, Fed saying, do we really need 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts in October and December? Let's maybe pause and see how the data plays out. Fed funds futures are still pricing in a rate cut for it's about 80% probability. Oh, we got a number here. Hello. Okay, well, that number just got leaked. That was supposed to come up at the top of the hour. U.S. existing home sales just came out. That was supposed to come out. It just got posted here. A little better than expected. Expected 3.95, actual 4 million. That number was scheduled to come out at top of the hour, and it just got released.
How does that happen?
I don't know, but it happened. Oops, that number's supposed to be embargoed. It's just gonna be in trouble on that.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. A number just randomly coming out 15 minutes early.
Sure
no
did.
Warning.
Right to the second too. So oops. So that number did come out. So the numbers are positive, right? Durable goods came in better than expected. GDP came in higher than expected, 3.8 versus a 3.3 forecast. We really need another round of 2 more rate cuts. Might be a little front loaded. Gold continuing sell off. New lows 37.54. Pop here in the
This is some
equities.
pretty
That
decent buying coming in here in
Yes.
equities.
Yeah.
Strong.
Uh-oh. Yeah. So they're gonna sell. They sell into this. So they're gonna sell into this. Copper continuing to sell off. Nice cut there, D. Nice risk management.
Yeah, just a little paper cut.
Gold.
Dre, are
gold
we gonna get a treasure map recovery here? Is that
Man,
what
they
MP
almost made
calls
us.
it?
They almost made us eat our words yesterday, JD. They almost made us eat our words, right? Okay, let's before we
Pendulum
get
swings.
yeah, exactly. More selling here in gold. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. See the hashtag fast markets. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Send in all that good content you want us to share in power hour. Also, pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Look at this turnaround equities. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen for those. If you don't, do you one better. Indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have those levels slapped overlaid right there on your chart. Speaking of those Topstep daily levels, man, guru behind those. Come on in here. What is up, Hoag? We markets are moving here, Hoag. Look, we got D, we got Manny, we got JD. What's up, Hoag? Happy Thursday.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies. Always a pleasure. Great to see you, Mandy and D. Always a pleasure. Yeah, what a day for the Fabulous Four and the opening range trades. The Fabulous Four here on Topstep TV, ES, NQ, CL, and GC. All four opening ranges are the dead ass high. Look at this in the NASDAQ. Everybody loves the NASDAQ. We'll start with that. So we hit our target from the head and shoulders earlier today. We are continuing to push down below that. We are now into the FOMC bar here. I'm wondering where Mandy found her 24,410 level. It is a naked point of control from that day, from the FOMC day. Love it when things kind of line up like that. And it is the weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ. So we're looking for some longer time frame participants to jump in one direction or another down here at this 24,410 level. Again, the opening range is a dead ass high, no effort to close the gap at all. So we are continuing to still look for opportunities for shorts. But this 24,410 level, weekly kickoff low, very important level in my book. We'll see if it's an important level in the book of others. Take a look at the S&Ps now. We just hit the Head and Shoulders target, 6650, which is about halfway through the FOMC bar. Jay likes to look at those halfway throughs. We've got a little more room to the downside before we're going to be dealing with weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. That's 6598. But it is also a naked point of control, a visual target. Markets, if they're looking at a level, have a tendency to bring price there. We are seeing some pretty good buying coming in the NASDAQ, particularly right off of that attempt to reach the weekly kickoff low. But we're short crude 5 MCL. We're seeing the market starting to pay us a little bit here, seeing some good movement to the downside. Again, the opening range is the dead ass high. So we're continuing to hold into this short, and gold still holding one of the MGC from the opening range trade this morning, and things are looking pretty weak here. But watch that 24,410 level, weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ. That could be a game changer in either direction if we really get a good look at it. We'll see.
So
that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Look at that turnaround. Call it an 80, 90 point pop turnaround in the NASDAQ. Now trading right back to 24,520. It's a 100 point pop last 6 minutes in the NASDAQ.
I did scalp one contract, another 200 or 225. While Hoag was giving a great breakdown there. I got in at 79. We were just getting a lot of really good momentum going in. I set my take profit at, I think it was like 97. So, or sorry, I think it was like 99. So I had about 20 points there. People think my spaghettis, my moving averages can be messy, but they are excellent target price points. And this is what I love about with scalping is my EMA and moving average, it hung out here at 499 for a second. Then it rotated up to my moving average, which is a 502. And now look, we went and touched, this one would be, I think, my triple moving average, which is a 14 period. And we tap it and just look, now we're reversing again. So these are awesome target price points, especially when we have such movement and some spacing between the triple moving averages. That's why I like them. They're really good targets for me as a scalper.
Look at that. Look at that turnaround. NASDAQ is absolutely cooking right now. ES saw a turnaround as well. We got some volatility. We got volume in the house here in about the first 20 minutes in New York sesh. All right, D, I'm going to throw it to you. What are you looking at? You got your eye on gold. You got your eye on copper. Those are your two primary markets you have your eye on. Any prices of interest in either as we see copper continuing to grind lower? Bit of a bounce in gold. But
yep. So copper, I would like to see it above 480.50 if I was going to do anything with it. And then maybe try another long. Gold, nothing really until we hit at least 37.50. Until then, I don't actually have too much on gold today. I'm just looking at it and going, okay. It might go short, might go long, but it's quite spiky. So you have to be careful with gold when to time the trades. So for now, it's literally sit and wait, observe, and wait until something jumps out at me and goes, boo! Then maybe I'll trade. But for now, I'm not really seeing anything.
Hoag, gold, house account is short up from 83. How much more room to the downside could... Go ahead, Mandy. You back in?
I have the chat asking. I don't know if the back for production can just switch to my screen. These are my settings on the 3-minute for my moving average EMA cross. Those are my blue and my green. Those are set to a period of 10. And then my triple moving average, 14, 21, 35. And then I love VWAP. I think VWAP's an excellent indicator. So there's that. I think there was, and then I've just, my gray lines people are asking about are just multiple touch point levels on a 15-minute. So I just manually draw those light gray lines. So there's some clarification for those who think my charts are a little messy, but it works for me.
Absolutely. Whatever works.
They work for you. That's what matters.
Hoag looking
100%.
looking at gold. There was a fundamental change, right? Open interest, overnight open interest. Are we still seeing shorts accumulating in overnight interests, open interest, I should say, in gold?
Yes, we did add 1,300 contracts yesterday on a trend day to the downside. Volume wasn't all that impressive. For a move of that magnitude in gold, a directional move like that, to only add 1,300 open interest doesn't impress. So as Dee pointed out, the scariest thing is on the daily chart, that bearish engulfing pattern off the highs there. That is unnerving for longs for sure. But not seeing the kind of participation that I would look for after a reversal of that magnitude. I still think that there's probably more to do to the upside in gold at some point here. We do have the all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hour session. We have a tendency to believe that those are not lasting highs. I'm just looking for some area, some level, something to give me some basing to start looking for possible longs again. If you're longer term invested in gold, I don't see any reason to get scared just yet. We've got a long way to go before I'm seeing a major break in market structure to the upside. That's the weekly kickoff low. That's all the way down at 36.49. There's a lot of weaknesses in structure down below here. We've got gaps. We've got naked points of control a go-go. And it would be kind of nice to see the market kind of clean up some of that unfinished business down there, find some basing, and then continue the buying and the push back to the upside. A lot of this move has been, kind of created by foreign banks buying physical gold. I don't see this as a major market state break yet. I'm still looking for opportunities to find some basing to start looking for longs at some point. That's just me, not seeing it just yet, but that's just me, not financial advice. We could,
can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
So how do you approach days on, like, let's say gold, it has a very big value area from yesterday. How would you approach that? Because I tend to struggle with that.
Okay. So let me take a look.
Value
over
area.
here
What do you
just-
mean? What does she mean by big value area from yesterday?
Well, because the range from yesterday was so big and it was so
Gotcha.
very directional. So you've got a very big value area. If you can see it on this chart, I know it's probably very difficult. You see these blue lines here. I'm going to change those to something a little brighter here. So here, now they're yellow. So this is on this platform, value area high. We have up here at 38.04. We have value low right down here at 30, let's call it 37. Could just call it 37.76. It's close enough for rock and roll. So, we had a trend day to the downside yesterday. It was a bit of a double distribution trend day, and we have single prints in it. So let's see here. 37.82 to 37.79, just right in there. 37.82 to 37.79. We've opened below it. We opened, in essence, below value as well, especially on this particular chart. A little bit inside of it on a TPO chart, and we've already run through those single prints. So, D, I'm assuming you're thinking, of maybe a value area acceptance play at some point today.
Yeah, well, I mean, possibly. If they continue to push it back up, that's definitely something that would be a confluence with the overnight low that I have on my chart. And the overnight low that I take basically ends the scan at 11:40 a.m., which is the LME open. So 3760.5 is where I have that.
Yes.
So maybe if it continues pushing, that could be a long. But again, I'm just a little bit.
Yeah, I know it's hard, right?
It makes me a bit queasy. Yeah.
Yeah. So that overnight low that you're looking at there is 37.60 half. It's basically the initial balance low, 37.60.80.
Yeah.
Now, we are at risk of possibly having a failed downside auction on the 30 minute.
12
right?
turnaround.
Yes. Pardon?
Gold just is up $13 off those lows right now, trading 37.64. We bottomed out at 51, so we're seeing the buyer step in right around 50s.
Yeah.
Hoag, as far as our risk is concerned on this short that we have on now, I'd like to start adjusting it. We've got a swing high up here at 37.7630, which kind of lines up with yesterday's value area low, 37.76 half. You think that is a good spot to sort of adjust risk if we get back inside there? We definitely don't want to be short anymore.
Yeah.
You're seeing another level.
For now, yes. For now, yes. D, if we look at the profile at a 720 open, so that changes the 30-minute bar from 720 to to 750 to 820 to 850.
Yeah.
That looks a little bit different. Okay, it's a poor low. It's a poor low, so we don't see a true failed downside auction there. So it wouldn't surprise me to see another push to the downside and a sweep down below the low from the session yesterday. I don't like to buy it yet. It's just me.
So I have the average daily range low sitting at 37.45.8, which is below that entire area. And there's also a little demand there from Monday low. Oh, not Monday low. This is the Monday COMEX low. Suppose that's a better description. And to me, that would be a better area. I kind of wouldn't really want to buy it here. I sort of see it as in slightly middle of the range.
What did you get?
Mandy's
Sorry, guys,
long.
I'm in
Yeah.
long. Just one. Yeah. Just gonna take a quick scalp, looking for a retest. I'm in at 74, 75. I did take a scalp down here with this quick little wick. And now a quick scalp up. So this, oh, come on, tag me. Oh, we're right there. We can get that push. There we go. Close. Up 14 already, you guys. This is how I work. Sorry, it's quick in, quick out.
Love it.
But I'm sorry if
Always.
that's so fast for you guys. But I really like that rotation we had. Yeah, we had that rotation above this last 3-minute wick and holding above my moving or sorry, my EMA. And again, I love my moving averages. We came and tapped this 21 or 14 day, excuse me, 14 day, or sorry, not 14 day, 14 period.
Oh, frozen. But yeah,
Uh-oh.
quick in, quick out. Caught that move to the upside. Take a look at NASDAQ trading 24,490.
You lost you for a second there, Mandy.
66.45. Gold did turn around like when Dean and Hoag were talking about it. Back up to 37.61. Crude pushing higher here. Hoag, JD, what are we thinking here for managing this crude trade? We're still in the money. How do we want to manage this? Manage the risk, manage the stop, profit targets, if anything. Go ahead.
Yeah, so $64 is weekly kickoff high. It's the launching point from the breakout above it yesterday. We're still opening range is still the dead ass high. It's still a valid trade. I was looking for a really good look down to that 6,400 level, which we have not been able to achieve that yet. So I mean, our risk on the trade is basically $155. We've got to stop well above the opening range. We're still, we're putting in lower highs, we're putting in lower lows. I still like the trade. JD, what do you think about it?
I still like it too. We could start peeling a couple off around that weekly kickoff high, $64, like you said. It was a decent line.
That's what I was thinking earlier. About, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying another couple long now.
All right. What price
did you I still like the short.
78.80.
78. Thank you. Still like the short, JD?
I still like the short in crude oil right now. Yeah. Sort of flagging a little bit. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart here. Minor flagging pattern. Might see another leg down. I like the short still, Hoag.
Another leg down. Look at gold. Gold just found another leg down. I think gold is all over the place.
Yeah, it is.
Gold was trading 37.76. We're now trading 37.58. Big turnaround there. D is long. How many micro copper? 2?
Just 2.
2 from 4.
78.80.
80. Okay. What's your risk on for those that are just seeing copper for the first time here on Fast Market? What is your risk? What is a tick worth, and what is typically your risk reward in copper? What's a tick worth first?
The tick on the full contract is 1250. On 1 micro, it's 125. So 10th size lower. I usually like to use between 36 up to 45 ticks for my stop, and then I'm aiming for 120, 150, sometimes 200 ticks. So slightly larger risk reward.
Sure.
It's probably also why I'm not bothered by losses, because I'm like, who cares?
Right.
That's how the math works. Look, crude turned right around there. They pushed that thing lower, 64.19, about 7 cents off the lows there. Seeing some buying. We got ES. Markets are rocking right now. ES moving right back up to overnight VWAP. 5 points to go there. Trading 66.53. NASDAQ turned right back around. Mandy, look at this move. Closing out overnight VWAP.
I know.
24,545. Look at this thing.
Didn't really want to enter in this long because we had 2 wicks kind of here at the 521s. It would have been a really awesome entry, but we kind of blown past it at the 3-minute close. We still have room for up to VWAP. I'm going to be hands off just because we could be easy rotation back down. So I think this is my 35 period. Little hesitation around here, so that's where there's a delay in getting in for myself with my strategy.
Equities back to the opening range.
Look at
Nice
that.
bounce.
Yep. How about it?
Look at that.
We got Bowman hitting the wire. Bowman, voting member, hitting the wire, saying we have a more fragile labor market. More fragile labor market. Jobless claims came in okay. More to come next week in terms of the job market. But Bowman hitting the wire. Everything's just coming out sounding hawkish. Well, more fragile labor market. That could be dumb. See? I figure out what they're trying to say. Let's take a look at the 10-year. 10-year prices have been rocking. Yeah. All over the place. 10-year prices down. 10-year prices, when 10-year prices go down, yields go up. ES right to overnight VWAP there, JD. 25-point turnaround in the ES.
How about
NASDAQ, 120
nice
point
double
turnaround.
bottom down there. Looks like a textbook double bottom on a 3-minute chart in the ES. Oh, what do you have as a gap fill in the S&P? Overnight gap fill.
That's right, gap fill.
All right.
She doesn't remember.
Session gap fill in the ES. 66.78.
66.78. Session gap fill. Got it. Oh, yeah, that's yesterday's low. Yesterday's value area low.
Yes.
Crude turnaround.
And the NASDAQ session gap close would be 24,627.
Wow.
24,627. Got it.
Crude.
Thank you, Hoag.
All right, Peter, those buyers trying to get up there. Crude making new lows, 64. Hoag, we're talking about 64 even, right?
Yeah.
8 cents away.
Nice break out of that minor 5-minute bear flag in crude. $64 coming up real fast.
There's 94 on the bid in the micros. I'm going to put a bid in for, hey, that's not supposed to be 5.
766.59 ES upside. More from Bowman. The Fed is within range of the Fed's 2% inflation target. It is appropriate to shift to jobs instead of inflation. Okay, this is dovish then from Bowman. Now we're seeing a reaction here in the equities. So she's saying we're good on inflation. Let's focus on jobs. She started off with saying we have a fragile labor market. Might be more wiggle room to interesting. Okay. What's the 10-year doing here?
Oh, wait, sorry, not VWAP. We're not.
You put that bid in,
Yeah.
Hoag?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. We got a lot going on here. Bowman, tariffs will have a one-time price impact. Have a one-time price impact coming from Bowman. Voting member Bowman. Turnaround in the NASDAQ. Right back to overnight VWAP. 140 point
we hit
turnaround.
VWAP.
Sure did.
Man, look at this. This is fun.
Markets are rocking right now. Shorts. Anything on the tilt? Tilt nothing jumping. Oh, we got 78% short, 76% short in the tilt in crude.
Uh-oh.
Let's work that bid, Hoag.
We all know what happens when crude tilt hits 80%, right?
Yeah.
They flip it.
It flips.
We got.
It's pretty consistent.
We got Bowman coming in here. A number of foreign suppliers are taking on the cost of some of the tariffs. Sound a little dovish here. We're seeing a bit of a pop in the 10-year prices, which means yields will pull back a little bit. Yields got up to 4.19%. Definitely going in the wrong direction from what the Fed's trying to achieve. Wow, they are. What was on the 6,600 offer in the ES? That just got lifted. Man. Big market order.
Wow.
66.60. They are just gobbling up. What's Delta looking like in ES and NASDAQ? Did they get caught? Damn, someone just lifted up.
Yeah, they got caught short. It's just back to even now in the S&Ps. Positive 1,200, 1,300 in the NASDAQ now.
Yeah, okay. 66.60. A lot of size just trade there. They just lifted they just cooked right through that. We were pushing higher here in the. What the hell? Turn this thing around.
Yeah.
New home sales?
About 4,500 contracts traded there. 3,900 on the offer, lifting the offer.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty substantial offer right there.
Yeah, I saw. Yes. What turned this around? Was it new home sales getting leaked early? It seemed to be the turning point. We were cooking higher here in NASDAQ, trading 24,580s now. 160-point turnaround in the last, call it 18 minutes or so. ES on the move
You're
to the
through.
upside. Look at this thing.
Just took out the opening range high in the ES. Still ripping.
Mm-hmm.
What's
And
the
the
gap?
NASDAQ.
What's the gap up in the 70s? Yeah,
66,
and the
78.
78.
I think our gap rules back in play now.
Yeah.
Do we go get that thing this morning?
Yeah.
It's our good look at-
Giving good trade location if we don't fill the gap for shorts.
Yeah.
What's next up on the schedule here? Bottom of the hour, EIA, Nat Gas. President is welcoming the Turkish president. Go ahead, Mandy.
If we close above 588 on a 3-minute, then I will be getting long with an upside target to 600s and 612s.
So you want to catch the momentum, catch that push to the upside from 588. Currently trading 570. Taking a little bit of a breather here. ES right back to 66.60, call it. But yeah, huge size trade on that offer.
Yeah.
Turn
We
around.
got the crude bounce on the 80% short tilt.
It's amazing, isn't it?
JD,
So
It
accurate.
is.
JD.
Oh, Hoops in the chat. He saw it too. 80% in the tilt. And it ripped.
You see tilt back to 71% short now. Copper continuing push, grind lower here, D.
Yeah, but it's a neutral day, and we're inside value. So it's like
Copper. Obviously, you see those big spikes and sell-offs. Is copper trend? I want to get to understand the personality of the copper market. Is it trending?
sometimes.
Is it? And other times, is it
Sometimes.
sensitive to headlines? How would you describe
It's
copper's
more-
personality?
It's very subject to seasonality. So if there's cold weather, obviously a lot of heating elements use copper. So there's a natural demand during winter for it. Obviously tariffs affected a lot this year. But it's a very seasonal product. So you generally have February, April, May, when it moves pretty well. And then summer tends to be meh. And then again, October, November, they tend to be pretty good for copper as well. Outside of those times, it's very range bound. It's just like watching paint dry. So you have to kind of skip it for certain months when you see that the liquidity is just not there. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
Seasonality
very
is in
seasonal.
copper.
Mhm.
588s, Mandy. She's locked in. 24,588 trade. We are
So-
on the. Did you
It has to be candle close for my rules.
Okay.
If,
On what time?
yeah.
On what time frame?
And now we're
They are
busting
just-
right past it. That's okay. It can go without me. I need the confirmation on a candle close. Sometimes I've been burned too many times entering here with more than often than not. I guess you can win it, but I just have been burnt too many times. Stop loss, better entry kind of thing. So yeah, candle close would have been it. But yeah, I'm liking 5 or 612s is kind of where I was saying was my next target. So we'll see if we can tap that.
What a turnaround. We are looking at about almost a 200-point turnaround in the NASDAQ. And we bottomed out the NASDAQ 24,423 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago.
Turnaround.
We're out
Turnaround Thursday, GD.
Turnaround
Thursday. I saw that in the chat. That was funny. Turnaround Thursday.
Looking at a 200-point turnaround in the NASDAQ in the last 30 minutes. Look at the ES. We're looking at about a 30, 35-point turnaround in the ES as we trade 66 quarter. We're cooking here. Absolutely cooking. Markets are alive. We got 71% long in ES, 70% long in the NASDAQ. Buyers are in the house. Gold sitting beneath 37.60. We're only short one gold, Hoag.
Yes.
One gold, one single micro gold. Yeah.
More room to the downside. I mean, look at this.
It was
These equities.
a heck of a move.
Which
Gold this
market,
morning.
Hoag? Which
Yeah,
gold?
right.
Yeah.
All
Look
of
at
them, right?
This is amazing. Still pumping here. Look at the NASDAQ go. Look at this thing go. 24,610 now trading.
634 is looking good here.
Wow. What's the good old Dow? Gotta show some love to the Dow.
Ooh, that's a good point. What is
Dow all
the
over
Dow
the
and
place,
Russell
too.
doing?
Dow turning around as well.
Russell's ripping.
Is it? Congrats to anyone who caught this long. Yeah, congrats. Who caught that long down there? Who caught the long down there? Yeah, well, I know Mandy caught some of it. I'm still longer than that.
There's a tough BTFD right there.
It is. I mean,
Right.
last couple
Always the
days we've
hardest.
seen. Yeah, it is. Seen some pretty significant sell pressure last couple days. And you saw gold continue to sell off. Is it more of yesterday? Look at that. We got some in the chat. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right. Well, with that being said, markets are moving. Markets are moving. It was all-time highs earlier in the week. It was all-time highs. Last couple of weeks, it's been all-time highs. Things have changed, right? We've seen some selling coming in. So what do you have to do? Learn how to adapt. Adapt to what the market gives you. Boom, there it is. Great job back there. Tip of the week here at TopStep TV. Learn to adapt, embrace market volatility, analyze past mistakes, reassess goals regularly. I think embracing market volatility, D, that's kind of what you're doing. You're embracing when you go to the seasonalities, right? Nat gas in the winter, copper in the fall. Not only are you embracing the volatility, you kind of you attracted to the volatility, D.
I don't know whether I'm attracted to it because
seeking volatility.
Crazy volatility is very difficult to trade, even though I typically do okay with it. Like tariffs, they were amazing for me, at least. But yeah, I certainly don't like completely dead markets. So if something doesn't have inherently about 150 ticks of solid range, like day after day after day, to me, that's not good enough. So whenever I see something dry up to like 50 ticks per day, I'm like, okay, time to jump ship from this for a while. And commodities do suffer a lot more from that than some of the other products. So copper just started coming alive literally yesterday. So we'll see whether it continues.
You said 150 ticks in a day. That's the ranges you're looking for on the daily.
Yeah.
That's okay. I gotcha.
Bare minimum. But I do best with the markets that move around 220, 200 per day. It seems like my sort of sweet spot for what I'm doing.
So you are seeking volatility. You're seeking ranges. You're seeking big moves.
Yes. They're not that big. Like 200 ticks, come on. Like NASDAQ moves like 1,500 ticks. That's too much for me. It's like,
so you have a sweet spot. Okay, that's your sweet spot. I like it. Yeah, NASDAQ can definitely. Okay, I got you. Remember, D, when we first came in trading? Oh, I don't want to date us, but back when the S&Ps would only move like 5 points in a day.
I know. That's when I started working for Prop. They put me on an equities desk, and they're like, "There you go. We have a lot of ES traders, so we're gonna put you there."
Oh no!
And I was like, what is this? I came from Forex that was moving, 200-300 pips in a day. And suddenly I'm watching this thing that apparently everybody trades, and it was moving like 15-20 ticks a day. And I'm like, what is this?
That's it.
I was like,
That's
why?
it.
And they were like, well, everybody trades this. And I said, but why? And they said, it's just it's a liquid market. And I was like, you call this a liquid market? Because in my eyes, it's a dead market. So I didn't like it. And then they went, okay, why don't you try maybe energies? Everybody trades crude oil as well. And at the time, crude oil had about a 300 tick average range. And I loved it. I was like, yes, this is my market. I love crude oil. And then it dried up. So it's like, oh, great.
All right.
Oh, yes.
I'm long.
I knew it.
Here we go.
Attempt to 27. Just a real quick in and out, couple hundred.
Man, well, what
Might
price
be
did you
getting
catch?
chopped up here. 19.
Still pushing here.
Finally green.
Ooh, the ES. Hoag, JD, looking for that gap.
Yeah.
Close to that gap, Phil.
We're about to do it in the NQ. 24,627 is
No
gap
kidding.
fill in the NASDAQ.
No kidding.
It's
What a
yesterday's
turnaround.
low. Unbelievable.
What a turnaround. It's like new home sales triggered this thing. That got leaked early.
Yeah, right?
I'm trying to
what
figure
is it
out,
with
you know.
home sales? Home sales being a
Okay.
market
Yeah, I
mover
don't like this
since
trade.
when?
Yeah, you cut bait there, Mandy?
I'm gonna
You're
give
still in
myself
it?
20 seconds and cut it.
Okay. All right, cool. 74% long, 75% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ right now. 24,618. You said the gap fill up
Granny
there
D needs her
is...
glasses.
Oh, wow. Locked in. Another push here. Can we get another push?
So close. So close.
What did you... There.
There we go.
And...
There we go.
Wow. You said 627, JD?
627 overnight gap fill or session gap fill. Is that right, Hoag? 24,627.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're
That's
not
Mandy's
quite
target
touching
right
it
there.
yet. Yeah. It's
Existing
not
home
touching
sales,
it.
new home sales, whatever. No, didn't get
It's
there?
like almost wants to.
Like yesterday in Power Hour. Gold on the move higher here. 37.66, $15 off the lows.
Ooh, yeah. We're giving back some profits in gold here. I did adjust our risk on that trade. Let's pull it up.
Man.
Moved our stop down to 37.7720, Hoag. We're ripping right back to settlement in gold right now. Settlement price 37.6810.
There we go. We tapped the 27.
Job,
Got it.
Mandy.
Really tricky. It was taking a long time for it to.
That wasn't a
to
long
27,
time,
but
Mandy.
it
wasn't a
finally
long
did it.
time.
Yeah.
It's a long time for you, but
It
yeah, I
was.
got you. I had to sweat it for a couple of seconds there. Nice catch. Absolute momentum plays. All the trades have been, you've been just catching the momentum, right? I like it.
Yeah.
That's
Holding
great for what the
above
market-
and momentum. Those are usually
Yep.
pretty good on my levels.
Let the market.
With the targets, you have to have a short target. That's where I like my 10-ish points, sometimes 15, depending on volatility. On either support resistance or the Topstep daily levels or my triple moving averages.
Wow. Well, here comes the gap. We're looking to fill this gap in the ES now, folks. We are on a 40-point rally in the last 45 minutes in the ES. NASDAQ doing the same thing.
78's the target. 66.78 target in the ES. 6 points away.
Incredible. ETC on the chat says, "Hey Dre, she's a scalper. Your bias is interfering." Mandy, is my bias? First of all, what's my bias, Mandy? Is it interfering? My bias.
Not at all.
I'm
Not
biased
at all.
for
It's,
volatility. I just want volatility. Trust me, that's my bias.
Stay in your lane,
to
Dre.
me.
I just want volatility. I just want volatility. Up, down, and
Well,
no
it's
matter.
funny because
Just
it's just hanging around at like 25, 26. It was just bouncing back and forth for me, 20 seconds. You'd expect it to just bump up to 27 and then maybe rotate back down, but it wasn't wanting to do that. And so for me, that 20 seconds, because I know it wants to tap it, but it just wasn't getting the gas. So that's where I almost wanted to close it. I almost hit break even, but we finally got that push through, and that's what I was looking for. So we'll take it.
Mm-hmm. We'll turn around here
Trying
in
another
copper.
copper long here.
Yes.
Nice.
Neutral day, average session range low, which is the RTH low. And we'll see how.
Did you add to it, or is this a new position?
No, it's a new position. I killed the other
Okay,
one.
gotcha.
I'm not going to hold it through a 60-tick drawdown. It's too much. You kill, then you readjust.
Okay. So what's the new price? What's the new trade?
76.75, and I'm using a slightly more generous stop because I just kind of went back to see where my stops were. They were kind of in the middle of the wicks, so I don't like that. And now my stop is actually sitting above this GEX2 level at 475. I do wish that we are closer to Euro close on this trade, because usually copper starts to turn around about that time. But it's still a neutral day. We still don't really have single prints to either side. I mean, we have excess. That's a different kind of single print. But yeah, to me, this is still now looking a little bit more rangy. So looking for a rotation. And then I have the overnight low as a reference now at 80.45 still. So depending on how it behaves at that point, we're going to decide whether to hold it for 50% of the overnight range or to cut bait if it ever picks up speed.
Right. Well, let's take a recap. Let's take a look at some of these prices we have been rocking and rolling. First hour of the New York session. NASDAQ, where do we start? NASDAQ currently trading 24,623. On that opening bell, we saw selling coming in. We saw about 150-point sell-off down to 24,422. The last 45 minutes, we've seen a 200-point turnaround. In the ES, sellers came in, smacked it down about 35 points, bottoming out at 66.31. Last 45 minutes, we have seen it turn around for about 40-point rally. Gold been all over the place, looking like it's kind of chopping around. Gold lower, crude lower. How's account short both? These long copper right now. We see some big heavy tilts. Mandy's catching the momentum, upside and downside. Hoag, where do we go from here, man? This is we got a lot happening here. We got these two trades. We never got filled on the crude.
Nope.
What's our
I've got
unrealized on this crude trade?
Crude trade up $115.
Okay.
Up to 23 ticks. I've got another bid in above the high of the day here. If we get down there, I want it to think we're long, so it'll continue to move lower.
buy one from the break.
You're gonna fake out the market, playing mind games with the market.
Break. Yep. Gonna buy one for the break.
What do we have? We got net gas number in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Question for
way off again.
D. You said net gas in the winter. Might sound like a silly question, but why the winter as opposed to the summer? What changes with the seasonality in natural gas? Simple as just heating the homes, heating.
Yeah,
As that?
I think it's as simple as that. Yeah, you can also have some hurricanes, like if there's an elementary thing going on, that can kick up natural gas to just start massively going up. Outside of that, it can be a bit of a snooze fest. So again, very seasonal. I think for year-round trading, gold is probably your best bet, because out of
Gold's the star of the
all
show.
of the markets. Absolutely, yeah. And that's been the case for many years now. It's not new. It's not caused by COVID. It's just how gold is. It's pretty liquid and everybody trades it year-round.
This year in particular, gold has absolutely just, I know it's Hoag's favorite. It's market of the year. We'll do those awards at the end of the year, but right now the clubhouse leader is gold. Absolute star
100%.
of 2025. Last trade in gold, 37.62. That nat gas number did come in line. Go figure. On the hour, we do have any more speakers? Maybe the president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. Mandy, 4 trades, 4 winners today.
I'm getting long right now.
Mandy, can't stop. Love
Here we go.
JD.
Yeah, I'm looking for an upside target. I'm at 24. I want just 10 points on this. If we don't close in a minute and a half, I'm out of it. I'll put my stop. Oh, this might be bad. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm not loving this trade anymore. Yeah, we're gonna get tacked out here. Hold these 612s. That's what I want. We were holding above 612s, and so that's why I entered, but I got a terrible fill. So let's see what we can do here. We're looking for a retest at 634s.
Are you strictly using market orders, Mandy?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Okay, this is looking better now. That's where I like the 620. Okay, now we're out. Yeah. Okay. Up 1982. Terrible fill. So but we were holding above the 612s on that last candle, and we couldn't hold below with like a rotation back down. So that's why I wanted to scalp another long. So it worked. We'll take it. I'm gonna be really very, very selective here on out. Actually, let's do my favorite demonstration of a trailing loss for like my risk management. So we go to settings and
Like this.
we come over to the risk settings. Or we're gonna go down to the personal daily loss limit. We're gonna go. I don't want to give up more than like another $500 today, and we can do liquidate and block. So this combine will be up let's see, worst case scenario, $1,400 on the day. And I like to do it as realized gains, not unrealized, because I like breathing room, I guess, but we're gonna hit save. And so today I will be up no less than $1,400.
What are you at right now, Mandy?
On the day.
What's your P&L right now for the day?
1982.
1982. Ensuring I love
Heck of a year.
Mandy, you used to not use this. You used to not use this. You didn't use this features as much back in the day.
No, this is the only way I can be profitable, you guys. Forever grateful for Topstep to have that feature, because otherwise it's when I don't use it, those are bad days. I can overtrade. And that's actually set an alarm on my phone. And I've got this cute little sticky note right off my screen. Did you set your trailing stop? So I can remember at some point in my trading period, like, did I do that? So I can lock in my profits and walk away green regardless without giving anything back. And that's what keeps Topstep above all the competition. That's why I'm with Topstep. They're trying to help you win and be successful.
Good to see that. Good to see that.
Mandy was not coached in any way on that little speech.
Not at all, you guys. This is all organic. I just came watching a year and a half ago. Somehow miraculously got into the VIP program. I was with Coach Hoop. I was a pit raider, and my life has been forever blessed and changed because I tuned in on TopstepTV a year and a half ago. I'm a fan. I'm here. You guys are honest. You guys have such good feels about you guys when I'm watching you guys. I don't ever feel gross watching you guys, or that there's greed or anything from Topstep. I feel a lot of genuine, true care, and getting the experience from you guys, JD and Hoag and the team and Jack. I mean, you guys are just real people who really want to see traders succeed, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I show up and listen every day. And my trading has been so profitable because of that, and because of all the free resources you guys have. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff.
You say you're reading a teleprompter, Mandy. Are you reading a teleprompter?
I'm clicking that for sure.
I'm kidding.
Someone timestamp that. We're clipping it.
That's gonna be good. All right, let's take a look around here. We did see those heavy long tilts in the NASDAQ ES, well into the 70s. That has paired back to 50-50. Crude 60% short. Nothing really jumping off. Top of the hour coming in about 25 minutes. Euro close in about a little less than an hour. I know Dee's always got her eye on the London close. We'll talk about that as we get a little closer to it, but I know there are some if-thens that you are playing out as we get into 10:30 a.m. Central Time in terms of copper. Also, that crude trade. We'll talk about that later here, but keep an eye on crude.
Shorts
64
look good.
Shorts look good. All right, Mandy, go ahead.
like I said, I'm being very, very selective. I'm going to say if we can hold below these 612s, I'm waiting for a candle close here in the next 2 minutes. Downside target would be under sixes, under 600 flat. So probably another 10-point scalp, but it might just go without me. I just want that candle close to hold below this 612 level where we've had multiple touch points on the 15-minute. And I mean, we've been respecting this general area, about 15 points around it. So I think we could have a rotation back down, probably closer to these 580s if we can hold below these 612s.
Very good. All right, let's take a look at copper. Markets are moving. It's right about point of entry here. D long to micro copper from 476.75, correct? 476.75.
76.80.
76.80. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you said on this
It'll
trade
be
you're
a lot
going
better
to.
if it is the euro close.
So okay, let's talk about that. The euro close. We're still about 50 minutes away, but what do you look for going into that 10:30 a.m. Central Time? What are you looking? Perhaps for something to change, something to continue as we, approach that, D.
Usually take profit movement. So whoever was short on the day, they have to take profits, right? And because London close and LME close, which is literally like half an hour after, it tends to usually bring a little wobble. And sometimes in copper and similar products like crude oil also does it, complete reversal of whatever was going on the day. So it's just something that happens. It's a statistical probability across the board. Equities have it, DAX has it, crude oil has it. Copper depends on the day. If we're in a big trend, usually the euro wobble tends to bring you a little bit of a pullback so you can get back in on the trend. But neutral day, inside day, usually they turn it around. And sometimes that turnaround in copper specifically, if it's aligning with the underlying trend, it can actually just keep going. So this is why I sit on these trades for so long. Because I don't like to do too many trades in a day.
So okay, and that will happen.
Yeah, it's
as it goes.
basically a take profit move.
So will that happen? Will that go into the euro close, or will you see that after the bell rings? Essentially,
It depends.
Depends.
I think with copper, it's usually after the bell rings and then into the LME close as well, because they're like 30 minutes apart. But with gold and crude oil, you can see it about 15 minutes before the close. So they kind of start to already take profits. But anytime you have a single-sided extension in any market, that euro close tends to be more of a wobble than a proper reversal. So there's context.
Yes, absolutely. We kind of see that in power hour, right? Going to the closing bell, looking for a profit taken, going into closing in the highs. And look at this gold. See, we'll just saw some selling there. JD,
we're set up for another leg lower in gold right now. I've switched over to my chart. The bear flags have been paying out this morning, and if these patterns hold true, we got another leg lower on the way.
How many bear flags? How many bear flags have we seen? Looking at your charts, how many? Show me a bear flag.
We got 3 of them going back to 6 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
6 a.m. Central Time. They've been paying all day so far.
So bear flag. All right, we see the down move, then we kind of see the channels, right? And then we'll see another move down, right? Show me 1, 2, 3. Yep.
We're forming the third one right now. We just broke through the lower flag line in gold. Approaching 37.49.70. That was a target earlier. 37.49.70 is yesterday's low. And then 37.44. Coach J called 37.40 this morning. Last week's high. That could be our... I'll discuss it with Hoag, but we should have an exit strategy around somewhere around 37.40, I think.
40s. Okay, 37.40s. Got just about $15 to the downside. HD visuals in the chat. First day here. This is an awesome resource. Really appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Let's get ready to rock and roll. HD visuals. Click subscribe if you be. Click like. Click bell in the upper right hand corner if you be so kind. HD. But welcome aboard. Welcome to TopstepTV. We got D in the house. We got Mandy in the house. JD. well. Hoag will be back here in a couple, but markets are rocking right now, HD, so stay locked in. We're all in this together. Gold might be making another move to the downside. I thought we were going to go try to fill the gap. We did it in the NASDAQ, not quite in the ES. Mandy, be a little bit more selective for the next trade. I think that's wise.
And I didn't enter those shorts because we didn't hold below on a candle close below those 612s, which I'm glad because we're just been chopping around here. The only reason I would say we would go short would be because we were below the 612s and I can see a rotation back down. But so my sentiment isn't that we're going to go short yet because there's not an if then. We're not below a candle close on 612s. And look, we're just rotating. We could rotate higher now here. Let's see. So 50s is going to be a nice little push here. 650s is what I'm thinking if we can hold above 35s, which I think will be really easy to do.
Last trade, 24,645. 50s incoming. ES trades 66.70. Might be looking at target to 66.74 to 66.78. Definitely within sight right now.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little rangy right now in equities. Just a little bit.
Little breather for the next push higher. Got that treasure map.
Building up.
Treasure map happened.
The treasure map.
Incredible. At the Michael Patag treasure map. Oh, man. We got top of the hour here in about 15 minutes. Gold might be looking to make another push lower. All right, while these markets breathe, copper also hanging out right now. Let's catch you up on some of the news from earlier today. This one not so great, but this is an interesting little clip of the cost of the American dream is a nightmare, they say. It's a nightmare? Tell me more. Look at this.
Affording the American dream is getting more expensive, according to a new analysis from Investopedia.
Everyone has a different price tag on their American dream, but when we looked at what people want, the wants that people have, not the needs, it totals to more than $5 million.
Investopedia's Caleb Silver says they looked at 8 pillars of the classic American middle-class aspiration: retirement, owning a home, raising 2 children and paying for college, healthcare, buying a new car, yearly vacations, owning pets, and paying for a wedding.
Every component of the American dream has risen in price, not just over the past year, but really over the past 25 years.
Silver says several of these components have outpaced inflation. And while many Americans pursue some version of this life, the economic reality is it's getting harder to achieve it.
If you earn the median income throughout the course of your working life, we're talking about 40 years, from 25 to 65, you'll earn around $2.8 million or so. But if the dream costs $5 million plus and rising, you have to fill that gap somehow.
But Silver says don't focus on the $5 million price tag. Figure out what your American dream is and the amount needed to make that a reality.
It becomes a lot easier once you know what the number is, and then you can devote your time and your energy to both working, earning an income, and then investing your money so you can make that catch-up contribution so you can achieve the dream that you want to live.
In Washington, Michael Yoshida.
D, you're in the UK. What's the cost of your American dream? How much does your American dream cost?
Don't know if we have that.
I'm kidding. They say, what is the cost of your
Ask the
American
British people, what is the cost of your American dream? And they're going to be like, F off me.
I'm impressed by the $181,000 on vacations for a year. I mean, where the heck are they going?
I want a vacation with them.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, right.
Spain, France, anywhere that's warm if you're from around here.
Private jets.
Sounds
Yachts.
Precision X in the chat caught the 900K car too. That gave me a chortle. 900 grand for cars. I think some of those stats were a little off.
That's the American dream, huh? What it used to be, white picket fence, golden retriever, and 2.5 kids. Isn't that what it used to be, or something like that? Hoag?
2.3 children. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Now it's a
Yeah.
900.
And a half a dog.
Yeah. Oh, half a dog. I got
Yeah,
you.
I want to know. I want to know how that works. 2.3 children. I always found that
There's one in
statistic
every
very funny.
family.
Yeah.
The third.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a third of a child. Yeah, not really a full human.
JD. All right, Hoag's back. JD, what? You're gonna talk to him about perhaps some downside targets in gold, I believe, or was it crude? You want to talk about perhaps another leg lower.
Let's talk about both.
Let's do it.
Let's talk
Some
about
trades
both.
coming.
I'll pull up the gold. Looked like we were poised for another leg lower in gold, but it kind of petered out. We're just kind of listing sideways right now.
So where's the stop for this now?
We got the CYA up at 37.7720. So we still got some room to breathe on this.
Do you want to move that down to the top of the last bull flag, or bear flag, I should say?
Just above settlement, you mean? We got settlement price 37.6810. Okay.
Yeah, just above settlement.
I'm long.
You got the 200 session moving average right below that on the 30-minute chart, which was just resistant on the last 30-minute bar.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that. I mean, there's a weak low at the low here. There's no excess on that. I'm looking for the market to sweep below that. I do like 37.46 to 44 for an eventual, out or target for this if we get down there.
I got you.
And then in crude, we are looking at some conflicting information on both ends of the range today. We know that the opening range remains the dead ass high of the day. All right, that's good. We also have a failed downside auction up against a support level.
Okay.
Mandy, you're long.
So
yeah, I noticed that too.
I
Sakura, I noticed that too in the chat. Mandy sounded like she was in pain to take stage. She's long. I'm long. Mandy sounded like
Yeah.
I noticed that.
It was
What price?
8-point scalp. It was right at 41, and I was at 51. So I guess 10 points. Another like 200-300 points, or $200 to $300. I was looking for that target at 52.25. So when we were holding above those 30s on that candle close, that is where I entered. And we're just kind of hesitating again here. We might want to make another rotation up. But yeah, a little hesitation, and that worked for me for scalping, getting in and out again. 10 points. That's all I need.
Nice.
What's the P&L at now?
So yeah, worst case, P&L 2209. Worst case scenario, what did I say I was at? A $500 loss. So worst case scenario on the day would be 1700.
It's a great day.
Not bad.
Okay,
I'll take it.
Little. All right. Is this gold? JD, pull up that gold chart. Pull up that gold chart and go full screen. Look at that bear flag. We said we might see another bear flag. This is number 3 playing out. It looks like this thing might play out here. Trading 37.55 now 54 is about this thing.
We're approaching the lows again, so we have adjusted our risk too. Our new CYA is up at 37.6920, just above settlement price from yesterday. 37.5560 last trade. See if we can bust through and make a new low here. ES has gone range. ES has gone range bound 66.65 to 66.70 basically for the last half hour.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this crude
oil. Were you
oil.
saying, D?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so crude oil, for me, this looks still quite bearish. I wouldn't really trust this failed auction because it effectively rejected. Let me change one of these. It rejected the value area, tried to go lower, and it just retested an HVL level, which means it's now quite potentially flipped into a gamma negative territory. And that usually means we're going to start bleeding through some levels past 64. But it has to hold above 64, below 64.25. If that's going to play out.
64.25. Okay.
Yeah. So if we survive the euro close and it doesn't manage to close above 64.25, there's still some shorts in crude.
Into beneath 64s, beneath 60. Do you have a downside target there, D? Beneath 64. Obviously, we got to stay
I have
beneath.
I have a target at 63.75 to the
75s?
downside. Mm-hmm.
Right. House account still short 5. Wait, we bought one for the break, Hoag, so we're only short 4 now.
No, we did not get filled on the one. I put a one lot bid on the bid, and it ran away from us. It looked at us and went, yeah.
That's not so fast. It looks like we got the range right now in the ES and the NASDAQ. Like JD said, fill the gap in the NASDAQ. Haven't quite gotten there yet in the ES. Gold looked like it was going to take another push to the downside. S. Jackson in the chat asked, Mandy, can you please explain your strategy?
Yeah.
Explain your strategy.
I really like 3-minute candle closes. That's usually a good entry for me. I would look for holding above multiple touch points. So that would be any of my gray lines on a 15-minute. Going back days, a week or two. And then also holding above. Well, I love my EMA and moving average cross. So usually when green pops on top, we usually see a decent move for longs. When yellow pops on top, that is a good indicator for shorts usually. So my moving average is yellow, my EMA is green. And then I love momentum. I love the volatility. Target points would usually be anywhere from 7 to 15 points on average, usually aiming for a next support or resistance level or a VWAP moving average, just whatever's in close proximity from where I'm entering. So I don't know. It also takes a lot of screen time to know how NQ moves.
100%.
To be able to get that intuition to know when specifically to enter, I would say. And I would say just having my ear into the markets on watching TopstepTV. I've just put in the reps or the minutes of watching NQ and how it moves very consistently over the last year and a half. We're talking multiple hours a day watching how it moves. So I feel like a lot of intuition works as well, but that's kind of a base of my strat.
Screen time. Screen time. All right, top of the hour in 5 minutes. Coming in here. Market's taking a bit of a breather. Take a look at that copper. Yep, still right around point of entry there in D's trade. Get back in.
It should start moving in about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And will we see that in this copper, in the metals, right? Going into London close, we're trading around the lows here, looking for some profit taking going into the next half hour or so. Does that kind of give you some conviction to the upside, or for these longs, I should say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still on a neutral day. There's still no single prints that are trending. So we have access on both sides. Actually, access to the downside has been taken out. So yeah, there's still a pretty good chance that this just rotates higher. But the time of day has to be right, In hindsight, I should have waited closer. But it's a bit boring if I'm going to go in fast markets and just go, D, are you going to trade? No. D, are you going to trade? No.
Sorry.
D, any
Sorry,
trades? Nope.
D. You know, I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. That's
Sorry.
why I'm trading small, so it's fine.
Yeah, thoughts on screen time though, D? You've been doing this for quite some time. Thoughts on screen time? Is there anything that can replace screen time in terms of learning the personalities of different markets? You trade a lot of different markets. Is there anything that can replace it?
So you have to know how the trades move, how you feel while living through the trade. You can't replace that. You can do all the back tests that you want, but a back test can only go so far. For me, a back test is just something to test the general strategy to see whether the levels work with any sort of confidence at all. And then from there on out, it's up to the human. Now, I have been doing the API, Topstep API, so I am working on a bot that is, I have about 5 different ones that I'm working on. So the main ones look at the overnight highs and lows, and then bank on false breakouts that have some volume developments around them before the reversal happens. I'm still ironing things out, and I thought I had it all. I've only been working on it for like barely a month. I thought I had it all like last Friday, and then yesterday I let it run on the combine still. But unfortunately, then it started throwing out prices of 0, and I was like, how does that work? I was like, what's going on here? So I had to go and dig through the code to see why it wasn't validating the prices to be over 0. So then I had to add that piece of code. So yeah, it's something that I do outside of Topstep. So I do have an entire software development company where we do mechanical algorithms. And I want to transfer some of that into Topstep. But obviously, this is just me, so I can't, drag my, entire team to go, hey, can you work on my prop accounts for free? So that's going to be me. And I haven't actively coded probably in about 3.5 years. So it was a little bit tricky getting back into it because I was like staring at the code and going, what does this do? Did I write this? Oh, yeah.
Little rust.
Okay, yeah. And then you slowly start to get back into it. So, yeah.
I want to ask you about that, D. When you, speaking of APIs, we do have an API session later today, 1 p.m. Central with Coach Robert and Andy. So make sure you stay tuned in for that. But I'm fascinated by this. My dream is to have API and algo trader come on and run profitable strategies. It's my absolute dream. But when you see that numbers are spitting out 0, you see, my dad was a coder back then. He said garbage in, garbage out. That's a term that the coders use. Like when you see that, how long does it take you to figure out or find or sift through the data lines of code to say, hey, this is where I screwed up, for lack of a better phrase?
Well, not long because you have methods. So usually what I do, I like to log stuff to see whether what's happening with the strategy, where we're at, did the order fill, did it not fill? So if you don't have good logs, then it's going to be very difficult to see whether it's the breakout flag that malfunctioned or whether maybe it's something to do with the way you've called the prices from the API connection. There's like so many things that can go wrong. But the issue with trading bots is that you are working via an API. So until you actually start plugging things into the actual back end, you don't know what the bot is really going to print. And I actually had a horrible bug that I kind of caused myself because I had a typo. There's this thing called the linked order ID. And instead of ID, I actually put in LD. And you can't really see that because they look, ID, LD. So I do use AI to kind of catch some of my own typos, and it caught it, so it made me feel really dumb. And I was like, yes, great, thanks.
Aw. Well,
I was like, why isn't this working?
It's amazing. Well, shout out to Ivo M in the chat. LOI, I love non-coders talking shop. It is so cute. Yes, Ivo, I am trying here. I'm trying here, Ivo. I know, but stay tuned for the API session. I appreciate you thinking it's cute. Yeah, always down to learn and learn more about it. I mean, yeah, I'm not a
But
coder.
hey, that's the future, right? So
Oh,
I think
100%.
everybody at some point is going to have to learn some coding. I'm a nerd, so I have been coding kind of like an amateur because I've never actually worked as a coder, but I started coding as soon as kind of HTML came out, which was what, 1996. And then when I needed something for finance purposes, I decided to learn how to do Python. And this was like 10 years ago now. Because I wanted to understand,
Amazing.
and I can understand quite a lot, but let's just say I know my place in the world. Because I've seen how real coders do stuff. They're very pedantic, everything's super tidy and everything. I can't do that. My code is just so messy. And if I look at it, I know where things are, but I wouldn't dream to actually give somebody my code and go, there you go. You try and figure out what I was trying to say with that. I mean, I'm not that bad, but I'm not up to a certain standard, let's put it that way. So I would never call myself like a professional coder, but I'm good enough when it comes to utilities. I understand the execution flow, I understand what different methods should be doing and how to achieve that without going too deep into the nerd land over here.
I love it.
Otherwise, we're going to lose people.
I like
But yeah,
the
so
short.
far it's going,
Mandy.
yeah.
Mandy's
Hello,
in.
Mandy.
Mandy, what price did you get?
Yeah, I'm
You
in.
got 12s. What'd you get?
Right
12s?
here, right now. We're on 10s. It might.
I love it, D.
Sorry, D. It might take a minute, but we'll see.
Okay,
Oh, that's
very good. Top of the hour. It's come and gone. 27 minutes till the London close. I love that, D. It's
See,
it's
something
definitely
I
the future.
can't do. Coding
The
is not
future.
my thing. Like, too much brain stuff for me. I admire any women in the STEM world or anybody for that matter. It's things I can't do, and I know my place. It's not there. So that's great.
But are you a nurse? Are you a nurse? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah,
or-
hygienist. Yeah, so healthcare. So give
Yeah.
me patients and spit and blood and
See, I can't do
and
that.
stuff like that.
So
Yeah, exactly.
like touching other people, it's like ew.
Yeah. No, I like
Mandy?
spit. It's
This is
fun.
where the nerd D comes out.
Mandy, have you ever been
Yeah.
working with a patient and watching a trade of yours at the same time? Be honest.
Ooh, danger.
That's
Oh.
a yes. That's a yes. You don't have to answer it. That's a yes. Last trade, 24,011 in the NASDAQ. Don't say anything. 66.61 last trade in the ES. We're going to keep an eye, a little pop here in Crude. We're going to keep an eye on this last 25 minutes. It coming into the Euro close. What happened there in Crude? Crude 64.34.
Andre, I did actually buy one for the break, but it's not working.
Well, which mark? Oh,
Then Crude.
In Crude?
Short 4.
Where are we at now?
Yeah. We
Where
are
is
short
the
4.
Crude?
Realized up 12. We're up 28 unrealized. Short from 64.41. I have trimmed the stop a little bit, just to the other side of the opening range. It was pretty far away, but losing confidence in this trade, but it's still valid from an opening range. We also have a failed downside auction, so we were just talking about the kind of dissonance that's creating in traders right now. We do have a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ, however, up against the low from yesterday, the gap fill. I mean, it doesn't bother me to just get out of this trade. I don't think it's going to do much, but what do you think, JD?
I got tagged out.
Stopped up. Yeah, I'm looking at this Crude also right now. It's kind of gone sideways. I wouldn't say I've lost confidence in the trade, but we're just not making any moves right now. We're at the top of this range that we've been in for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, it's I think that the main nuance that has me thinking about cutting it is the fact that we do have, a buying tail below the initial balance or a failed downside auction up against a support level, that weekly kickoff $64 level.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you say you adjusted the risk to? Where's the CYA at now?
I've got it at 64.66.
64.66.
I mean, it's $100 worth of risk.
Yeah. I'd say let's see if we get back to the bottom of this range. Maybe peel one off there.
Such a good
Kind of
read.
balance out.
What was that? D was talking about that 64.25 level in crude, or about 5 cents higher. But I know D wanted to see us stay beneath there for more downside.
Into the euro close.
Into the euro close. All right, so
the euro
we are
close?
seeing some.
Yes.
Yeah, we got that short, Mandy. Man, what should have picked up, man.
Yeah.
It's
I
okay.
accidentally did 2 contracts and I didn't have enough wiggle room, so I cut it short. But yeah, it rotated. I should have only been in 1 contract based off of how much of my trailing I had left, but I accidentally hit 2 cons. So I'm down 200, so I think I have 300 to go still, but I'm at 2,058. But the shorts were a great read. I mean, we went 20 points plus, or what, 30, 25 points?
Still pushing here.
Mhm.
Yeah, about 20. Pushing lower here. 24,590. It's finally broke beneath that range. 66.55 last trade in the ES. We're down about 14 points in the ES in the last 9 minutes, 8 minutes or so. More something
moving.
coming in here. Yeah, it is. Woke back up. Markets are rocking. What a week. What a week we've seen. We got the got copper starting to push higher here. Got that London close play. Look at the tilt. Nothing really cooking on the tilt, but right now sellers pushing equities lower. About 22 minutes to the London close. Let's see if I want to keep pushing.
I was
this
seriously
thing.
considering getting long into the gap fill in the ES. I'm glad I didn't do it.
I
We went
know.
range bound here for
I know.
better part of an hour. So I was thinking about taking
No,
along
what-
at the lower end of that range into the
Same
gap
thing,
fill.
JD. Well, the same
What
thing.
doesn't happen is as important as what does. We weren't able to close that gap. We're still looking for shorts. And
Wait,
we had
hold,
the
we
failed
closed the
upside
gap and-
auction. Yeah.
gap, sorry.
And we've got a
Close the
failed
gap
upside
on NASDAQ.
auction, and we're rejecting the range from yesterday in the NASDAQ. So we're still looking for shorts.
Okay. JD, I was with you. I'm like, shoot, NASDAQ did it. ES is just hanging out up here. I was thinking the same thing.
Yep.
But, good no trade, right? Good no trade. And what is going on?
trade.
Crude pushing higher here. 64.37 last trade.
Gold's run out of gas too. Gold has gone sideways on us.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time of day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're going to get a wobble into the euro close.
You say
And
wobble.
then suddenly gold
You-
goes,
a wobble.
the opposite
Yeah,
direction. Just goes,
Obs-
boo! and,
Oh,
and suddenly your trade is gone. And you're like, what happened? It's like, what happened? It's the euro close or settlement for NYMEX or gold. That happens there too. It's kind of like the MOC equivalent for the
exactly.
European markets.
Yeah. Where we put it.
All right.
That's great.
Crude waking up, copper waking up to the upside. Gold, they held those 37.50s, low of gold, 37.51. Right now, we got a little downside pressure in equities. Finding a bit of a base here. 24,600 last trade in the NASDAQ. 66.56 last trade in ES. We got D long 2 micro copper right now. Looking pretty good. To house account, short gold, short crude. All right. Oh, wow, buyers just stepped back in. What? Markets are rocking. What a fast market this has been. We got D, we got Mandy, we got Hoag, we got JD in the house. Please click subscribe.
We got Andre.
I'm along for the ride. I'm just along for the ride. Markets are rocking. So this is why this job is the absolute best. When the markets are rocking, we're pushing higher here. 24,630. Man,
A hold
Mandy.
above 625s in 30 seconds would indicate a long for me. I would probably enter one contract.
Look at this.
There's a
It might
decent
go
little
without
dip and
me.
rip there in
If we're-
equities. Yeah.
There was.
Yeah.
Mm.
If we go way past these
What happened to
25s,
Crude?
then it would be
Crude.
hands off for me. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, well, I was right. Crude on the move here. Crude about 40, now 50, I call it 40 cents or so. Last couple minutes, 64.52 last trade. A dip and rip indeed in those equities, JD. We're looking at a 50-point turnaround, 50-point rip to the upside here in the NQ. Just bottomed out at 582s. We're now trading 630s. Oh, we got. Is there volume behind? Yeah, is there volume behind all this, or is it thin?
No.
There is no volume. Okay.
Thin. Yeah.
Ooh, Andre, you see VWAP George in the chat? Remember that
No.
trade setup he was talking about yesterday when we were on with him together?
Did you take it?
He took it. He's in the
Good
chat. He's
job.
long from 24,593. That 25% of the initial balance.
Hell yes.
Wow.
Great
And
job.
VWAP from the swing low.
George.
Give some love to
Oh.
VWAP George. Great job.
All roads.
Conviction. All roads.
Yeah. Looking for a window, James, but we're rocking right now. Okay, cool. We're pushing 24,000.
Back inside that range in the ES.
Right back into it. Now we fill the gap, JD. Watch this.
Now we
no AV trading. We
Gotta
got
swipe.
17 minutes. 17 minutes.
Gotta swipe you out first.
Yep, of course.
Exactly.
Crude-
Yeah, they gotta. The market has a natural tendency to do whatever screws the most people. So they didn't want anybody going along for that ride. I'm sure there were thousands of people out there looking at that little 5-minute range, trying to get in at the low to take it for a ride to fill that gap. They just wiped them out.
Shook them off like fleas.
Yep,
Shook
pulled
them off
hair
the
out.
stick. Yeah.
What a pop there in Crude, Mandy shorts. I mean, I would just turns around when you see that type of price action, Mandy. Do you take a step back and reassess? Or you say, "Oh shoot, we're moving higher. Let's get back on this and ride this wave." What do you when you see that in the NASDAQ? That was looked like we were pushing to the downside and then just rips higher.
I
Obviously,
actually was expecting it to just come tap either at my support line or VWAP. They were relatively close. It kind of did the same. It wicked and candled. Once I saw the bounce, I was like, anything can happen. I don't like to do that initial like rotation, even though I totally read that it was probably going to do this. I knew there should probably have been some hesitation at VWAP, and we reversed, so that's great. But I don't try to catch it. I have to watch for confirmation. For me, that's a 3-minute. It can go without me, and that's okay. And that's where I was okay here on that last candle. I said I want it to hold above 628 on a candle close for us to see a continuation to go higher. It went well above that here at 38. So that's 10 points. That's an average trade for me. And so I would be late to the party at that point. So I was okay not entering. But I mean, we did go another, 12 points past that. I'm okay. I don't want to be chasing things. That's where you can get chopped up. But just respecting a lot of these moving averages or, VWAP, that's kind of where I go. And if we can have confirmation with a candle close relatively close to those, that's usually where I can see rotations happen, whether that's short or long. I feel like I can read that pretty well based off of where the 3-minute has just been pretty consistent for me. It hasn't, I feel like 5-minute has burned me too many times, but the 3-minute has been very consistent on my reads. And so that's why I've stuck with 3 minutes.
Well, Crude's looking to go from the low of day to high of day as we speak.
Gold's coming for us too.
Yeah, it is. What a turn.
Gold is traded back to settlement price.
What has to do with the London close? London close about 14 minutes. On the up top of the range here in the NASDAQ, right around 24,650, give or take. Right back into value, right back into range. Hoag, you said there's
flat.
All right.
The power of the failed auction of the downside against support was what won in crude oil. Down $98.
There goes gold too. We got some more Fed speakers. Yes. Who else we got? Hoop. Saw some more Fed speaker. Bowman's I've seen concluded. We have who else? Fed speaker. Oh, we got Barr speaking at high noon. We have a 7-year auction at high noon Central Time. We got Logan speaking at 12:40. We have Daly speaking at 2:30 p.m. Central. We got Costco earnings. We have Trump to sign executive orders this afternoon. We got a lot. We've got a lot going on here. Stay locked in to TopstepTV. Head on a swivel. We're the trading buddies. We'll keep you posted throughout. Okay,
I'm going to enter long. If we hold above
Let's
these 652s, this is where we have been hesitating. This is a multiple 15-minute touch point for me. I need 20 seconds for the candle to hold above it. If it shoots up to 65, I'm not in it. It's already taken the move without me. But I'm just going to enter one contract. I think I only have $300 to work with my trailing profit target. So, but yeah, so we're below the 652 line. So that would be no entry for long. Is it an entry for short? No, because we can just continue up. I would have missed the move. That's okay. It doesn't follow my rules. But for that reason, again, I'm not in and we're already down 10 points. So hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity into how my strategy works.
Did you take
that makes sense.
The long? Are you in? Or
I did not because we did not have the candle close, the 3-minute candle close above 652.
Very good. Okay. We got 12 minutes. This has been fast and furious. We got 12 minutes till the London close. Gold grinding higher here. Gold up about $17 off the lows. Last trade 37.68. We got crude pushing higher here. Last trade $64.65. We got ES trading 66.63. NASDAQ trading 24,639. All right. We did mention the API session. D's talking about the API. We got API sessions here on TopstepTV. I'm not going to tell you about it. My man James Harden, he brings in the volatility. James, come on in. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. What do we got on tap for today?
Hey, everybody. Yes, happy Thursday. And it being Thursday means that there's still time for you to sign up for the TopstepTV guide if you're not already getting it. Now, you may be wondering, what do I get with a TopstepTV guide? Well, dear viewer, I'm here to tell you that you're going to get insights into the entire next week's lineup of TopstepTV. You're going to see who's on it, when. You're going to see we got economic numbers in there that you need to know about. You got giveaway notifications if we have any, clips, highlights, best of. You can find it all in the TopstepTV guide. If you aren't already getting it, what are you doing? We're going to drop the link in chat. Go ahead and sign up. It's going to come fresh and hot to your inbox every Monday morning. So it being Thursday, you can still get it. The TopstepTV guide delivered straight to your inbox. If you're not already getting it, get it. Also, later today at noon, group coaching with Hoag is back. That's right. Hoag, JD, and Hoop, they're all going to sit down and answer your questions live here on TopstepTV. If you want to know how to get a question answered by these three geniuses, well, we're going to drop another link in chat. Go ahead and fill it out and get your question submitted. Then tune back in here today at 12 p.m. for group coaching with Hoag to see if your question is read live on air and answered by our experts. It's one of our favorite segments, and we hope you're enjoying it. Group coaching with Hoag today at 12 p.m. Central. And I don't have a graphic for this, but like Andre teased, today at 1 p.m., we do have an API session. API sessions are coming back. Robert and Andy A are here to show you how they put the code to work in their trading combines and express funded accounts. That's all I got for now. That's at 1 p.m. We'll see you a little bit later, Andre.
Yeah, a lot more in store here. We got 9 minutes till London close. All right, D, we're approaching it. Now we can really start talking about if-thens. What were, if anything? We saw the move in crude, right?
Yeah.
Anything that you have your eye on as we approach the bottom of the hour? Anything perhaps to play out?
Well, gold seems to have now reclaimed the overnight range. So
preempted
Let me
it.
just see where gold options levels are.
We did just
Alright,
get
so
tagged out on our gold trade too. We are stopped out
Eh,
flat, up $300 on that trade.
all right, it's not
Okay.
bad. Yes, we have GEX2,
That was a
which
good
is
trade.
a pretty strong gamma exposure level. It was a good trade, yeah. So, you know, we're not always going to have just days when gold keeps going down, down, and down, or up, up, and up. You know, I wish it was that simple, right? But yeah, so it was a good trade. Can it continue? It can. It's trying to reclaim VWAP. And with gold reclaiming the overnight range and VWAP, once the euro close is done, we're going to know whether it wants to make a run for the 3775, which is where GEX2 level is. And if it reclaims that, there is a chance that we go all the way up to 3780 on gold as well. So basically more of a range bound situation. How did Dolby put it once? Violently range bound. And that's kind of how I would describe this situation. And hopefully it pulls copper with it, because there is a correlation between them. It's not exactly by a factor of 1, but it is 0.85, so it's pretty close today.
So we might see that play out. What a turnaround in crude. Crude 14 cents off the highs. Crude up, I call it 50 cents, 60 cents in the last 20 minutes. No trades right now. So we're flat. Hoag, JD, we're flat. In house.
Flat as a pancake.
That is
Flat as a
correct.
pancake.
Yep.
Very good.
House is flat.
Okay.
Let's switch back over to the ES.
Very
What are we
good.
doing
I
now?
just want to crack the Kate Moss.
I knew
joke.
it. I was thinking about it, D. I was thinking about it. I didn't say it. I knew it was coming. Would you like to say it, D? You can say. I mean,
And let's do it. Yeah. So house account flatter than Kate Moss's chest.
there you go. There you go. Thank you, D. Yep, I knew it was coming. I didn't want to say anything, but there you go, D. Mandy's smiling. She approves of the joke. Let's see if gold or crude can keep pushing here higher. We are flat now. D is long in copper right now from 476.80. Couple ticks in the money. What's your upside target on this trade, D?
So I have a couple of areas. The first area is just VWAP to see whether they manage to go over that, and that's a part of more of the ODA loop. If we manage to go above VWAP, I then have 83 as the next area, because that's where the previous call resistance was from the options chain. But in general, if it kind of keeps creeping up, it can actually creep up to 75% through the overnight range. That would put us closer to 488. But you know, I would be actually pretty happy with 487. And actually, any of those targets will be okay. But yeah, so it just depends how we behave as it starts going up. But this is a trade that at this time of the day could now take a few hours. So yeah.
Being patient here. Being patient. Two different trading styles, Mandy and D. Two different trading styles. Both can be successful and profitable. Different personalities, the different markets, and different risk reward, different win batting averages. Mike, let's talk win percentage, right? Just keeping the math on your side. Name of the game.
Although to be fair, I do deserve a grasshopper hat today.
What's a grasshopper? Why grasshopper today? Why have you been a grasshopper?
It's basically grasshoppering in and out of trades, and I catch myself doing that a lot on fast markets, because I'm like, well, I'm not just going to sit there and not trade until like 4 p.m., which is half an hour before the euro close, and then I try to get into trades ahead of time, and that's when I usually like to call myself a grasshopper, because I'm basically hopping in and out of trades, and I shouldn't be. And then I get the grasshopper hat, which is always here. It's behind my screen, so let me go get it.
Okay, very good. Oh, wow. She is, wow. That is full accountability right there. That is full accountability here. There we go. Look at this.
And look at that. There it is.
Shot that, please.
Yes.
Yes, big eyes.
Around. Love it. Market to market, trade to trade.
I love it, D. I
It's so
love
good,
it.
D, head coach of the Chameleonaires, VIP team, season 3. D, well, how is it going? Are any of your teammates or any grasshoppers there? Do you have to call them out for being grasshoppers as well as head coach of the Chameleonaires? D,
You know, at this point, I think they call themselves out. This grasshopper hat doesn't go over my headphones, so unfortunately, I'm gonna have to abandon this idea. Yeah, at this point, I think they know what I aim for. They've all made a huge effort to reduce the amount of trading that they do. Everybody's locking out their risk settings every day, so I'm very proud of them to see that change. And I think we're doing okay. Obviously, there will be a few mess ups. This is also an experimentation phase for many of them as they find out some different concepts. Like I introduced them to the time of day concept. I introduced them to some of the ways that I'm looking at the market and the auction process. And I think they're starting to take that on. But in my experience, sometimes some people are a little bit resistant to change, and they gotta keep trying it their way. And then if the last season is anything to go by, they come to about 2.5 months into the VIP, and then they start doing the right thing. So if anything, I wish that the VIP is a bit longer so that we can get over that 2.5 month hump and then have some time to work with them more, maybe kind of extend it to 4 months. Okay. That would be nice. But yeah, so I think it's going pretty well.
Okay, yeah.
Someone is typing ferociously.
It is. That's good stuff. Crude not done. 10-year price is selling off. Yields going up. 10-year trading on the lows here. We got London close in 60 seconds. 60 seconds. And we just went from lows to highs.
We have a candle close, below VWAP on the 3-minute. That would signal me short. So we're about a minute out. Sorry, Dre.
No, absolutely. Trade first. Oh, always. Please. Look at crude. We went from lows to highs in the last 29 minutes. I know D's looking at that.
$64 support.
That range is nothing. And new highs. New highs just printed in crude. We're coming to London close in about 45 seconds. We'll see if anything does. 10 years continue to get sold here. Prices. So yields are going up. Yields are going up. Is they going to put pressure on gold? Is they going to put pressure on gold? Dollar is getting stronger.
We are seeing some selling in gold right now. Man, we got top ticked on that stop too. Our exit.
Dang it.
That's aggravating.
London close 15 seconds. Dollar gets stronger. Gold goes down. Stocks go down. I'm trying to, All right, dude. Let's get this London close here out of the way. Nice pump in.
Shorts are not happening for me.
Okay. We see more selling. Yeah, gold trading 37.60. All right, so these next 30 minutes, D, with the LME, right? So what this is essentially, if you saw about the time of day, right? This is that time of day where we could potentially see profit taking called a wobble. With anything, I don't see anything developing just yet, but something. When you're not on, but something I can always keep in mind that, hey, this 30-minute window does what, D? Sometimes looking for what in this 30-minute window?
It depends on the context of the day. So it's not just, it's always going to reverse. Because if you have something that has been trending lower, the likelihood is that the London close is actually going to maybe just give it a bit of a pullback and then it continues. But if you are in more of a neutral day type situation, like I think copper is, then the London close begins the reversal, and then London Metal Exchange can continue that reversal. And then you can see some slow trickling through the lunch hour in Chicago. And then after that, you typically have settlement and everything dies. So that's how metals behave. Equities typically have a wobble, as in like maybe you'll see a temporary short if we've been going long, but generally the euro wobble is not something to hold a short in equities until the cows come home. You usually have to just look at it as a scalp and then an opportunity to get back in on the trend. But that's like very specific for equities.
Sure.
For crude oil, it's Thursday, so I mean, I do have another level. There's a gamma wall up at 65. And if we look at the profile, right now we do have some single prints that were left behind upon the extension back the other way. On Thursdays, crude oil tends to trend more because you have these bi-weekly crude oil options that are happening now since last year, July. So this could keep going until half an hour before settlement of NYMEX, which is much, much later. But the euro close, you can see it on crude oil.
Right.
This is how violent it can get. So we did not much before then.
Sure didn't.
And everybody's thinking shorts, right? We're short. And then you get literally to 4 p.m., which is half an hour before euro close in my time. Whoosh.
Whoosh, indeed. They got caught.
Yes.
Good stuff, D. Bringing it. Start of Euro trade, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll talk about that here in a little, just after this. But Hoag, we saw a lot of price action today. So you got a lot to recap here in about 30 minutes. So Hoag, you got your work cut off. Go prep here. Yeah, Mandy. Hoag.
That's all right.
Bounce.
That's all right. Mandy D, you got a big fan in me. GD, Andre, great to see you, everybody. We'll see you in a few minutes for the morning recap. Trade well, everyone.
Good stuff,
Hoag.
Hoag.
Good to see you, Hoag.
See Hoag in morning recap. We'll see Hoag in group coaching on that form pinned to the top of the chat. Okay, we got about 25 minutes. D, Euro trade, 3:30 a.m. Central Time here on TopstepTV. For those that want to check it out, what can they expect when they come check out D, the Millionaires in the Euro trade at 3:30 a.m.?
Well, the first thing is that it's not going to be called Euro trade anymore, and it's not going to be at 3:30 a.m. anymore.
I was
so
setting
we
you.
are having a bit
aware.
of a rebrand. Yes, you were setting me up, were you?
Yep. Please tell us. Please tell us about the upcoming changes.
Yeah. So we are moving the whole show to be closer to the LME Open, which is kind of the prime time when I usually look for my first trade of the day. And the LME Open happens at 5:40 a.m. Central. My show is going to be starting from Monday at 5 a.m. instead of 3:30. So that's going to be a lot more sane for what we're trying to do with metals. We're also doing a rebrand, so the whole show is going to be called Metal Markets with D. And you might hear one of my rock songs as an intro tune from back in the day.
It's a banger.
And I quite like the metal markets because it has a bit of a rock and roll kind of ring to it, right? So yeah, Metal Markets with D is going to run from 5 a.m. Central, Monday through Thursday.
Very good. I heard the song. It's
Yeah?
you, and it's an absolute banger.
It's me?
Yes, it is. It's
Guitars and
it's
vocal.
headbang. I was bobbing my head. When I heard it for the first time. It was pretty
Very
pretty
good to hear that. Thank you.
I
I
like that.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Pushing higher here in Crude. What a turnaround in Crude, man. You gotta get that one.
Yeah. You're close.
See, back in the ranges here. Back in the ranges in the NQ upper end. Look at that 5 minute JD. Look at the 5 minute in the NQ upper end.
All right.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm going to go long
What'd you do?
in 20 seconds if we have a candle close.
On the 3, you're gonna go long. Oh, you're gonna be playing the breakout then, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Oh wow. Look at this.
We're below it here. We'll see what happens. 7 seconds.
Okay.
Might
All right, here
be
we
too
go.
questionable, like too close to the 52.
What up,
Yep.
Dakota?
Invalidated.
No
trade.
There. No trade. Trade off. Crude not done. JD, if you look at that 5 minute, take a look at the 5 minute in the NASDAQ here.
In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, hit me with some upper end and lower end of the range. We've kind of been here. So Mandy said I'm going to take the long.
Yep.
So, ooh, okay, what's she seeing here? If it's invalidated, no trade.
Highlight it for you. Here's your range. Call the upper end 24,657. Call the lower end 24,585. It's your 5-minute range going back to roughly 9 o'clock, 9:30 Central Time.
Stuff. Yep. Good stuff. JD. ES with that dip and rip. Trade 66.66. Haven't seen much side. What a turnaround in crude. Crude
yes, right back inside that range again.
Like what is that range? What is the range?
That was the range from earlier when we after our early morning rip off this double bottom, we consolidated for the better part of an hour. This is a 3-minute chart I'm looking at. We had a high of around 66.71, low of around 66.64. That was your range. We were just flip-flopping inside there for a while. And then a couple of little breakouts. It looked like we were going to see some more weakness. And then here we are, sitting right back in the middle of that range from earlier.
Incredible. What a morning. What a morning.
Really?
And we are not done at all. Will we see the breakout? I know Mandy's got her eye on the NASDAQ for right now. Ooh. Mandy. Let's see if we get that breakout. So again, we're still looking for that gap close in the ES. We're about 10, 12 points away from that right now. Okay. Volatility's kind of stalled out in some of these markets, but no better way to get that volatility back and pump, and then bring in my man James. James, come on in. You gonna hit us with some news? Oh yeah, here we go.
Hello, truthers. Welcome to the only news that matters. I know you've all missed it. The markets have been really taking the show the past couple days, and when the markets take the show, I stay in the back seat. But it's okay. I get my Trolls iPad, and I get to watch Family Guy reruns on it. So they keep me satiated back here. But let's talk about the things that happened this week. Here's a weird one. You would think it's the plot of a National Treasure movie, but a woman is being sentenced for trying to steal Graceland. Graceland, the estate of Elvis Presley. How would one go about stealing Graceland, you may ask yourself? Well, it's pretty simple. First, spend years of trying to do embezzlement work. Fail at it. Step 2, create a fake name and a fake company, and then send a letter to the sole trustee and owner of Graceland, Riley Keough, who is the the daughter of Lisa Marie Presley, and claim that you are looking for payment on a $3.8 million loan Lisa Marie Presley had taken out in 2018, putting up Graceland as collateral. None of that's true. Yep, but good on you. You hustled. You tried your best. You tried to swindle all of Graceland out from under Elvis's ghost, and you couldn't. So there was a lot of different breadcrumbs that led reporters and investigators back to one woman living, I don't know where she was, not in Graceland. They basically tracked her all the way back to her home in Oklahoma. And she initially claimed to have no idea what they were talking about. She claimed her identity was stolen. But one thing led to another, and oopsies, you're in jail, and now you're confessing. So yeah, they threw her in jail for a bit. It's a really good harebrained scheme when you want to take cons this big, right? Like, you can't start small. You need to have all of Graceland. I mean, what was she even going to do with it once you get it?
When you said Graceland, that caught her ear. When you said Graceland, I noticed that D was who's trying to take Graceland. Yep. Shout out to Elvis. What are you trying to do?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Next time, do something a little bit more manageable, like Disney World.
Yeah.
Anyways, here's our next story. This one is close to home for us here at Topstep. You have been here, Topstep TV viewers, around from the beginning. We're talking about Conkers again. That's right. The game of Conkers is in danger. Andre, you know what Conkers are? Remember we got this from the Peckham Conker Championship? So Conkers, you take 2 strings, okay? And you tie a chestnut onto either end. And then it's really hard for me to demonstrate. You need 2 people. But one person holds theirs out. Oh, this is going to be difficult. And the other person takes theirs. And you want to hold it by the end. Oh, I'm going to break something. And you want to try to whack the other ones off. I don't know where that went. Okay. So that means you won. That's a winner. All right. So anyway, everyone's favorite game of Conkers is in trouble. The growing season happened too early, and all the Conkers are falling from the trees before the contest can happen.
Bummer.
I've lost all control of my mouse. Whatever I just did really messed up. Oh, here we go. That's right. So there were no chestnuts for the competition this year. Don't worry, guys. Other countries who have growing fields of Conkers jumped in to help, and they have donated all the Conkers needed for the Conker Championship to continue. All right, so this is a big deal. All right, we played Conkers once in the Topstep office. If you thought what I did here was dangerous, we did it around Mick. Danielle has footage of it somewhere. I don't know if it's ever going to see the light of day, but I love this game. Wish Jack was here. Jack and I have t-shirts. And finally, my last news for the day. Do you guys know that Pokemon cards are beating the stock market? Have you heard this story? Jay sent me this story last night. A rare Pokemon card tracked by Card Ladder has surged more than 3,800% since 2004, outpacing the S&P's 500's 480% gain. The article from the Wall Street Journal talks about a 27-year-old account manager out of Ohio who used the gains from his Pokemon card collections that he sold online to pay for his custom engagement ring to his fiancée, which has 3 diamonds totaling 3.5 carats on an 18-karat gold band. The money is also going to help pay for the wedding. These things are no joke. I was in New Jersey a couple weeks ago at a little collector's shop. They had an unopened original Pokemon booster card pack from like the 1990s selling for $300. That's $300 at a straight up gamble. There's no guarantee what's in that pack. You could absolutely get duds. But don't worry. I have a full retirement plan right here. Let's take a look. So this is what we called investing, all right? You want to make sure you have backups. You want to make sure that you are diversifying your portfolio. And you want to make sure that you keep all the good stuff in the very back, all right? So if they ever get stolen, they got to go all the way back. Look at this. There's like a gold card in here somewhere. Oh, I'm going to ruin it. There it is. This is the Pride and Joy. This thing is probably worth like $500 if it's a perfectly graded card. Yeah, I have to get it graded though. So I probably just ruined it right there. I probably just completely tarnished that thing. I paid $3 for that. Well, it was a pack. I didn't know what was in there. But that thing is valued at $500. So, Topstep, are you listening? I'm thinking we start a new venture. I'm thinking we start doing Topstep trading cards. And then you, the audience, can buy them and hold them and save them. And then one day you can make $1 bajillion online and buy yourself all the nice things in the world. Trade smart.
Yeah.
And always trade for tomorrow.
Load up on Pokemon. Love it, James.
And don't forget, TopstepTV, we're doing a survey. We're going to drop it in chat. Be sure to fill it out. Let us know what you think. We want your feedback. See you guys later.
What do you think James' whole portfolio of Pokemon cards is worth?
Well, at least $500. At least $500 from that one card. Like I said, when he comes on, the volatility does pick up. We did see a push higher here. How about that? Did we fill the gap in the ES? Man, that long would have been nice. JD, did we fill the gap? Did we close the gap in the ES? We got close.
We did not. 66.78 is the target. 66.78 is the gap fill.
Almost there. We got up to what, 700s? Got close. Got to 24,694.
66.75 high. Missed by a couple points.
I'm long.
Mandy's long. Looking for a push high here. What price did you get, Mandy?
88. Looking to tag. Let's go 98. Let's go another 10.
Okay, looking for 98. See if we can push this thing higher. A few more minutes here on fast markets. What a turnaround in crude. This copper trade, you're going to be in this one for a minute, huh? This is your style. This is the way
yeah,
comfortable,
slow and steady.
comfortable with it. Yep, slow and steady. You're comfortable with it.
I did say yesterday this is now a matter of just sitting on it and waiting for the full cycle and rotation to happen. But yeah, it could take the rest of the day. Sometimes it's just how copper trades. Sometimes when it's in a trending seasonality market, everything is pretty quick, but we're obviously not there yet. So maybe yesterday was a one-off. We'll see. We'll definitely see.
One more question for you, D. I'll be driving the API, Topstep X API. So, do you have a question I can you'd like to have asked to some of the people like Robert or Andy on there? Any questions that I should I could ask just to better understand capabilities? What questions should I ask to understand better?
Yeah,
How
so
can
I
understand
watched
better?
Robert's presentation where he started it with, "Oh, guys, we're all coders." So I would maybe ask Robert to take a step back from the idea that people are coders and to just explain people that maybe tokens, you don't find them anywhere, and to maybe explain what a JSON payload is to people.
D, come on, D.
Well, no, because I feel kind of a little bit sorry for Robert having to answer the questions. Like he explains everything, how to do the authorizations and everything, and then somebody goes into the chat and goes, "Hey, Robert, where do I find the token?" And you just, as anyone who knows anything about coding, you just want to go and jump off a bridge at that point, because you're like,
I'm in trouble. I'm in
So,
trouble.
yeah.
Well, what's a token? So I don't have to ask that
No.
question. What's a token? D?
Don't
So I
ask
have-
what's a token. Don't ask
ask.
that. Just ask him to explain what JSON payloads do.
Oh boy, I'm in over my head on this segment. I'm in over my head on this one. What is a token? I think I know what it is actually. I will. We're definitely looking forward to that. That's 1 p.m. Central.
You'll be right.
I'll see if I can hang in there as well. Let's take a look. Mandy, we didn't get there. We're getting close. We're closing in on.
I didn't quite get there. I'm just putting it as like a 45 stop profit. It's got to go here and now. If it doesn't, yeah. So I took $45. That's fine. I just don't want to give anything away at this point.
That's smart. So you've written okay. So how much you set your trailing profit for the day?
Yeah,
Where are you at? How
trailing
much wiggle room do you have?
So I still have a full 500 that I can lose. So worst case scenario today would be 1828. But we are at my high of the day. That last breakout above the 652s, that I snagged 10 points on that when James came in. And so yeah, we're at my high of day of 2328, which is a pretty
Very nice.
awesome day.
Yes, it is.
And here we
Well
go. We're
done.
gonna hit 98s hopefully here in a second. That's okay. I'm very selective now where we're at this high on a profit day. See if we can get 98.
How many trades have you taken today?
Great question. Haven't
7, 8.
counted. Let me look.
All good. Yeah. JD, I think.
Yeah, this is about the time I'm tapping out for the day. I'm done. I've got other things to do than sit in front of a screen all day. And
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We got patience. Y'all, you got patience to work on.
2.5 hours. That's a solid amount of work for a day.
Absolutely.
a lot
Absolutely.
of work, a lot of brain
Yep,
power, especially with this scalping and the ins and outs. And I usually screw myself over, especially if I'm not entering that trailing stop. I'll overtrade. I'm following this question or that I'm asking myself, did I set my trailing stop? I have my alarm going off here in about 10 minutes to remind me, I should probably just even say, are you locked out for the day? Not even just a trailing stop. Are you locked out for the day? Except for you guys know, I like power hour every once in a while. So if I can get a nice refresh on the day and go get some errands done, spend some time with my littlest since he's only in preschool, and then knock out some things that should be done and enjoy some of my own personal time. Then if I'm feeling refreshed, then I'll go into power hour, but minimally trailing stop.
We've got the President Trump has begun meeting with the president of Turkey. They're in the Oval Office taking some questions. We have a comment from Trump. I would like Turkey's president to stop buying Russian oil. That's the first one that has come out. We could lift sanctions against Turkey. This is coming out right now. We got a few more minutes here in fast markets coming up after a morning recap. We've got, we got Carlos P. going to be joining Jay and Dakota for Trade with Topstep. We've got morning recap after that. Again, president has hit the wire. Noon Central, we got Barr speaking. We got a 7-year auction. We got more coming up. We got the API session. Good stuff so far. You got pinned to the top of the chat. We've got the Topstep TV survey link. Please fill that out. Be so kind. We look at each and every one of them. What can we do better? What don't you like? What do you like? Thoroughly enjoyed this fast markets though. D, I hope you don't feel like you got in there, you grasshopper, just because you were on fast markets. I know you could do it. I mean, I get it. But, here we go. CFA in the chat says, "See how women do? Take heed, gentlemen. Take heed, gentlemen. Take heed, gentlemen. Oh,
what is it?
Take heed. I think heed.
Heard. Yeah.
I think they might heard. Heed is the word.
I've heard of cows in the back. Does that count?
You said till the cows come home, D. When you said till the cows come home, I said, yep, I like that one a lot. But everyone...
and we have actual cows now in my back garden. So, well, they're not mine. They're the farmer that owns most of the estate here. But yeah, there's loads of them. And he keeps them incredibly clean. So now when I say until the cows come home, they actually do come home.
Awesome.
Amazing. Absolutely. Okay. JD got 66.78. I'm going to have my eye on that price in the ES. NASDAQ stronger of the two. Again, just recapping fast markets off the opening bell in the NASDAQ. We sold off, call it 150 points in the NASDAQ, bottomed out at 24,422. And then, I don't know, that existing home sales number got leaked early, 15 minutes in the New York session, and everything just kind of turned around from there. I'm not saying that's what did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that's when the timeline, lined up. So, yeah,
that was got that feeling of being orchestrated, though. Yeah, it had that feel of being orchestrated. They leak the number, markets start moving. I don't know. Conspiracy theory, man.
Tinfoil. I mean, I know
conspiracy theorist in me says, that was all planned.
That was quite
interesting. Zero proof.
Who remembers the S&B floor removal in January 2015? Andre, you might remember.
Yes,
actually, JD,
I do.
You should remember it. Yeah,
yes.
So that came out of the blue. I was actually in the office, and suddenly they just decided to announce it. It was not scheduled. There was no conference, no nothing. They just kind of came out and went, yeah, by the way, we're removing the Swiss franc floor. And the whole market fell like 40% on the day. So that felt orchestrated to me as well. It's like, what? Really?
D?
Yeah.
Come on, what do you really think happened, though? Tell me what do you really think? D?
I don't know. I think they were manipulating the Swiss franc for so many years, and they decided not to do that anymore. But they also wanted to maybe get rid of some of the bad players in the Forex space. Maybe. I don't know. That was my theory at that time.
I love it. Mm-hmm. All right, fantastic.
I mean, we were talking about leverage, like 500 to 1 leverage. It's like, are you insane? And all of them got so complacent. They got so complacent with their market neutral risk. And then the Swiss franc happened and all of them went bust. So that was quite a time to be alive. That was very interesting. But yeah, to me, that was definitely a bit of a conspiracy theory to get rid of certain people that shouldn't have been involved in business at that point.
Bad actors. Awesome stuff. Awesome. Fantastic stuff. Coach of the Chameleonaires. What's called the Euro Trade. We're going to do a little rebrand. Catch it. You guys got to catch this song. It is really cool. 5 a.m. Central here. Coming up not too long. Mandy, great stuff. Go enjoy the rest of your day. JD, I'll see you in group coaching, but we are not done. We got morning recap. We got Trade with Topstep, API sessions. We got Trump speaking. We got more speakers. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Markets are moving. That was fun.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on TopStep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well. All right, it is time for the morning recap. Lots of interesting things happen in these markets this week. Don't forget the PCE numbers tomorrow. It's not over by a long shot, folks. So a couple of good trades here, opening range trades. And of course, always a pleasure to have Mandy and Dee on. Some good trading there as well. Let's start with the opening range trade in gold. Finally, we got like 4 markets that offered opportunities off the opening range. The fabulous 4, the S&Ps, NASDAQ started the day leaving the opening range at the high of the day. That did not hold. It did not hold in crude oil either, but yeah, the gold is still holding the opening range at the high of the day. So some pretty good opportunities off those opening ranges in all these markets. So starting with our opening range trade in gold. So we had 3 queued up for the opening range trade, and we got short 3 MGC 37.8310. Where do we open? Well, we kind of opened in the range from yesterday, which was a pretty strong trend day to the downside. We've now looked, through the low of yesterday, and we did have a pretty decent trade on that. We made about $300. And that's just on 3 micros. So there was some good management, some good profit taking off some of these lows. And we just got clipped out of our last position right about here, 73.68, I believe, is pretty much where we had our stop for the last one. Just got ticked out on that one. That's all right. That happens. Lots of wicks down here. Starting to think that maybe we've seen some basing coming in here in gold. Maybe we can start to see this market head back to the upside. But again, short 3, 37.8310. Out of the last one, 37.86 with 300 in profit. So a good opening range trade today for us in crude. We have another situation here. So the opening range was left at the high of the day. What are we looking at? What were we thinking? What was the context of the market? Pretty much in the middle of the range from yesterday, probably looking at a little bit of possible repair. There were some single prints right inside our opening range from today. Kind of thinking that the market would be a little bit of a pullback. We didn't see a whole lot of what we were kind of hoping for in the breakout above that weekly kickoff high, $64 in the session yesterday. So we did see a little bit of a pullback We're still inside that range from yesterday, so no major changes in the current state of the market. We do have a breakout. We are holding. We are spending time above that breakout level. We're probably seeing some buying coming in above this level. So anyways, taking a look at the opening range trade, we ended up short 5 micro crude oil, 64.41. We were looking at taking some off right around the 64 weekly kickoff high. We never got that opportunity to see the market kind of come down and retest that kind of that support level. Stopped short of it. Then when we were looking at the 30-minute chart here, we saw that we had a failed downside auction. Okay, the market had set the initial balance, looked below the initial balance, closed back above the initial balance low, which is 64.12 on a 30-minute chart. That's not a good sign for shorts. Typically, now the opening range remained the high, so we still had the valid opening range trade, but we got a little bit of new information, market generated information from the market on this failed downside auction. So we did try and squeeze out of one of those shorts. I did actually take a long at 64.20, trying to feed the break to the downside. It ended up being the right thing to do for all of them, really, for all of the contracts. The market did turn around and come and take out the high of the opening range. We got us stopped out at about 64.66, a loss overall of $98. That's what you get for not lennying when you should lenny. When we're looking at new information coming into the marketplace, we got to pay attention to it. All right. No trades in the ES today, but just to kind of look at the current context, that head and shoulders we were looking at yesterday played out. We're starting to see a little bit of basing here. We have not yet. Well, yeah, we just recently looked above the initial balance high. We did take out the opening range that was initially the high of the day. We've taken that out. Market is looking like we're forming a little bit of basing here. Is this the dip to buy? Is my question. Always the question is where is the dip and when do we buy it? Take a look at NASDAQ now. And we had a lot of fun with Mandy and Dion today. Now, I didn't put all of the trades that Mandy took on here, but she came into the session, Fast Markets, with some decent profits already. And she took about 8 trades. They were trying to figure that out at the end of the session there. I counted about 8 trades. One of them was a loss, 7 wins, maybe 1 or 2 were losses. The rest were all wins. She earned, on the day about $2,300 in her very quick scalping method. She is a really, really good trader. I'm a big fan of Mandy's, and of course, always a big fan of D as well. Just pointing out a couple of the trades she took, a couple of nice wins. Long 1 NQ 24,474 for a quick 12-point profit. Okay, I mean, she makes it look so easy. Like she can just kind of bop in and she's very quick with her executions, and it just makes it look easy. Yeah, I'm just going to take 12 ticks on this, and I'll take another 14 points on another trade here. Got long 24,620, not 34,620. Maybe in a few years we'll be up at 34,620, but for another 14-point profit. So some really good trading by Mandy there, and she made sure once she got up around $2,000. She locked in. She ensured a $1,400 end of day profit by using the tools on Topstep X. Love those tools. Love those risk tools. And we have D, who is I believe still in a copper long. Let's check in and see how that's doing. Not really doing too much here. He was long 2 MHG to micro copper at 476.80. Not really getting a whole bunch of movement on this, but currently looking a little bit like still in a little bit of profit. So those were the trades taken. Those were the traders with us. And on that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. Today's quote was anonymous. I wasn't able to find out who said this, and a lot of people have said a lot of these in different ways. But you get tested the most when you are trying to change. Don't fold. Change is a big part of being a good trader, being a successful trader. We have to change some of our thought patterns, some of our decision making. It all takes time and it is very difficult to do. And you are going to be tested. There's very few things that can test you like being a day trader in the futures markets. But if you fold, you give up, you never know how close you're going to be to actually finding some profitability. And there's many layers of success. You start being able to follow your plan. That is a good change. You start being able to maintain an account for a long time. That is a good change. So celebrate each of your little successes that you find on your path as a futures trader, and don't just focus on the testing that you get. And by all means, try not to fold. Blessings to you all. That is our recap for this morning. This is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing trade with Topstep. We got Carlos P back with us. We got Coach Jay and Dakota with him on Trade with Topstep. Still lots more to come for the rest of the day today and every day here on Topstep TV. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Let's make some money.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's wrong with a single deck, man?
Welcome back to Topstep TV. I think this segment is called Trade with Topstep, but we might be talking about some trading cards based on some of the news that James shared last segment. I'm Coach Jay. We got Carlos in the middle, and to his right, Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, how you feeling? We'll start with Carlos.
Doing good. I mean, listen, it says trade with Topstep. They didn't specify what type of trading we're talking about here, right? So it's completely fine. No, but doing good today, liking the price action. So looking to take a few more trades.
Nice. Good stuff. Coach Dakota, how you feeling? Mr. Buy the Dip. We got a dip last night during slow markets. We were talking about, maybe looking for a little bit bigger of a pullback in the equities. We got it. NASDAQ traded down to 24,420s. How are you seeing the markets today? How are you trading?
Yeah, we got it, but did you buy it? That's the question, right? It's always like Hoag said, when and where and how and all those questions we ask ourselves is, we look for a dip. Last night, if you joined us for slow markets, Coach Jay, we were talking about this pullback. We was talking about we wanting to see further continuation, but we got it, and we got it right after unemployment claims. And sure enough, it looks like it was a very buyable dip. And yeah, where do we go from here? We talk about another support and resistance. We was talking about this last night. If you missed it, it is recorded. We are at a level of resistance and support. So this was a major support throughout throughout September. I mean, September is almost over with, but the past week or two, these 670s. And so the question is, will this support become resistance? I can see right now the market's having a little bit of hesitation, a hard time getting through it. NASDAQ's down 0.3%. We have, once again, Intel just ripping to the upside. It's up 6%. NVIDIA up 1.5%. Netflix up 0.4%. But then we have Tesla down 3%. And MicroStrategy's down almost 6%. Oh, wow. Is Bitcoin taking a hit? Is that what's going on here?
Bitcoin was taking a hit earlier. Micro Bitcoin is trading at 530,000, down about 1.75% right now. So yeah, Bitcoin has been taking a hit over the past couple of days. I see you got some green on your screen over there, Dakota. Carlos, you said you're looking to take some more trades potentially. We got the NASDAQ trading at 24,670 right now. Any trades you take so far today, and anything that you're looking at to potentially get in to a trade here?
Yeah, so in one of my accounts already hit the profit target on that one, and then on this account I'm up $1,900. I'm looking to see if I could take one or two more good trades here. Not going to force anything, but I mean I still like the price action. Still getting some good moves for some quick scalps. As far as taking a trade right now, I feel like we're kind of just in a just not a good zone, I guess, to get in or in either direction. I feel like I would like to wait to see if we can get a 21 EMA touch. Right now it's at 24,648. And I would honestly give it, if we get that touch, to try to go back long and see if we get to this upper end of the range, but not letting it break below 640, because we had a good amount of consolidation there. So if we break that, I would imagine we'd see lower prices. But that's what I'm looking at right now. Not necessarily getting into anything, just gonna wait and see if we reach these levels down here.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, Carlos. We got pretty much flat on the tilt, 58% long in the S&P, 53% long in the NASDAQ. 6670 last trade in the S&P, 24,670 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold sitting right at VWAP 3770 and a half. In crude oil, we had that house account trade in crude oil. Looked pretty good, but we saw a pretty strong bounce from there. Crude did tag $65. Last trade over there, 64.78 in crude. So, Coda, back to you. I see you got some green on the screen. Was that from that gold trade last night? Did you trade any equities at all this morning?
Have not traded equities today. Not in the Topstep account. We did trade gold last night. I keep saying slow markets is the place to be, whether you're trading or just watching and tuning in maybe for the price action overnight and prepare for tomorrow. Jay, you were with me. We took it. We took that short gold. Worked absolutely amazing. Plus 183. And it looked like gold did continue to sell, but now we're finding some buyers. Gold's hovering around settlement plus or minus, kind of in a holding pattern. We do have inflation tomorrow, so I'm curious if the markets are going to kind of settle down here a little bit and consolidate until we get data tomorrow.
Yeah, more data to come out later in the week. Tomorrow is Friday, but we still got some more numbers. Let's see if they release those numbers early, like they did the new home sales number this morning. Came out 50. I don't know if you saw that, if you guys saw that, but that number came out 15 minutes early and set the low for the market.
Really?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, I guess, if you're expecting, all right, we have news at 10, let's say, and you're expecting it to come out at that time. I mean, for it to come out 15 minutes early and have that reaction can definitely screw a lot of people over.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting.
Last.
Dofi
says,
no,
my hat's backward. Yes, I have my hat backward. Okay, it makes me feel young.
I think that is why it's important to have stops, though. Because you do never know what can happen in the markets. That was a scheduled news event and it happened early, right? But let's just say there's an unscheduled news event that happens. We can still have a similar market reaction. That's why it's always important, no matter what, to pay attention to news, but then also trade with stops, so that if unexpected news comes out, you're not in a super deep hole that you shouldn't have been in.
Have you ever experienced anything like that, Carlos, where you
Yes.
are in a trade and something happens? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there was a time, I think it was like a year or two ago, and I got into a trade. I don't remember exactly like the numbers or like that, but I remember I was in it. I had a good average, so I added in, and it was a short, so it came back down, and I was just really happy about it. I was probably up like $2 or $3 grand in the specific trade, and this was actually before TopstepTV. And before TopstepTV, I really had a hard time keeping track of news because I was just kind of ignored it a lot of times. And I didn't know that there was a news event happening. And I remember it was like 10 o'clock, whatever, the news hit, it ran up. I didn't have a stop, and it was a Topstep account. I blew that account instantly after being up $3 grand. It was just like an instant blown account at that point. So it was definitely that taught me, one, to trade with stops, and two, also to pay attention to news and take it seriously. And thank God it was a Topstep account where it wasn't my own personal money, because that would have been definitely would have been a margin call, right? But yeah, no, it's not fun experiencing that at all. Not fun.
Yeah. I mean, I've had that happen in both. I've had it happen in my personal account. I had it here. Last year in July, I got a shoulder tap for that in my live account here at Topstep, where sleep through an alarm, the news hits. I mean, we've experienced throughout the beginning of this year, right, with the Trump tweets and the tariffs, especially during slow markets, just would be trading, and then randomly some tweet hits and the market moves 100 points. And it's just insane. And if you don't have a stop loss, even if you do have a stop loss, sometimes you get slippage, which is normal. But this is why I love the prop firms, and I love Topstep, where worst case scenario, if something does happen like that, you're out what, $150. You're out whatever it costs you to get the account. If you're doing it in your personal, then yeah, you're out whatever your loss is. If you have $20,000 in your personal account and something like that happened, you're like, oh crap. Not only could you lose your 20,000, you go above that, right? We talked about the pattern day trading rule that came out yesterday. Everyone's talking about it. Is just because you have, say, $1,000 in your account doesn't mean that's all you could lose. You could lose that and some. You get this thing called from your from your company that you're trading with. It's called a margin call, where you could lose more than what you can expect. But here at Topstep and the prop firms, yeah, you just lose what you have into it. So it's a great stepping stone. Great, happy you said that. It's so true.
Seeing the equities pull back a little bit here, Carlos, I know you were looking for that 21 moving average on the NASDAQ. I think you had it somewhere near 31s, if I remember correctly. 66.65 last. 647. Okay, so 656 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Getting a little bit of a pullback here. Carlos, do let us know if you do get into a trade. Dakota, you as well, if you see anything that you like here. I don't know if you're looking for more upside. We kind of almost filled that gap. Right at Carlos's 21 moving average. Spike of volume just came in there.
Yeah, not liking that. So I'm gonna hold off here, because that was a very quick break of the 21 EMA. I mean, we went down to 40 and it bounced, but I usually I don't like to get into trades like that when stuff like this happens. So for me, gonna not get in and see reevaluate what's happening here.
Okay. That was about 400 contracts in a second in the NASDAQ last trade, 24,643. The S&P is 66.62 and a half. Let's see. We got the initial balance high somewhere around here in the NASDAQ. I think we are testing it right now. Yep, that is the initial balance high as well. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, that was that major support resistance level that as soon as we started this session, I'm like, let's see if this could turn into resistance. And it sure is.
Yeah.
Call it, not trade it. Question for you, Carlos. Are you only trading the NASDAQ?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I have the ES up and I reference the ES a lot in my trades, but I don't trade the ES. I really just focus on the NQ.
Okay. Could you explain what you mean reference it? Do you use the ES as some type of like indicator or a confirmation when you're trading the NASDAQ?
Yeah, so I mean, I focus on the correlations, right? Whether they're correlated or whether they're not. I've had days where the markets are super correlated, and I've been able to, find good trades because of it. And I've also had days where they're not correlated, and you can actually play into that as well. But also just keeping, like, when, let's say, the ES is at a major point of support or resistance, a lot of times the NQ can also, have a reaction based off of that. So like, let's say right now, right, the NQ, we broke through the 21 EMA, but we're struggling at 40. Well, if we look at the ES right now, the ES is at VWAP at 6661. So, I'm not going to take a trade off of that right now, being that we're very strong, to the downside. But just as an example, right, sometimes things like this happen where, okay, if I want to maybe take a quick scalp on the NQ because we're at VWAP and the ES, I may get a quick bounce that I can get, let's say, for 10 points and get out, right? But that's kind of how I use them in tandem with each other. But it's usually, I would say 99% of the time, it's take a trade on the NQ.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense to me.
NASDAQ kind of sitting at that initial balance high, holding it right now, 24,650s. Go ahead, Carlos.
So I was going to say real quick with what we were talking about, if you see right there, we bounced on VWAP in the ES, and we have, we got a bounce in the NQ as well. So had, let's say, we taken that trade just out of, the ES being at the key level, could have netted, 10 points there and been out. And, that would have been, let's say, with two contracts, that would have been $400. So that's how I would play these moves. I wouldn't have taken that trade just because of how strong we are to the downside right now. But, in other cases, that could have been something that would have played out nicely.
Okay. You keep them both on the screen at the same time, too.
Yeah.
That is the dilemma we face as traders. We don't choose how the market gets down to a level that we want to execute. Dakota, I know we were talking about selling NASDAQs up at 800 yesterday. Thought it was going to hold up there, give us a little opportunity, but it didn't do it. Good trade location does not last long. A nice bounce off that 21 EMA and the initial balance high so far, 24,653 last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.64 last trade in the S&P. Pinned to the top of our chat, group coaching. Make sure you submit your questions. JD Hoag and Coach Hoop doing group coaching 12 p.m. Central Time today. So right after we're done here, make sure you get your questions in for JD Hoag and Coach Hoop for group coaching.
That's an amazing group. The experience between those three, right? Man, I wish I had something like that growing up and learning these futures. Like, I could just hop onto this YouTube channel for free and ask these three veterans a question.
Right.
People pay thousands of dollars for that type of information. I mean, people pay thousands of dollars for less experience. Just imagine experience for like Hoag and Hoop in them. I mean, yeah, it's definitely valuable. And I try to tell all my friends or people that I talk to who are getting into trading, always tell them to tune into TopstepTV. I mean, it's the best free resource you can get, especially when you're starting out. Just everything we do here is great. So something we need to take advantage of.
Maybe seeing some continuation here in the NASDAQ, holding below this initial balance high now, below that 21 EMA, Carlos. So I like that no trade. Would have been a quick one, quick scalp. Talk to us a little bit about the trades that you did take today. I know you coming in with a P&L. Was it, similar trades to that one? We had a market that sold off and then a nice recovery. Which side of it did you catch?
Yeah, so from my first account, I caught that short down. It was pretty much the short down. I think I had like one buy on one of these pullbacks. I think it was this one because I remember I got out and then we had like a tape bomb that went to the downside. So I was pretty lucky on that one. And then on this account, I pretty much just had one good short. I don't exactly remember. It was at 614. So it was somewhere over here. It was probably in this, in this chop area because it was earlier in the day today. I took a short and it worked out well. So just still waiting. I mean, I wasn't super convinced in that buying, and we see that here. We're getting the continuation, like you said. And being that we broke past 40, now I'm not so interested in buys either. So we may be seeing the market maybe try to come down at least to VWAP on NQ, which is right now at 600, 24,600 flat. So that would be my next target for shorts.
It looks like we've held it a couple times this morning, right at those 600, 580s, 590s area.
Yep.
I can see that. Yeah, I'm not too anxious to be jumping into trades right now. I know when I woke up this morning, first thing I read, Jay, what you sent me that message, like, man, we should have taken that short last night. And I look at the market, we were down like over 1%. I'm like, oh man, it's going to be a bloodbath. 30 minutes later, I look up and like, we've recovered most of it already. Like, wow.
Yeah. As we got off of slow markets last night, just doing our show recap, and I'm like, the NASDAQ's in a spot where I really want to short it, but I'm going to wait because we have a ton of data coming out. And sometimes you make that decision and the market doesn't stay there. That was a beautiful short from up there, and those 800s, kind of what we've been seeing. Every $100 level, the NASDAQ is just continuing to sell off, starting with 25,000, 24,900, now 24,800 last night. We just saw it again here on this most recent pop, 24,700. We pushed into it, seeing a rejection and another sell-off from there. So paying attention to those whole number levels and how the market responds to it can set up for some interesting trades. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 24,634, so pretty much flat, 58% short in the NASDAQ right now. Chat, let us know, are you guys in any trades? How's your morning gone so far? Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. Are we up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you could have learned from today to take into the rest of the week and in your trading journey? I'm down right now on the day. Right reads, poor execution leads to red days for Jay. So I'm down right now. Green on the week, but got one more data to get it right. Dolby Time says going great. Good to hear, Dolby Time. Good to hear. Locked out down $2 for Guillermo. Dakota, we were talking about that last night on slow markets. How hard it is to close with a small losing day. $2.
Harder than you think, man. Harder than you think to just be down a few dollars or anything less than like $200 or less. Hard to lock yourself out. It's hard.
When is the last time you had either of us? When is the last time you had a losing day or a winning day that was less than a cup of coffee?
Actually, last week in my personal, I locked out like minus $4.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's difficult to do. You just kind of have to like it's all mental. It's all psychological. What about you, Carlos?
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I've had plenty of experiences where I've started out on the day, let's say, really hot and made money, and then gone down to break even, where it's very hard to stop after that. Or I've had the reverse where you start down, let's say 1,000, 2,000, you work your way back to break even, and now the thought is, all right, can I try to make some money today? And I've had both go terribly wrong, right? Where it's like you start down, you work your way back up, you're happy, you're break even, and then you just to work yourself back down again, and now you wish you stopped. So it's definitely, it's not something that happens often for me where I stop, let's say, at being break even or being up $2 or down $4. But I think there was a time on TopstepTV where I was down, pretty recent, I think a week or two ago, I was down like $6. So it happens, but yeah, it's one of the hardest things to do, when you find yourself at that break even number, basically break even, to convince yourself to stop. And a lot of times it's probably the best decision. Yeah, it's probably the best decision a lot of times.
Yeah. A lot of people get stuck in this thing. It's like, well, to have a daily win on the account, it's only $150. I'm at break even. It just what is it?
It's $150. Right. And I was already down 1,500. So, what's another 150 to make it up? And usually, even for some of the VIPs, I suggested if you have a day where you're down big and you get back to break even, count that as a win. You do not need to make any money that day. You need to probably assess what got you down so far to begin with. Equities holding up here, 24,660, 670s last trade in the NASDAQ. We did see that spike of volume about 6 minutes ago, but it's holding up.
Yeah, nice.
The S&P testing this initial balance high, 66.69, and the orders last trade in the S&P, that IB high is 66.72 and a half. Dakota, anything that would get you into a trade here? Kind of just want to see how the market plays out, maybe closer to power hour, something like that.
Right now, no. Yeah, you said it. Maybe closer to power hour. I was kind of thinking maybe we could go test those 600s, 580s. We didn't. We just bounced off those 30s. That was a 40-point bounce right there. This is a no trade zone, right? Because I want to buy it, but I really want to be a buyer at this level of possible support and resistance. And my answer needs to be no, right? I mean, sure, we could break out and keep going, but this is a major resistance support level. And if this holds true, like I was just saying, we're finding sellers in this area. If we break out, great. We could start, pushing higher. But on a day like today, we have inflation data coming out tomorrow. It's lunchtime, and things are started to slow down a little bit. Of course, anything can happen. But if I look back and I buy this, and then the market sells off, it's easy to look back and say, "Well, that was dumb, right? I was saying this could be resistance, and then I bought it." So I don't want to be in that type of a situation. I'd rather wait for maybe a breakout and a pullback or some other type of technical market structure for me to get in. I'd love to see those 590s again, but yeah, we didn't get there yet.
We got a question in the chat here from JT Ask. Posted it a couple of times, so why don't we answer this one while we watch what the markets do? Carlos, again, if you take any trades, let us know. Carlos, I got a question for you as well.
Yeah.
JT asked, coaches, I passed 5 combines. Any advice from each of you before I start trading on the XFAs? Should I copy trade or not? My answer is going to be, if you copy traded to get to this point, don't change anything unless you over leveraged in each one of those accounts and you passed them in 2 days. Then change that. But copy trading all 5 at the same time, I personally wouldn't do it. I have 2 XFAs right now that I'm not copy trading. I'm trading them separately. But it really depends, right? The way I'm looking at the 2 XFAs, I'm trading them completely different, right? Some of them are more set and forget trades. Some of them are more actively managed trades. If you're going to try to actively manage 5 XFAs separately during the morning session, that's probably a bad idea, right? Because you're going to be spinning a bunch of plates and probably dropping all of them. If you can look at it as one account, then copy trade it. If not, trade one at a time. Keep some in the bullpen just in case you lose one. Dakota, what would you say?
I like what you said, where you said just trade exactly how you got into those XFAs, but more often than not, I see traders, like you said, they pass them too quick, right? Like they pass them in a week. They had a good week. They passed combines, right? Well, next week might not be a good week. We talked about this last night too, Coach Jay, about data, right? Ups and downs. You might have a good week. You might have a good couple weeks. You don't know when that losing streak is going to come. And then if you do run into that losing streak, as soon as you start those XFAs, you don't want to be in a position where you just blow them. So I'm for trading exactly how you traded to get into those XFAs, but starting off with smaller size. If you're trading 1 mini to pass, maybe just start off by trading 1 micro. Get confident, get used to that change in pressure between a combine versus a funded account. Get back into that same rhythm. So smaller size is typically the answer that I see traders that find the most success in this prop firm world. Just small size. I mean, I've been trading this 1 XFA for a month now, and it's been micros. And I would love that if this was copied 5 times, right? But micros pays the bills. You can pay it with micros, and then once you build that buffer, once you build that confidence, then you could worry about sizing up.
What's your opinion, Carlos?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's said here, and I mean, for me, it's a question that there's a lot. It depends, right? I would start with, well, is this the first group of combines you've ever passed, or are you someone that's passed a lot of combines before, and this is kind of just you're back at 5 past combines? If this is like your first time, or very first few times passing, I definitely would not consider copy trading no more than 2 accounts, because you also have to consider the account sizes you chose. It's a heavy investment, like monetarily, to activate, to buy those 5 combines and then activate them, right? So to lose them all because, let's say, these were the first few you've ever passed, you're not used to trading in XFAs, so you copy trade 5 of them and lose them within 1 or 2 days. That's a big hit in your confidence, I think, and also just to your pocket, right? So for me, I always kind of start with, well, if you're a beginner trader or someone who really hasn't taken payouts, who really, let's say, struggles to pass combines, then you really shouldn't be copy trading. If you're someone that has more experience in the markets, you're someone that's taken several payouts before, and this is kind of just another, routine for you, right? Which you pass your combines, you're new XFAs, then, I would say it's okay to copy trade. I'm just always of the camp where it's like you have to evaluate your trading, your in the long term, but also recently, right? How have you been trading recently? If you've been trading, you're on fire, you're trading well, then if you want to copy trade with those 5 accounts, go for it. But if, let's say, you see that you've been struggling, trading hasn't, let's say, come so easily lately, then maybe just copy trade 2 or 3 of them and leave 2 as a reserve, so that if you lose those, you can still trade, still maybe trade them safer and still be in the game and work your way towards a payout. But it's something that there's a lot that depends on that answer. It's actually something that I want to make a YouTube video about on my channel.
Okay.
Because I also get a lot of those questions on my channel. To me, it's just, it depends. I just always say the safest answer is at least save 1 or 2 of them. Just save 1 or 2 of them, because it's a lot of work and a lot of money to get into 5. So, just at least give yourself another chance.
Carlos, you're learning my favorite answer is it depends. And
It depends, yeah.
It
depends. There's a lot of time it does. I mean, I never blame you for saying that, because it's trading is very nuanced, and the details are very important, so it's something you kind of can't ignore, and there's very few straight answers.
I know I get a lot of crap because I say it too much. Like, you're saying it too much. You just keep saying depends. I can answer every question you ask me with depends to an extent because of what you just said, Carlos. Yep. The more you learn, the more it depends.
Yep.
Look at the market selling off.
Selling here, 24,632. We're in this range. It's about a no Dolby time got to be loving this right now. It's about a 50-point range in the NASDAQ that I'm seeing over the last, call it 5-minute candles. One more question we had there from Little Design. What if you just full send your combines to get funded in 24 hours with no strategy? Then what do you do with your XFAs? Same mentality, 5 minis to the moon? No, right? It's think about
you wouldn't
somebody
even be able
that
to
has
trade 5 minis at that point.
So the mindset a lot of the times is I'm going to slow down once I get to the XFAs, and that's really not the case. And I use this example all the time, and I'm going to use it again. Somebody that has a fitness goal and says, I'm going to eat a pound cake every day, and then I'm going to hit the gym the day before I head to the beach. I'll be in shape. No, you're not. Right? It's just not going to happen. So you're not going to slow down when you get to the XFA. It's just not realistic, right? We're humans, and your condition. If you're over leveraging in your combines, and I'm saying this as somebody who's done it, you're conditioning yourself to see quick profits in a small amount of time. Right? If I take 15 minis into a NASDAQ trade and pass a combine in 2 days, I'm conditioning myself to get results out of 10-point moves. And then when I inherently have to slow down when I'm trading an XFA, I'm looking for bigger profits than I'm able to get out of the market. So take your time.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's also, with what you said, it's something that people don't consider is, okay, if you get used to trading with the 5 minis, 10 minis in the combine, you're forced to slow down with the scaling plan. And it's like you said, that mental side of like you're used to seeing $1,000 in 5 points because you're using 10 contracts, whatever it is. Now you're forced to, let's say, only use 2 or 3, and that same 10 points is only $300, $400. And in your mind, you're not going to take that, right? Because you've been taking $1,000 trades.
Where's my $4,000? Right.
Exactly. So it definitely messes with your mental, and it affects your trading negatively. Especially in my experience. I mean, I've done the same thing. I think we all have been there, done that.
We only ever
It's
talk
not
from
working.
experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, focus on points. Real quick, we got some news that just dropped out, and we are seeing this market sell off. I'm going to just read through what I'm seeing. It says,
what do you got?
Trump says, I will take some tariff money and distribute it to the farmers. We're going to distribute farmer aid until tariffs kick into their benefit. Then Goldman's Waldron. There are indicators of economic stress among poor Americans, and then repeats, U.S. fiscal picture doesn't appear to be sustainable for the long term. So whatever that means, maybe we got that tape bomb here, a little bit of
Yeah,
selling
a
pressure,
little
because
bit of
that's
selling there.
about when it came in. It's not a big move, but about 50 points, actually, 50, 60 points.
There's a little bit of size sitting under the market too. 24,613. There's about 50 contracts that's been sitting out there, kind of right at the low of where that spike came in. Let's see if we go fill that. I got a New York session VWAP at 24,579. Speaking of news, we got a little bit more news. Gabe, let's bring that in. We got some news on the jobs number that we had this morning.
First-time claims for unemployment benefits dropped last week to their lowest level since July. Thursday's new Department of Labor report said there were about 218,000 claims made last week. That's a drop of 14,000 from the week before. The drop is an indication that layoffs aren't escalating as the U.S. labor market weakens. Jobless claims had jumped significantly higher earlier this month, but that increase was driven by Texas, which showed a spike in unemployment claims later attributed to fraudulent activity.
Thank you for that, Gabe. We did have that jobless claims number that came out this morning. Seeing the equities trade a little lower here, 24,635 in the NASDAQ, 66.62 and a half in the S&P. Gold did reject off that VWAP, 37.65 last trade over there in gold, and crude oil, 64.73, kind of just hanging out here. Dakota, let's talk a little higher time frame. No, yesterday during slow markets, you were talking about, hey, this is a looking for a bigger pullback. Did this move satisfy the pullback that buyers are looking for on a higher time frame?
Ooh, let's see. I was actually thinking about this before I came on here. I zoom out to the daily, like I was referring to. I like to do measured moves. So here's the daily chart on my end, and give it just a second to update to my charts. There we go. So on the daily chart, what I like to do is I like to measure when we do get these deeper pullbacks, how much of a pullback do we get? And I go through and I measure this. You know, I just did these three. A lot of times I'll come back and I'll measure. And I've done this for how long, Jay? Since I've been here at Topsteps, since I've been trading. This helps gives me an idea of like, okay, how big of a pullback when we do get one can I expect in this market? Of course, you're going to have anomalies like some dramatic news comes in and it changes things, right? But this gives me a very rough estimate of how deep of a pullback we could get. And so what I'll do is I'll put these together and then I'll just simply measure, okay, this is a daily chart, right? On average, we're probably getting about, anywhere between, this is purely eyeballing it. This is very, very rough estimate, right? And then I'll just go through and I'll measure it. And I'll say, okay, on average, we still have some ways to go. So I'll measure that. I'll put them right there and say, can we see a deeper pullback? And as of right now, I'm going to say yes. I could very realistically see a deeper pullback here in the NASDAQ. So I'm going to say no. This market has not pulled back enough for me to see buying stepping in more. I'd like to see a deeper pullback. Maybe we could get back down to 24 180s. And then once we start to get around this level, kind of lines up with this all-time high that we broke through earlier at the beginning, middle of August. Then I'd like to be a more aggressive buyer on a zoomed out higher time frame point of view. So maybe we just wait till we get down there. The day trading,
we got some more data tomorrow.
Yeah,
more data tomorrow.
We do. Yeah, but does this affect my day trading? Not really. All it means is if we get down there, then I'm going to be looking for buying opportunities more aggressively. It's like, how aggressive are you going to be buying? Well, in this type of a market where I'm expecting maybe some more downward pressure, I'm not going to be as of aggressive buying than I was on our way up. On the way up, it was like, buy the dip. If it's a little bit of a pullback, buy it, because we are very bullish. Once we get down here, then I might look for that reversal and look for this market to maybe find some buyers. And then I can start getting back on that more aggressive buying from a day-to-day basis. Like, okay, this morning, I'm just looking for longs. I don't do that now, because right now it's, hey, this morning, it's hard to only look for longs because we have a lot of bearish pressure, a lot of selling pressure and momentum coming into this market the last few days. Doesn't mean we'll get down there. No, we are seeing some buying stepping in on all these dips. So maybe we do just end up finding buyers and we don't get a full sell off. I mean, look at this one, right? We didn't get a big, huge sell off there. It wasn't as dramatic as what you're expecting. So each one's unique. It's not perfect. It gives me a very, very rough estimate to position myself in a realistic expectation. Like, yeah, it takes 5 minutes to do that, kind of eyeball it and say, yeah, typically when we get a pullback, this is where I'd want to be. If I'm buying up here and then we do sell off, I'm gonna look back and say, wow, dang, hindsight's 2020. I should have just been waiting. And that was the same one I just did a moment ago here on the zoomed in time frame, right, Jay? Where I'm like, man, this is a nice level of support and resistance. Even though I'm bullish, I don't want to be buying right here, because what if this market sells off? I'd feel like an idiot going back and saying, hindsight, I bought at a level of support and resistance on a market that is lately been going down and to the right. So sometimes it's easy just to step back, zoom out, and just do a very simple, basic top-down analysis. Doesn't have to be complex.
Good stuff. Carlos, this 21 moving average is starting to become a resistance here, man.
Yep. Yeah, I was considering taking a short there, but being that it was an equal high with the other candle, I wasn't too inclined to do that. And plus, I mean, if we look at the buy candles, I mean, they've been pretty big. So it's like, today is the day where I'm kind of a little bit more weary on taking like reversals. Usually it's like we get these huge 20, 40 point moves with some of these candles. But yeah, that would have been a good trade. I mean, right now would have been up basically 20 points. But yeah, it's
24 626 last trade here in the NASDAQ, S&P 6660 last trade there. S&P is getting ready to test the New York session VWAP down at 6657. NASDAQ has a little bit more work to do if it's going to get there, about another 50 points. It's down at 24,580. Last trade 630s over here. Carlos, you've been on Topstep. I wanted to ask you a question. You've been on Topstep TV a couple of times. I know you trade on your YouTube channel as well.
Yeah.
How has, if at all, trading in front of people affected your trading, do you think?
It's something I still have to get used to, and it's something that when I first started, it definitely affected my trading. It was something where obviously you don't want to get on air and lose money, or you don't want to get on air and look foolish, right? And sometimes the people online can be ruthless, right? And I'm grateful because I've seen a lot of support from the Topstep TV community and just everyone that stops by my channel. And I'm super grateful for that. But at the end of the day, it's also the internet, right? People, feel very confident behind their anonymous profiles and a keyboard. So sometimes, they can be ruthless, and it's something that I've definitely had to work through. And it's not something that's, easy to do, right? I think I've gotten much better and much, just more secure in my own trading. And I'm someone that, I've, in other areas of my life, I've constantly been in front of people, whether it's performing musically or whether it's competing in sports, in gaming. Just I've always kind of been someone that I've thrown myself into that light, right? So I've kind of just had to accept that criticism that comes with it. But it's something, it's hard. I don't think it's also for everybody to trade or to do anything right in front of people, right? It's something that I think you kind of have to have it in you to do that. So I give it to anyone that ever comes on Topstep TV and trades, or just comes on here to talk in front of the amount of viewers Topstep TV gets. I mean, it's something that you should all be proud of. And for the people that are just in chat seeing people come on Topstep TV, that's why it's important to be nice to people, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We have our good periods, we have our bad periods, but it takes a lot of courage to be up here. So shout out to everyone on TopstepTV, any new person or even the recurring people. I give it to you guys all the time. It's not easy. So kudos to you guys.
Jack.
We got Carlos, if you got any more haters, Prime in the chat says he's going to take care of it for you.
Okay. All right, I'll hit you up, bro.
Any type of advice. We do not condone any type of, we'll leave it there. Carlos, if you can share your link to your YouTube the name of your YouTube channel. We'll put that in the chat if you guys do want to follow Carlos. Seeing the NASDAQ pull back a little bit here, 24,620's last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P just tagged that New York session VWAP. There was a question from RC for myself and Dakota. What is the lowest time frame you trade? Short answer is okay. I understand. All right, we'll keep this one short. Lowest time frame I'll go to is a 30-second chart. What about you, Dakota?
Well, I'd say 100 tick, but 100 tick's not a time frame. So
right.
5 minute basically.
There we go. That was a nice short one. Yeah, for me, FOMC day, I did trade on a 30-second chart, just trying to catch on to some of the flows earlier. But normally it's a 3-minute. And I'll use a tick chart every once in a while, but not so much. I know, Dakota, that 100 tick chart could be that's a millisecond time frame. Right?
It could be, or it could take an hour.
Right. Yeah, during New York side, you have it up right now. That's what's on your right side.
Yeah, the one on the right is that. I mean, look at this. This is it depends on the volume, right? Every tick, every 100 ticks. Then I trade something like the Nikkei, and it takes longer. This 100 tick chart takes longer than, say, even the 5-minute chart, right? This is like the same thing. So it depends on. That's why there's no time in ticks. 100 ticks. What about you, Carlos?
Well, as far as the lowest time frame I'll trade, I usually just stick to the 5-minute. I used to use tick charts. I believe I used to use a 2000 tick chart when I kind of first started trading futures. But I just stick to the 5-minute. I use like the 30-minute or like the day chart for a longer time frame analysis, usually a pre-market. But as far as execution, the 5-minute has always been something I understood very well and lines up with my strategy. So I've always just stuck with it. I know my dad trades the 1-minute, and I don't know. I tell him I don't know how you do that, because for me there's a lot of noise. But for him, he reads it perfectly fine. For him, it's like he couldn't read the 5-minute, but the 1-minute to him is like perfect. And for me, it's like it's the other way around. But so it's important to experiment as traders,
Yeah, usually the younger is the smaller time frame. I know Hoag hates those small time frames.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. My dad is the crack scalper. I'm the one that's all right. Let me sit and trade a little bit longer. He's sitting in his office high off coffee, just going off on the 1-minute chart.
Speaking of time frames, this feels like the shortest time frame segment on TopstepTV because we're already at time. We got to go to a break here, guys. We got group coaching. Got to make some room for Hoag, Coach Hoop, and JD. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 24,625s. The S&P bouncing off that New York session VWAP 66.59. Gold sold off from the full session VWAP 37.64, and crude oil 64.69 last trade over there. No real tilt to talk about, but there is still a ton of day left on TopstepTV. Carlos, Dakota, any words that you guys got before we go into a break here? Start with you, Carlos.
No, just appreciate everyone in the chat for sticking by, asking questions. Always love being on. Shout out to TopstepTV for inviting me. Love being on here. So just continue to trade well, be patient, right? Because today the price action has been a little crazy, but there's definitely opportunity. So
good stuff, man. Coach Dakota, anything you got before we go? I think this is the last time we're going to see you on air today. You got slow markets tonight. Anyone joining you on slow markets tonight, Dakota? I know you had Baron on. I was on twice with you. Any special guests? Is it Dolby time on slow markets? Is that what we're going to get tonight?
No. Dolby, he ditched me once, and he has to apologize publicly in front of everyone before.
Oh, wow. Okay. If that happens.
You just have to tune in. Just tune in. Just tune in to find out.
All right. Well, Dakota may have a guest tonight on slow markets, or he may be running it solo, but either way, make sure you tune in. Show him some love over there. This is Topstep TV. We got group coaching coming up with Hoag, JD, and Coach Hoop. Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Still got time to get your questions in. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Data feeds are everything.
Everything.
Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to group coaching. I have to adjust my camera. It's been a day for me, Hoag.
I guess.
Yeah, I had my furnace replaced, and it's right below me, as a matter of fact. So if that gets loud, we'll do a substitution. When we go to charts, I'll get my camera fixed real quick. But yeah, I am here. Hoag is here. Hoop is here. Gabe, if you're in back, I'm going to turn my camera off for 1 second, and I'll be right back.
You got
Light
it.
a match. I always think of Sawyer Perry and Axe Murders. Light a match.
And Charlie, light a match.
His head is like a virtual planetoid.
All right, we are back. And I could hear the whole time, so hopefully you didn't say anything bad.
No,
guys, because of the furnace stuff, I wasn't on Fast Markets today. How did it go? How are we doing in the house account?
We had a good opening range trade in gold. We ended up about $300 after that was finished, and we had him by the tail in crude oil as well. The opening range was the high of the session at first, and we got close to that weekly kickoff high here, which was support. We had a failed downside auction. At that point, we probably should have lennied this trade. But in the spirit of not lennying it, I bought one at 64.20 just to buy into to try and feed the break to the downside, but the break to the downside never came. I did trim the risk a little bit to just above the opening range high, which was 64.58, and we got taken out on that. We lost about $98 on the crude opening range trade, made $300 on the gold. But all four of the fabulous four here, the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil, did initially leave the opening range at the dead high. Gold is the only one that remains at the dead high. So there was some pretty interesting opportunities off those opening range trades in the fabulous four.
Excellent stuff. Taking a quick jaunt around the markets. Right now, we're just above the 6,600 level in the SPX. That's about 5 points. Let's call it 65.55. So expect a rock fight there. That is the highest put wall I see in my gamma stuff. Look around the stocks, Mag 7, all down with Tesla down 3%, but we've said Tesla does its own damn thing whenever. Nvidia up 1%, Apple up 0.5%, Meta down 1.3%, nothing else doing. You guys know what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the bond yields, and we did spike this morning. A little bit before, but definitely during 7:30 number here. GDP came in strong. Jobless claims came in low. People have already started tampering their expectations for further cuts. If we zoom out again, we'll keep on referring to this blue line and white line. This is when the rate announcement was. This is the level the yields were at. We're up about 12 bips. Nothing to write home about so far, but good to keep an eye on. Was there anything else I wanted to blabber about? No, but I do have some required reading. There's a very long X post from Peter Brandt, market wizard. And I'm posting it there right now. This is required reading for all of you as part of group coaching today. It's long, but he's pretty damn good at what he does, and you'll want to listen to this. He explains his whole process. So there it is. Hoag, anything else you want to cover before we get to the questions? Hoop, you had a cattle trade on or something, right?
Yep. If you want to go to my chart, I'm long these cattle. Was looking for 1 to 2. I'm long from 233 and a quarter. I've been pretty bearish this market. It's had a pretty good move down today. The feeders are down like 700 points. So I'm pretty close to, I'm not always a TP guy. So if I'm hearing Hoag 10% rule, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close if we don't push here to just take it out. And my risk was risking $150 to make 300, and I've been kind of trailing it along. It's kind of coming up to VWAP. It's also about 41, call it about 50 minutes from close. So, and if you look in the ladder next to it is the hogs. A lot of volume in the hogs today, believe it or not. You have almost 400 contracts at 89.10. There's a quarterly hog and pig report that comes out after the bell today. So that's why there's a lot of positioning going on in there. So, well, everyone's, and trust me, I traded metals earlier, but it's where I got my start. So I like the meats. I like cattle, hogs. I still look at those and trade those quite often.
Oops, got the meats.
Yep.
One more thing.
Roots.
Yeah, I'll show one more thing since I got to spill all this stuff I had prepared for fast markets. We're testing this support level that's been going since May here in the ES. Right, can't emphasize enough. I think this 66.55 level is a kind of make or break a little bit here. Now that I've got that out of the way, you guys want to hit a few questions? We're open to taking trades as well. We'll interact with the chat. Are you ready?
Of course.
Ready.
All right. I'm not as used to this as JD, so bear with me.
Oh, no problem. If it's all right, I'd like to answer a question that's in the chat right now from Krispy Kreme.
Nice.
It was asking, is there a way to see real-time open interest on the CME, or does it only have to be at the end of the day? Well, yeah, there isn't a platform that can accurately calculate open interest in real time. As a matter of fact, it takes the exchange extra time to come up with the actual change in open interest in all of these different commodities and all of these different contract months. If you look at the CME group and you look for the daily bulletin, if you get it at 6 o'clock in the morning, the daily bulletin is going to say preliminary, and it's not until after 9:30 or 10 o'clock when they come out with the final, which will be the true and accurate open interest. So, because it's not just volume buying and selling, it's the actual creation and evaporation of actual contracts that the open interest is looking at. It is impossible for any trading platform, or probably even the exchange, to be able to gauge and calculate open interest in real time. Hopefully that helps.
Boom. I'm out. Covered.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice trade there, Hoop. Okay, I got the questions up in front of me, but first, one last thing in case it didn't get mentioned. The last day of the quarter is coming up. It's not too far away. Be careful in this last few days. Remember, there's only 30 days in September, if I remember that correctly. And we could have some quarter end rebalancing by pension funds and whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing to note is that in this past quarter, we have gone up about 10% in the SPX from 6,000 to 6,600. So in sort of the traditional sense of rebalancing, you would think there would be some large sellers out there perhaps to rebalance their portfolios. Just something to be aware of. It could get really wild in the last few days, and especially that last day of the quarter. And with that, it's time to go to the questions. Our first question comes from Brian. Oh, sorry, comes from Dave Steps on Poop.
There we go.
Yeah.
What a chat name.
Well,
what a guy.
Do what you love. You never work a day. How do I combat greed, but also keep the same profits? I have no problem making $1,000 or $1,500 in a day, but when it comes to accepting losses or just keeping my winners, I have a problem with staying up on the day until I have to lock out. What do you say to Mr. Steps on Poop, Hoag?
Tread lightly.
Well, first, please leave your shoes outside. Okay. So no problem making $1,000 or $1,500, but keeping it is the issue. And if you start the day lower, that is an issue. We know, because we don't like to lose money, right? So I would imagine, you know, you get yourself up $1,000 or $1,500 on the day, and you decide to take that next trade, and it's a loss. And now you're probably not only cleaning your shoes, you're thinking, "Oh, I got to make that back now." Um, it's difficult to give up unrealized or realized profits on any given day, right? So what I would suggest for you is if you're up, and let's say you're up $1,500, do what Mandy did during fast markets today. She put a trailing, trailing loss on her realized profits. Okay, so let's say you're up $1,500. You can risk $500 and still walk away up $1,000 on the day. As far as greed is concerned, think about how hard people work to make $1,000, and you're making $1,000 on that day, right then. Okay. Yes, it hurts to lose that 500, but you don't get to participate if you walk away just up that $1,500, right? So you want to see if you can kind of add to that. And if you have that winning trade, then you've bought yourself another winning trade, and you have another winning trade. You've bought yourself another trade. If the first one is a loss, anytime you're up above that $1,500, just walk away, because now you're probably already thinking, I got to make that back. And now you're not focusing on making good trading choices. Okay. Dave, everything we do in trading, and most of the mistakes, or all of the mistakes we're going to make in trading, are based in fear of loss of profit, or fear of loss at all. Right. So you got to be able to kind of, use some sort of discipline, put some sort of rule in place. Like, if I'm up 1,000, I can risk 50% of that. If I lose 500 of that, I'm still up 500 on the day. That's a good day. Why not just walk away? Use the tools on TopStep X to help you do that, to help you stay committed to that. That's my suggestion for you, Dave. And stop stepping on poop.
Yeah, don't do that. If I may add one thing, and it was in that Peter Brandt thing that I shared, is he discussed, you're familiar with like Pareto stuff, for instance, you see it a lot for sales and things like that, where something like, my Pilsner is in the chat, and something like,
yes, he is.
It said, like 20% of your customers or something, or 80%. I use booze as an example because it's like the top 10% of drinkers, I don't know, provide like 90% of the revenue or something huge like that.
Yeah. Right.
But a similar thing he was mentioning applies to trading, where he calculated that, 15% of his trades accounted for 80% of his profits. And you don't know which trade it's going to be. And you don't know the trade that you like. If you have a system, there's going to be trades you take that you like, trades that you don't like, but you don't know which is going to be right unless you play out the system. So
100%. Yeah.
If you can be as dispassionate as possible, now, no one's a robot. It's very hard. That's why so few are successful at doing this. I think that'll really help. Just embrace it. I love the idea of putting a trade on and then not watching it until it reaches its conclusion. Anyway, we got more questions coming down the pipe. What's up, Hoop?
See the headlines that just came across? Europeans privately tell Russia they're ready to down jets. And then check, near and dear to your heart, European officials see Russia's Estonia excursion as deliberate. So Estonia is getting in the mix here, Jack.
It is. Estonia is part of NATO. Yeah. I mean, you would think it would have to be deliberate, or Russia's just really bad at drones. So
right.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll hear more on that. Sounds like they're publicly telling us now.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, the market's always here.
Right.
Next question I got is from Little Trades. Not LIL apostrophe trades, just Little Trades. It's, what is a simple strategy to adopt for beginner traders that you would recommend?
Oop. Let's hear from you first on this one.
Yeah.
I just to create better discipline up front, I would just go large time frames. I'd go daily, 4 hour, and just start to look at structure there. It creates patience, waiting for levels, and just kind of, obviously use a practice account to it first. But I would go larger time frames, try and keep, and we all use, I mean, shouldn't say we all, a lot of us use indicators. I think go blank at first, keep a lot of the noise out. And just kind of, once again, because if you go down the wormhole of indicators, Instagram, I just think at first you just have to keep it, really simple. And I think if you want to start to tweak, your setup there, we always talk about, fitting your personality to you. We saw Mandy, she's a scalper. I used to consider myself a scalper until I started becoming a VIP coach. And, what I thought a 3 to 5 minute hold was a scalp is, a lifetime for some NASDAQ traders. So yeah, I just think go out wide frame, and, take it in little, if you're going to start taking contact, take it in little chunks, because if you really start get cooking, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to soak in, that's for sure.
I think,
absolutely.
Yeah, I hesitate to put thoughts in this question because obviously when you're talking about day trading, if there were a super simple strategy that would yield consistent profitable results, well, everyone would do it, or it would get phased out pretty quickly. But here's a real simple one. You're not gonna like the answer. We're through that 6,600 level. We're selling off a little bit here in the ES.
Yeah. Wonder if that news had something to do with it.
It probably does. I'm waiting for anything to come across the juice, but we will see. A little bit of a meltdown. Here's a simple strategy. This is a quote from Charles Munger. Charlie.
Good old Charlie.
If all you ever did was buy high quality stocks on the 200-week moving average, you would beat the S&P 500 by a large margin over time. I believe the rest of the quote is, but basically nobody has that kind of discipline, which is probably true. So probably for a simple strategy, I would just be selective and go wider, maybe play things like those longer moving averages, some big support and resistances. That's what I got there. Hoag, anything to add?
Yeah. So think about the two really kind of market states. There's balance and continuation or trend. So just pick any time frame chart and identify an area of balance. Okay, this is today's crude oil, or excuse me, gold 5-minute chart. So let's start up here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, this is an area of balance, right? Would you call that a short time frame area of balance on a 5-minute chart? I would.
100%.
All right. So when you identify the extremes of the balance, you get some decent opportunities to limit risk. So once this balance is established, we're one of the basic strategies I could suggest, and there's no guarantee that anything is going to work exactly the same way twice. But here we have an area of balance. So once the area of balance is established, we look to buy the low end of the balance and sell the upper end of the balance. Now, there sometimes it's going to sweep stops outside of it and then come back in, and we would call that kind of a failed breakout. However, just a basic guideline: if the market is in balance, fade the extremes until proven wrong, and on a sustained breakout of an area of balance, go with it. Go with it. Now, if you're buying at the lows here, you have some opportunities to participate in some short wins to the long side. If you look up here, this is the high. We get back up to that high. If you shorted that, and you had a pretty decent opportunity to participate in a pretty decent move to the downside. And if you recognize that there was a potential break of the current area of balance, this could be something that you might even add to upon acceptance outside of the area of balance. So that would be a very simple strategy just to get things started. And of course, look at doing this in a practice account in very small ways, and then start adding different types of chart patterns. JD pointed out this one today. This would be considered a bear flag, right? So so you have the big move to the downside. The bear flag is going to be narrow ranged bars opposite the bigger picture on lower volume. Well, what happens as the market tries to continue to push higher? It cuts off volume. Once this lower trend line breaks, there's your opportunity to go with the breakout of a bear flag. There's all different kinds of patterns, but just looking very basically at, is the market in balance? Fade the extremes. In other words, buy it near the low of balance, sell it near the high of balance. And any substantial breakout outside of that balance you want to go with, which is tricky because it seems probably 70% of breakouts of balance seem to fail at least the first time. But that's just a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I muted myself instead of
Yeah.
unmuting myself. I just want to show really quick. We were talking about that 200-week moving average just for funsies. Here's the NASDAQ. We go to my screens real quick. You got to go way back in time to have a 200-week moving average. But you see, besides, the NASDAQ was new. We had the dot-com bubble, the financial crisis. But since then, you can see the bottoms of very different kind of sell-offs have occurred, have all bounced at that average. Right here, 18. Here's COVID. Here's the 22 drawdown. Here's the tariffs. Requires a lot of patience, though. It's only a couple trades every couple years. Let's go to the next question. Let's take this one from Curtis. How would you identify targets for a failed upside or downside auction? Is it with an implied move or support and resistance levels?
Okay, you Hoagie.
All right, so let's take a look. Back to gold. All right, so onto the 30-minute chart. Yesterday, we had a failed upside auction. Let me grab this and put it on the chart just for demonstration's sake here. So there's the IB high. I always like to make these kind of pinkish. So there's the IB high from yesterday. The IB low from yesterday. Let's put this on. There it is. No. Yes. Yeah, that's the IB low. Okay. So in a normal market, whatever normal is, typically when we have a failed upside auction, the target would normally be the initial balance low. This is a very small initial balance. On a very small initial balance, especially when the market has changed direction and we had a directional day the day before, I would look for a bigger profit target, because the smaller the initial balance, the less energy it takes to extend outside of it. And if you do run into energy, you can seriously extend outside the initial balance. Okay. So we had similar situation The day before, we had the initial balance high and a failed upside auction above it. This one didn't extend as deeply as the one yesterday, but still the initial balance low was here, and it basically doubled the initial balance. A small initial balance, remember, it doesn't take as much energy to extend beyond. So today's, the initial balance is large. That is a big initial balance. We've looked below it several times, but we're not having much luck extending outside of it. Why? Because it's going to take a boatload of energy to extend below it. So, as a general rule, in a large initial balance with a failed upside or downside auction, my first, if I'm trading multiples, my first exit will be point of control. Okay, the fairest price of the day. My second exit, if it's a failed downside auction, would be high of value on that day. And my third exit would be the initial balance, the other extreme of the initial balance, if that makes sense. Okay, now there are going to be days when this is going to play like you planned it, like the market was listening to you. There are going to be days where it is not going to do that. It is going to tease you. It is going to mess with you. Take a look at the S&Ps. Okay, we have a failed upside auction in the S&Ps right there. Okay, the initial balance high 66.72.5. We look above it. We close back down below that level. We go right back to it, test it again, and now the market is finally starting to roll over. The first time that we looked above the initial balance in the NASDAQ, we've been up there several times, and it's taking forever for that market to roll back over. I would be more likely to see a deeper pullback in the S&Ps because of the cleanness of the failed upside auction. The NASDAQ, the failed upside auction is a mess. It's not even truly a failed upside auction. The market has really kind of brought point of control higher. It's holding higher. It's been, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 excursions above the initial balance high. It's finally kind of reaccepting the initial balance high, 24,641 in the orders. But I'm just looking for this maybe to get back to point of control, and I could be dead wrong on that. Maybe let's see what the volume point of control looks like here. Okay, so we're already past the volume point of control. So now what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at possibly, how about value low for the profit target? Value low coming in at 24,542, right about there. It kind of takes us to an important level, that head and shoulders target level as well. A couple other kind of confluence levels there as well. If I'm short, at the initial balance high, there's a lot of risk in this. Is it worth it? Okay, we're risking. Let's see, balance high, initial balance high 60. We're like 44 points of risk to the high of the session from the initial balance high. We get short the initial balance high. What is the potential profit? Let's take a quick gander at this. So there we are. There's our entry, and to get to. So we're looking at.
Hoag, I hate to interrupt. I have to step away for 1 minute. I will be back.
Okay, no problemo.
Oh, good.
We're looking at about 100 points. 100 points of risk, or 100 points of profit. So 44 points of risk, 100 points of profit. If we do get our exit at value low, from the short above there. So, in answer to your question, Curtis, it's very contextual. But generally speaking, I'm going from the a failed upside auction above the IB high. I'll look for the IB low. A failed auction below the IB low. I'll look for the IB high. Very generally speaking. Good question.
Hey, Hoag, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
So since you're the Yoda of the charts, I want you to look at a chart that you don't look at a lot.
Okay.
And maybe we can. I'm just curious because we're getting. And we talk about it a lot, and it's people trade a lot of crypto, but it's Bitcoin, micro Bitcoin, MBT. We're down about almost 3.5% today. I'm curious, from a guy who doesn't look at it every day, is okay, take a look at it and let's talk about what you're seeing. And I know I'm like you, I'm a 30 minutes where my kind of go-to is. But the problem you have as a market profile guy is this market trades 24/7. I know that's not what these charts say, but the actual the actual thing itself changes. So there is definitely, I would have to say, in your world, probably some gray in there, because there's a lot that happens over a weekend and 24 hours a day. But I'm curious what you're seeing in there.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. Okay, what were the regular trading hours of the Bitcoin on the trading floor? Well, I didn't have that. If there were regular trading hours, micro Bitcoin, what would they be? Oop. It looks like 720.
They're like, yeah, correct. Let me pull them up here.
While he's pulling up, we're selling off, approaching the low of the last bar. We went back up and checked the 6,600 SPX level. Right now, trading 66.49, we'll call it, in the ES futures. Well, Hoop, while we're waiting,
what
do you say we run a quick news story?
Perfect.
Okay. Here's my lead in. Fall.
It's almost that time of year again. Fall signals the start of flu season, which typically starts in October with peaks between December and February.
We're expecting this year to be moderate, but last year was severe. We had more illnesses, more hospitalizations, and more preventable deaths of children.
Dr. Sarah Nozel with the American Academy of Family Physicians says the best protection is to get the flu shot as soon as it's available to you, before the season gets into full swing. The CDC recommends everyone 6 months and older, with rare exception, to receive the vaccine, which is trivalent this season, meaning it protects against 3 strains of the influenza virus. Nozel says vaccination can help protect against severe disease.
Your body's ready to take on that fight. So instead of ending up in the hospital with pneumonia, you might have a runny nose for a few days, and you will be much less contagious.
For the first time this flu season, there's also an at-home flu vaccine available in 34 states. Flu Mist is a nasal spray approved for non-pregnant people between the ages of 2 and 49. Nozel says to talk to a doctor to make sure you're eligible to receive it.
You really need to check in if you have any of the medical conditions that would make it not safe to be given. It's for healthy young people.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
There we go. I'm sure chat will have fun with that. We're still selling off here. We'll get to the next question. Well, Hoop, you wanted to show something, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just micro Bitcoin is only closed for an hour. It basically opens at Globex time and only shuts down for an hour. So it's literally open, like 7-Eleven, almost open all the time.
I guess there is no real technical regular trading hours for it, because it never had them.
That's why it creates a little bit of angst for me of trying to, like Jack, you always talk about looking at the spot, right? That I do the same thing, because, sometimes you come in on a Sunday night when Globex opens, Hoag, and it's been trading Saturday, Sunday, and it might down be 2.5%. So it does give you a little bit of maybe an idea of what's going on when it opens. But yeah, I mean, the structure of this, it definitely trades different since Trump took over. The ranges have narrowed. A lot of people, I think, sometimes believe it's tied to what the equities do, because there's so many ETFs on it now and everything. So it just seems as equities start to lose a little bit of its pop, it seems like they kind of aren't far behind. So that's why I wonder if we're seeing some weakness in structure here today, just because the equities are down pretty good.
Do you happen to know what settlement was yesterday?
Let's see what mine shows, Hogue. Mine shows. Hold on. I can tell you that. That's what the Merck sets it as. You never know. Mine shows. It's loading. Well, it's way up there.
It should be.
Well,
I'm
stocks
thinking
are
it's
not way up
somewhere.
there.
Yeah, and we're pulling back.
Somewhere up around 11, 113. Yeah, well, 113.
Yeah, well, you're basically 113,000. On mine, it shows 400. So in that area, yes.
So
pretty much the open was the dead ass high, right? Pretty much.
Well, I mean, looking at Bitcoin in the spot market right now, which is where I look at it, we're below. We're off 3.3%. We're below 110,000 right now, trading 109,500.
Right.
I don't know.
The correlation.
Oop, you got to give me time to investigate.
Yeah,
gotta,
no, I want
gotta
you
do
to.
some
I'm just
research.
always curious. I like throwing you a curveball because it's not a market you
Sure.
look at, but it is. It is, something like, we have Ethereum that Jack, I know you get that one's an interesting one, but Ethereum, micro Bitcoin, they're just all these things have gained speed inside, the future space. So once again, the ranges used to be, 4,000 or 5,000 a night, and they've really compressed. If you go look at the ATR on them, and once again, it almost starting to trade like an equity is what it's doing to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that I know you need another thing to throw on your plate, but I'd love to hear your 2 cents maybe next week or something on it.
Sure. We'll work on that.
Okay. And there's Crude coming, just doing its thing.
Something that's interesting. I think this is usually the case. I forget why. I'd have to think about it for a moment, but just to point out, it's unusual with the Bitcoin futures actually trade at a discount to the spot market. And correct me in the chat, I think that's probably because people have such a desire to physically hold the Bitcoin.
Of course.
But that's an interesting thing to know. Right now, MBT is trading 109,400. I have the spot Bitcoin at 482. So interesting.
The full contract, Jack's the amazing one, right? Hogue used to think margin was heavy on a big S&P.
Oh yeah.
One Bitcoin's actually 5 Bitcoins. So I think the last time I looked, it was like 135,000 to hold one Bitcoin.
Margin, really? Wow.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Getting hammered right now.
Yep, I see that. Mm-hmm.
That's for the big boys there.
Yeah. You don't want to get a call to add, on that one. That's for sure.
No. Yeah, we need a check for 100,000.
Yeah, put that in there. Yeah.
Drilling a little bit in the ES as well. We'll keep our eye on this and the
What's next
financial
question, Jack?
juice. Let's do it. Next question comes to us from Hogue. Since we have like 10 minutes left, do you have maybe a favorite of these that you would like to go after? I have a quick one we could do. This comes from Unbearable. What percentage of drawdown is a responsible risk per trade? What do you think, Hogue?
Depends
on the account, right?
On your account size.
Yeah.
In percentage per trade in futures, I don't know. I never really thought about it because to me, risk is always about market context.
Yeah.
Well, to give an example, when I was trading professionally, we had daily loss limits. The per trade's a little different because things were mean reverting. So if you were going to blow out, it was usually one trade accounted for 100%. But to give an example, trying to think about it, my loss limit was probably equal to about 3 or 4% of what I was making per year. So like, so basically like 3 or 4% per day. And I think that that's pretty common among now. I realize if you're doing a trading combine or something, that would be a crazy way to do it.
Right.
But people still tend to, I feel like, risk. I tell you, like, no one would risk 25%. I think maybe like, and I know the combines can be a different game, but like in a live account, I wouldn't risk 5 to maybe 10%, depending. It's all about your how you whether you're risk adverse or not. But generally, we see much
Right.
higher. Or we have caps on it, but all the time people doing 50. And remember, if you lose 50%, you got to make 100% to get back to break even.
Yeah.
Yes.
So per trade,
So-
it depends on how many trades you make per day and how big your stack is.
Let's say
Drawdown.
Your loss limit, your max drawdown on an account is $3,000. Well, if you
Mm-hmm.
risk 300 per trade, you get 10 shots.
Yep.
10 straight losses, and you're out. Now, hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
your reward over risk is going to be greater than 1-to-1, or even worse would be upside down on that. But let's say your reward over risk is 2-to-1, and you take 2 losses. Well, 1 win, and you're back to basically break even. I think that you gotta think about how many shots, how many at bats you get according to your allowable risk per trade in relation to your max drawdown. 10 at bats, that's not bad. And risking 300 with micros, I mean, you can get some really good shots. You don't even have to risk that much. Once you start building, then start adding. Really good question, and it's like as Jack said, I mean, it's so related to your risk aversion and your reward over risk, of course, is a big part of that as well. Good question.
Important thought, and I've said this is just a statistical truth, and I've mentioned it a few times on Shoulder Tap. It's also dependent on there's no right or wrong risk to reward. There's a million different ways to do it.
Right.
But statistically, your risk to reward heavily influences what Hoag said there about your 10 straight losses. And here's the example. If you know that your risk reward is 50-50, it's very unlikely that you're going to have 10 straight losing trades. If your risk reward is 10-1 or something like that, it's not guaranteed at all that one of those is going to be a winner. The higher, so the lower percent, if you have huge winners that happen very infrequently,
yes,
the more statistically that there's a probability. If you're doing 10-1, you could easily lose 20 in a row or 30 in a row.
Right.
The closer you are to, the higher your percentage of winners, the less likely you're going to hit some crazy streak. But also, the more that gets stretched, the more random the droughts will be. Right. If you're like a 50-1, you could have hundreds of losing trades in a row, and that's something you should expect.
Yeah. Jack, didn't you have that one guy in Shoulder Tap that lost like 20 some days in a row of DLLs?
Oh, we had one legendary trader who made $40,000+ in a day out of $50K account, and then proceeded to hit the DLL
for like
40 straight times.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even know if they were doing a 50-1 trade. That might just be
right. Yeah.
Some people, like, there's no top, and you only make money once you close a trade, right? So if you're constantly chasing the sort of infinity, I mean, I bet on that
Yeah.
43K day, they just got stopped out by the auto lick at the end of the day. They would have gone for 80
Probably.
or 100 or
Yeah.
4 trillion. Anyway, let's go back here. We have time for
I like
another
Cody's question.
All right. Cody asked, as a trader, how do you balance conviction in a trade idea with the flexibility to adapt when the market gives conflicting signals?
Mhm.
I'm speaking primarily to gold the past few days. Price action and volume are all over the place. There's a longer time frame bias. Protect against these mood swings. In other words, what tells you to keep pressing an idea versus when to stop and protect mental capital?
It's a great question.
I'm gonna go after this one. So, because we called touching the stove one too many times. Everybody's got their. Once again, we share in the room and talk as trader how everybody's bullish and 5,000, 4,000 gold. But as a day trader, to me, I've learned over the years, the flexible bias thing, if I don't have it, I'm screwed. Because once I dig my horns in about, okay, we're just gonna, once again, maybe it's years of being perma bear, but it's one of those things where if you get too locked in to me, one side of the market, like when gold breaks $50 and you just get run over, it's that ability to say there's at a certain point where, hey, I'm trading the wrong side of the market. And yesterday was a perfect example in gold, right, Hoag? I mean, that 3780 area was good. We blew through that. We went through 70, we went through 60. So we just, once again, you have to let structure inside the market saying, hey, you're wrong. Either you're going to step aside and wait for, like we talked a little bit yesterday, Hoag, about exhaustion or signs or structure that it ends. But for me, I have learned over the years flexible, and I think a lot of people used to always trade one side of the market. I can't, Hoag, I can't. It's very hard for me because maybe because we spent, being in and out of the market a good chunk of our careers. But I just know, like you said, bias will eat you up in futures trading. That's to me. So
yeah,
flexible bias.
Yeah, and it's very difficult as humans. When we've been kind of trained to look for opportunities for longs, like we have been trained since the beginning of the year in gold, to be able to say, okay, we've seen pullbacks. When do those pullbacks come, and how do we recognize them? And at least instead of fighting them, stay the hell out of the way.
Right.
And when we get into directional markets, the easy thing to do is to try and fight them. And we've proved to ourselves all the time that that's not the best idea. Now, if you remember, this was Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So Monday into Tuesday. Monday, I gave the auction grade an A-, and I don't give A's when it comes to auction
I know
grades,
you don't.
but the
Yeah.
market had been rallying and so strong. It was leaving weaknesses in structure, but the rally was so strong, it was bringing open interest. That A- has to be kind of a warning sign, because the market is always going to look the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. And I even said that on Tuesday morning. I said, I'm giving this an A-, and that may not be a good thing. The market opens, we leave a failed upside auction, and the market starts to head lower. Same thing yesterday. The market opens, we leave a failed upside auction, and the directional market really begins yesterday to the downside. So with that A+ came that caveat that said, okay, remember, this is maybe not a good thing, because the market's always going to look the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. So we're seeing a bit of a pullback, but it's very difficult for human beings to change from, okay, I'm looking for the dip to buy, to I'm looking for the rally to sell in a day like that, it strips your gears. It's very difficult to do that. And that, I think, is part of your question here, Cody, is how do we adjust to these mood swings in the markets without getting our own gears stripped? And there was an example of that today in crude oil, when in the crude oil opening range trade that we had taken, because the opening range was the high of the session. We were short. We were looking at a support level and a potential partial exit of that trade at $64, the weekly kickoff high, which became support as of yesterday when we left the opening range at the dead ass low of the day. A good trade on that. Okay. So now we're looking at the opening range as the high of the day. And that's as long as that remains, I'm looking for shorts. But we also had a contrary nuance or a contrary setup, or whatever you want to call it, in the failed downside auction up against a support level. If this was just any regular kind of failed downside auction with the opening range that at the high of the day, I probably wouldn't have noted it. But I noted this one. And I even said, we got the failed downside auction. So we got two nuances in opposite directions. We got the opening range, the high of the day, looking for shorts. We got the failed downside auction at the lows, looking for longs. So we decided we're gonna try and get out of some of them. We never got them. I got out of one, but then the market began to push higher. So the cognitive dissonance or the opposing information puts you in a situation where you have to decide which is most important: opening range, the high of the day, or the failed downside auction up against support. Today, the failed downside auction up against support won. I had a feeling it was going to, but we try not to lenny these trades. So we just, we let it play out, and that's okay. You were going to say, Jack?
Oh, I was going to say we're almost on time here. I'm going to introduce the next segment. I just wanted to add some numbers to what we discussed earlier. Just really quick with the risk drawdowns. If you had two people, one with like a 10-to-1 strategy and one with a 1-to-1 strategy, they were both risking the same amount. Theoretically, you do infinite trades, they'll be up or down the exact same amount of money. However, that's not how it works. If you are a 1-to-1 trader in that scenario, the odds of you having 10 losing trades in a row are 0.09%. All right? Under 1%. If you're the 10-to-1 trader, it's 35% that all 10 trades are losers. So no risk reward is right, but you need to account for how much ammo you have, especially if you are one of those high reward, low risk type traders. And with that, we got some absolute animals of traders coming on next. We got the Topstep API tutorial coming up. Coach Robert, the Riz, Cooney, Andy A are back. It's going to be a fun one, so stick around. Markets are moving. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
All right, let's get right into it. It's Top Step X API with Andy, Coach Robert in the house. Markets are selling off in the ES, NASDAQ, YM. Let's take a look at these prices. I'm going to throw it to the fellas here. ES just making new lows, 66.24. NASDAQ almost bottomed out, making new lows, 24,470. YM selling off. Gold not reacting too much just yet. And oil popped a little bit, down about 20 cents off the highs, trading 64.82. All right, Top Step X API session. Robert, who do we have today? The handsome devil in the middle.
Hampton Devil in the middle is right. Andre, good to be here. And you're looking at Andy A in the middle there. Really good coder. I believe he's been on 2 or 3 times. He can clarify that. Hanging out in the Topstep-API channel and Discord all the time. Got some great background, and I know he's on showing a couple of things, and he did some tweaking, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the updates. The latest ones live. It'll first time I'm hearing his latest updates. It's going to be exciting.
Right, good stuff. Andy, let's get to know you a little bit more. You're running the systems right now, so your systems will be taking trades if they do get triggered in these markets. Talk to us a little bit about what you're doing, what you're working with, and how the progress is going, Andy.
Yeah, if you want to pull up my screen, that would be great. Are we looking at my screen? There it is.
There we go.
So
Okay.
it did take a trade before the segment. It entered. So the one of the main strategies is based on the super trend. And so when the super trend said, you know, this blue line and purple line, when it broke, it waited for a pull, it waited for confirmation and then waited for a pullback, and then it executed the trade at 24,587 right here. And then I pulled the trailing stop down to this point of support. So right now the trade's looking pretty good. It might close us out here in a few minutes if we're looking at a little bit of a V-shaped recovery here. But otherwise, if it keeps pushing down, then we can start to see the trade follow the market. And please excuse my app right now. It's a little bit buggy with the indicators, so they might be disappearing and reappearing. So yeah, so that's where we are right now. And then it also, let's see, it's got a limit order on micro Dow.
Okay.
And similar situation where you can see this, the trend broke to the downside and it placed a pullback limit short. And I don't see that hitting it, but so might just cancel that out. So, you know, sometimes like these breaks to the downside, they just go and then the pullback doesn't hit. But in terms of the progress I've been running it mostly on a practice account, and today I do have it on an express, or sorry, not an express, a combine. But we can take a look at some of the stats. So the last 2 weeks were like I just was struggling a bit here, and then I was like manually trading and blew up an account here. But then I decided to take a different approach, and I decided to experiment a little bit with a larger size, so like 2 NQs with just basically a trailing 25-point stop, and that worked out really well for 2 weeks, as you can see here. And then the market conditions totally changed, so now I'm sort of back to experimenting with micros and multiple symbols.
Okay, well, I was
So
going to
yeah.
ask you about that, Andy. What are the different products that you are running this system? What different markets are you trading with the system? You talked about the NASDAQ. What else?
Yeah, the NASDAQ, the Dow, and gold.
Minis, correct?
Correct.
Micros.
Oh no,
Micros.
micros today. But the last 2 weeks before we hit all-time highs, I was just doing NQ, 2 contracts, tight risk, and then just letting the runners run, and that was working out really nicely. But then it just didn't hold into this latest all-time highs. So I'm changing my approach.
Okay, very good. One more question for Andy. I want to throw it to Robert. How long have you been developing this, testing it, and then when did you start? I guess I should ask.
Maybe like a month after you guys open up your API. I think it's been 4 solid months of just day in, day out, testing, developing, trading, pulling my hair out. So yeah, I mean, I've pretty much tried everything, and I think I'm starting to understand a little bit more about what works and what doesn't. But then again, the market conditions change, and that's something I'm learning that, something that might work for 2 weeks is totally going to change, on a dime. So that's just part of the process of, being able, trying to be able to change the strategy settings, based on how the market is doing. Because like there's so much volatility right now that I don't want to throw down 2NQ. I feel like I'd get totally chopped up here. So
Understandable. Okay, good
it
stuff.
looks like
Robert,
this. Yeah.
if you do get into a trade, Andy, please let us know. Yeah, just call it out, interrupt at any time if you do enter the market. Robert, how the overall tone, the general sense of how things are coming along on the API side with systems like Andy and just struggles, success stories. Well, what are you seeing there, Robert? Good to have you back, by the way. Good seeing you, man.
Good seeing you too. I jump into the show when I can. Days are pretty packed these days, but it's always TV up in the corner, right? For the API, yeah, it was launched out. There were a bunch of traders and traders/coders when it first came out, and they gave great feedback with some of the dare I say bugs, but just some of the limitations. Like there was a period that was off somewhere and a link that wasn't 100%. Just filled that in, and it's been super helpful in that really good channel in Discord. It has come, it started out great and it's come a long way. What's great about this though, Andre, is you have access to the entire underlying functionality of Topstep X. So if you don't see something on the chart, you can build it. If you're looking at Andy's right now, that is a wrapper that he has built custom. And you can use any language you would like and just put it through the API. And there's a full public documentation that we can drop a link in for you when I stop talking. But it's been coming along well. And I tell you what, everybody is so helpful in sharing and giving with their information and what they've done. There are these things called repositories, like code storages online. And one of the largest sample sites about that is called GitHub. And a lot of the coders in there just saying, hey, here's a link to my GitHub. And you can go in there and see specific examples for it. I personally built a custom tool that tests the connections. So once you go, hey, I'm new to the API, I want to try to get this connected, you subscribe to it and go, here's my username, my API. I'll put a link to that in there as well. It's a full code access. You just put all your stuff in there, hit send, it creates a log file, and you can copy and paste that into a custom GPT that was built as well and say, boy, this gave it to me in Python, but I code in C#. It will do the conversion for you. But generally, overall, it's been amazing. Coders in there have been great, helpful, sharing, supporting each other, and building some absolutely fabulous products.
Amazing. Good stuff. Love hearing that about the community. Okay, Andy, when you were showing us around the system, you said you have some limit orders working right now in the market. Would you tell me what they were, just in case we do hit them? What orders are you
Yes,
working in what product?
We have a pending limit on MYM at 46,233 on the short side. However, that was hit right before there was a lot of downward momentum. So I seriously doubt that's gonna. I mean, it could. That doesn't look like
100%.
Like if we come up here and kind of continue this trend down, that could hit and then keep continuing down. So I'll leave that on, see what happens there. Now, something cool that I recently implemented that has really saved a lot of trades before they hit the stop loss is an EMA safety exit.
Ooh.
So yeah, so I have the EMA. I have two EMA, dual EMA crossover. So we have the fast and the slow. I have it set to 9 and 33. So if I get in a trade and let's say it goes against me and my stop loss is 40 points but it hits the. Let me just toggle some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
pushing higher here in the ES and NASDAQ, as well as Dow. We're about 100 points higher here in the NASDAQ since this segment begun. Last trade 24,542. Seeing the ES push higher here. Last trade 66.42. Sorry about that, Andy. Go ahead.
no worries. Yeah, so if it's going against me and it hits the slow EMA, usually that is before the stop loss, so that exits me out at a lot less, or usually about half or so than I would normally exit out, because that slow EMA is a really like good indicator of the trends. So like, because it will take some kind of wonky trades. You can't ever predict what's going to happen. But for the ones that are a little bit more low probability, the EMA stay helps mitigate the loss.
I like that. Very good.
Yeah.
Just a safety
And
stop, if you will.
yeah, it's a safety stop before the actual stop. I've also been working on an ATR, adaptive ATR stop loss, but that's not ready yet. Basically, it like adjusts up and down based on ATR.
Just dynamic,
Let's see what
real
else.
time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the back testing is pretty good with that. I just haven't been able to nail it down for the live system yet. And I don't know if you got it, but I am in a live trade right now, and definitely kicking myself for not exiting when
What
it
is
was,
it?
when we started making this MNQ.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna.
What price and how many contracts?
Yeah, so it was 5 MNQ, 24, 587, 25. That was taken before the segment, and yeah, it's making a V-shaped recovery. So I mean, there's definitely a lot of strength, but and it just passed the fast CMA. So I'm thinking I might just close this out. I might wait a few ticks here to see if it can get some, see if this is a little fake out or not, because we do have a trend, and there's like a
You're short. You're short, correct?
possibility that'll continue.
Short from
I am short.
587.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see here. This is my position card, so you can see what's going on here, right? Current price,
Okay.
entry price, points, the signal that triggered it, and some controls, and then yeah. So, but I mean, let's like zoom out here, because I don't want it to go into drawdown when I have.
Just going to ask you that. The
Yeah.
system will get you in. Well, then do you get out? Do you exit the trade as well? Or
Sometimes I do manage it manually, but ideally on this one, I set the trailing start down here because I was hoping that it would come down and tap this point. So if it would have tapped this point, it would have closed out here, but it didn't tap that point. So now I have to manually manage the close here unless it hits this. I don't want it to hit. I don't want it to go past break even here. So yeah, I mean, the profit was looking like about $1,000 down here, and that's when we started the segment. But gotta let the trade play out sometimes. It's not.
Yeah, we are seeing these markets move higher here, continuing to do so. Robert, I wanted to ask you, in the community, are you seeing more success, less success with certain products? Maybe gold versus NASDAQ versus crude, anything like that you're seeing some tendencies there? Or is it pretty much on an individual case-by-case basis with the success and the struggles?
Great question, Andre. NQ is the most popular instrument traded by far. So you have an option to switch to MNQ, which is obviously very, very similar. It's not exactly the same. But the suggestion I make, and for those who don't know, I'm also one of the VIP coaches, is for the team. If you're trading NQ and having a hard time with it, take your exact same strategy, doing no changes on it, and apply it to YM and see how it works out. They're very similar the way they move. If you try to do NQ to ES, this like about a 4-to-1 ratio there. NQ moves so far, it's $20 a point. The NQ is $50 a point, but NQ also moves further than ES. So it's a little bit weird to figure out. So if you just jump from NQ to YM, exact same strategy, it tends to work out a little bit better. So that's what a lot of the traders are doing and finding success with it.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah, NASDAQ is definitely the most popular product here at Topstep. I do get it. The volatility is definitely there. We do have crude pushing higher here, $65 even, 3 cents beneath the high of the session. Take a look at gold. Gold trying to grind higher here as well, trading 37.73, about 20 bucks off the lows we put in earlier today. Again, this is Topstep X API with Andy, Coach Robert in the house. Markets are definitely moving. Andy,
looks like that.
Did you get the Dow fill?
Yeah, it looks like that. Yep, they got that Dow filled. Yep, you can see it's moving
Let's go to
here. I think I might just close this MNQ though, because I don't want to lose at least $100 on this. So it's hard to say because like you look at this line, this trend line, and I'm not convinced that this is not going to keep going down. What do you guys think? What's your take on this?
Hold on. Tell me how many contracts you got here in the micro Dow, and
five micro Dow. Okay, we can move to that.
Yeah, let's talk about this trade. You just entered. The system got him in. Andy's system is short 5 micro Dow from 46,233. Correct. Where is the risk? Where do you put the stop?
The risk on this is 80 points. So that's about $250, I believe. So yeah. And right now it's like I can adjust this. I can't drag. Purposefully, I made it so that I can't drag the stop loss line. I can change the stop loss in my settings.
Really?
But I can't, because I don't I would, it's even probably, it's good to be able to change it on the fly because I can change it here, but I want to make sure that I stick to that when using this algo. So it's just sort of a good, keeping myself, what's the word? Accountable. But the trailing stop lines, the trailing stop lines I can totally drag, which is great. This is also a new feature that I've added since my last appearance. So now that we can look at more of the structure of the market and say, okay, I do see that it's kind of pulling back here, and so I'm hoping that it's going to continue down because that's the overall direction of the market right now, even though we did get that nice little push. So I'm thinking that we take this trailing start and bring it down here.
Where's here?
And then here to 46,132, which is if it keeps coming down and then it wants to get it wants to build a base back up, then I would think it's not going to come all the way here. It's going to, make a higher low before pushing up. But I don't know. It's kind of looking like the market's got some more strength. So I'm not super confident on this trade, but we can see how it plays out. I don't know if I want. If the other thing is you see this EMA safety exit here, it's going to exit here instead of here if it touches 46,266. And
all right, well, let's see. Let's let this play out. All right, system got you in. We'll see how this plays out.
All right, let's see how it plays out.
231. We got this. Let it play out. We got the target down below around 132s. Okay, cool. We got gold pushing higher here a little bit. Robert, I want to throw it to you. Let's let this trade cook a little bit. We'll keep an eye on these prices. Talk to me, to the novice, myself. What are the benefits of auto trading? First and foremost, the number one benefit is
Takes the emotions out of it, out of trading.
Need that. Need that.
Yeah, that's the biggest push that I see on it. Now, there's actually kind of two benefits. That's the biggest one. As a technical trader and coder myself, and also an emotional person, humans are emotional. One of the largest struggles we have as traders is the emotional element of trading. So if that's one of the largest struggles, to me, it makes sense to remove that first. And how do you do that? You can throw this in with automation. Is it going to fix everything if you don't have a strategy? No, it's not. It's going to trade the way you set it to trade. So it's not like, hey, I can't trade as a person, so let me automate it. If the strategy isn't working, it's just simply not going to work automated running. Now, the second benefit to it is that if you just happen to need to step away, 2 times over the past 2 weeks, I needed to walk away and my setup was kind of showing up. I was like, oh, dang it. I really want to get into this thing, but it's not time. I went to an accountant and I had to get an oil change. So I just turned it on. I said, okay, well, if this setup shows, I'm going to walk away and see if it takes it when I get back in. Naturally, I came back in. One was a winner, one was a loser, small trades, but I did not have to wait for them. The second thing is it does get in a little quicker, especially if you're a breakout trader, like an opening range breakout. And that candle forms, you go, okay, I'm waiting for that 1 minute or 5 minute opening range. And all of a sudden it goes, boom, the candle closes. But let's say it closed at the high. Yep. You want to get a breakout, you got to be quick at the finger or already have adjustments in there because you're still building. You don't know what your entry is until the opening range is finished. But the algo is just watching. And all of a sudden, candle close, 1 minute is done, enters the trade. By the time you're trying to understand and look, is it finished? Where is it? What price do I enter? It's already in the trade. So those are the 3 benefits that I see. Maybe Andy has the one more, or I agree or disagree with those, but that's just it. Takes the emotional element away from it. We'll do the trading for you if you happen to need to step away for a moment. And it will get in a little bit quicker if you're doing one of those, especially if you're scalping. Hey, give me 2 green candles and go one long on the third one. I'm just saying the stuff on the fly. Sure. But it's not going to make you better if you don't know. If you just say, hey, this is my strategy, and I code it, and that strategy isn't well or just doesn't really work out, the algo is not going to make a difference. It's just going to do a really good job at running a bad strategy, right? So, Andy, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, just to let you know, on the MNQ trade, the slow EMA closed me out. Unfortunately, I would have liked to see that play out a little bit more, but that's okay because the loss on that trade was basically break even. That's right where the position was. So that's good, right? I mean, no drawdown on that. Yeah, exactly. It closed me out right at the EMA safety exit. It followed the plan, it follows the rules. So boom, that's great. So that's a win in my book. But yeah, I totally agree because I mean, at least for me, it's night and day when I allow the systems to go versus my own behaviors. So
discretionary trading. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's switch to the microDAO and see how that's looking. Go ahead.
High level. I'm a discretionary trader, Andy. The overall strategy is super trend. Okay. That's the general strategy. You're applying it and you're simply just automating it from how I understand it, correct?
Automating it with a ton of filters because the super trend is not always reliable. And that's another thing that I've been fine tuning. I refined the super trend calculation with the help of AI to make it a little bit less, choppy. So that's been helping. But yeah, there's a lot of times, for the most part, it waits for the super trend to break and then it waits for confirmation. It can't be let me just go through some of the filters because the filters really keep it out. It'll try to enter and then the filter will say no. For example, if the volume isn't, if there's not enough volume, I have an ADX filter, but I'm not running that right now. The QQE, we've talked about that before. The RSI filter. We have. I was seeing it take a lot of adverse trades around support and resistance. So something I recently did, which is I have yet to see in action, is that it calculates previous points of support and resistance. You can see those red and green lines for a certain amount of bars and days,
What market
and
is this?
considers those. This is MYM.
Okay, gotcha.
Micro
Hey,
Dow.
real quick, heads up
Yeah.
on gold. Gold just popped about $12 here in the last 10 minutes. Last trade 37.81. Gold on the move higher here, up about $10 in the last 10 minutes. Sorry, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. So let's say the bot can't see the chart, right? It's just operating on raw signals. So it can't see what we're seeing. It can only infer. And so at some points I was noticing that it would like be in a really strong downtrend or a really strong uptrend, and then it would fire a signal right at a point of support. Like it would fire a short signal right at a point of support. And I was like, come on, like,
No.
what are you doing? So now if it is within a certain range of a support or resistance and it tries to fire an adverse entry, then it blocks it. So like, for example, if it tried to come down here and press a short, it would say, nah, not happening, right? Because we have this previous point of support. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Basically, you're saying, nah, that doesn't make sense. But, you say, hey, come on, what are you doing, right? Essentially, you got to look in the mirror and say, hey, you put it in there, but I get it. The back testing, running it and seeing what spits out. Real quick, Andy, we are moving higher here in the NASDAQ and the ES.
Okay.
NASDAQ not done, coming right up to overnight VWAP at 24,587. We are on the move. We were just trading when this segment began. We were just trading 24,442. We're about 140 points in the NASDAQ. Markets are moving and cooking. A lot of news came out today. We had numbers in the morning with jobless claims. We had GDP. GDP was a really good one. For those that are getting caught up, let's get Gabe, bring this in. Let's get them caught up on the GDP news and how it perhaps is affecting the market. Then I got a question. How is traded?
The U.S. economy's bounce back during the second quarter has been revised higher again. Gross domestic product rose 3.8% from April through June, according to the Commerce Department's third and final estimate. That's a half a point more than the rate given during the second report. Analysts say increased consumer spending and falling imports helped boost the economy over the past few months. The Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta predicts the GDP resumed its growth in the third quarter.
The economy is growing. Indeed, we saw those numbers coming out. Again, big focus on jobs. Some Fed speakers coming out saying, inflation's under control. Now the focus is on the job market. All right, we'll keep this. So that story is not going away anytime soon. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout. I got a question for you, Robert. The difference, can you clarify for me the difference between raw data and chart reading? I'm a little confused. Help me clarify that for me, please.
Sure, and that's great because that's what Andy was just talking about too. He's like, pulls the raw data. When you're looking at a chart, that's for us. That's for people, for humans as a visual, right? But it's also needs to be built on raw data. Take something simple as a moving average, because he had him on his chart a minute ago. Well, the API is not going to look at a moving average. It's going to create that using the data. And just think of it as very simple. Let's say you have a 20 moving average, a simple moving average with no like exponential or weight or anything like that. A 20 simple moving average. It just simply takes the closing price of the last 20 candles, adds them up, and divides by 20. It's really basically that simple. So when you say to your algo, you say to your not API is the coding through it. You say to your algo, hey, go short when if I'm below the 20 moving average, and it goes up to it, go short. Okay, but you have to code that in. So you say, what is the close of candle 1 back, of candle 2 back, of candle 3 back, candle 4, all the way to 20, add it, divide by 20, and that's the price level you get. The chart just shows a visual of that, a visual representation of the data, which makes total sense. And that's exactly what we're looking at, right? VWAP, the same thing. It's an average price weighted by volume. You can look up the VWAP formula, but the code behind it, it just has the actual VWAP calculation or the average calculation or the super trend calculation. You can look all those up and just make these little things called routines and say, oh, if this happens, run this routine. Good, go short. Where do I want my stop? Depends on what you entered it at. And you can see he has them already set up on his dashboard there. Very, very nice, by the way. It's a very, very nice layout. So that's the difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, the chart is looking at the raw data and a visual representation for us humans to understand better.
For us, the humans. Let's take a look at the Dow YM. Last trade, 46,217. 217 last trade there. Gold continuing to push higher here as well. 37.82. Again, the Andy system. Do you have a nickname for the system? What do you call it? You have to have a nickname. What do you call this thing?
Zandobot.
Zandobot. That's what it meant. I love it.
Right in the top left.
What is that in reference to?
Me. I mean, I'm Andy, so kind of like reversing little kooky nickname, I guess. It's like one of my just a thing that I came up with that I like. I was already Zando in some regard, and so I decided to use that for Zandobot. Yeah, you like it?
I like it. I do like it. I like it especially because Zandobot is short from 46,233 as the Dow is trading 209. 209 last trade there. Gold not done. Gold is on the move. Let's trade 37.84. Gold pushing higher here. We have, see if crude pushing higher here. The NASDAQ did get up against overnight VWAP. 24,592. We're about 11 points beneath that. But right now, gold is definitely on the move. Gold up about $15 since Topstep X API began. Oh, they approved. They like Zandobot in the chat. Markets are
Any questions from the chat?
Any questions from the chat? I do have a question for Robert. Oh, yes, there are some questions from the chat. I'll get right there. But real quick, Robert. Oh, actually, we'll close at that where we can learn more about APIs and coding here at the Topstep community. What language? I did see that. What language are you using? Maybe you cover that. Maybe it was above my head, but they do want to know what language you. There seems to be a little rivalry between what the good programming coding language is and what isn't. If I'm understanding that. So what language are you using there to code this thing?
Looking at the chat, but yeah. So it's Python running the back end, Python to do the backtesting and serve some of the computational stuff to the live trading, and then Vue.js for the front end, and then TradingView lightweight charts, which a lot of people use. It's just it's a free TradingView package that's available for anyone to build charts with. I believe you guys probably use TradingView Advanced, available for like bigger corporations and stuff. But yeah, that's the stack.
All right, Robert, talk to me. Talk to me about that. The difference in languages, coding languages. Still keep an eye on this gold. Gold trading 37.84, pushing higher here. Crude as well. The difference in coding languages, please, Robert, help me out.
Sure, Andy's really good. He just rattled off 4 different languages. The reason behind them is I personally am a C# mainly coder. So if I'm making something, I have to use that language. It's just how it speaks. This equals that. Some you put a semicolon at the end, some a comma. Some don't need punctuation. Some you have to do it's called a call first and call a method, and some you don't. And then there's different platforms to use. If you're using Python, it's typically PyCharm. Using C# or C++, different languages, you maybe Visual Studio. There's different plugins you can use too. But the main reason is if I'm coding something in C#, it is not going to look nearly as good as what Andy has built here. It's called a wrapper. How it's the view of it. How is it visually, right? With the aesthetics of it. C# is not good for that, but it's a really good underlying, simple, fast running language. It's an old language and it's solid. But if you want to make something look pretty, you're just better off using to Python and say, oh, I want to run the code here. I want my process to happen. My trade's going here. But you know what? That's a terrible looking platform, a wrapper that he's built, that gets built. So he's like, I'm going to use Python to make it look nice and put nice colorful buttons on there and rearrange the modules. So that's what you would use a difference between those. And Andy can correct me if I'm right or wrong on that or disagree. I think that's when he said, that's my stack. That's exactly, I use this language for that, the other language for something else. This language is better for this. And I basically know 2 okay, and I'm learning others, and he just rattled off like 5. I'm like, wow, This is other one. I mean, you've heard of C#, C++, Ruby on Rails, Python, JavaScript, Java. It's this, you name it out there. And yeah, and I'm going to drop that Topstep X code builder. So whatever your language is, you can just go, hey, I have this bot. I'd love to see if I can do it in the Topstep X API. Dump into the code builder and it will spit out the code to translate for you. So I'll dump that in now.
Yeah, in terms of making it pretty though, that's the lowest of the priorities, correct? You want this thing to be accurate.
Function
You want
first.
this thing to.
Oh,
Sorry?
we closed at the safety safety
in.
EMA. Yeah, see that right there? It closed out. So we're out. Total RPL for the day, $99.90 on both of those trades. I mean, negative.
Yeah, these equities are pushed and continue to push higher here. NASDAQ trading 24,629. 629 in the ES trading 6660. Since this segment began, ES is now up about 35 points. The NASDAQ's we're up over about 200 points. 200 points. Gold is soaring. Gold on the move. About $2 off session highs, trading 37.89. Go ahead, Andy. Markets are really cooking right now. Do you have any other working orders? Does Xanobot have any working orders right now?
Not at the moment. Let me see what. Let's take a look at the filter, because now we can kind of look here at like each filter. So this is a really cool thing that I added that was kind of in the works last time. So for each product that I'm trading, it's going to show us a filter status monitor, and it's going to break down where things are. So I don't know if I showed you the QQE yet, but here's the QQE, and it's going to show you the value that each one has. And so what I made it so that it's basically the EMA, the price is above EMA, the price is below VWAP. The medium time frame for me is 15 minutes, so it's still bearish on the medium time frame, and the volume is 0.6 percent, 60% of like an average over a period of bars, and then the chop is at 51. But I would say like the most important ones that are working in concert with each other at all times are the EMA and the VWAP and the QQE. But you can see right now it says all trades blocked because the QQE is saying no and the VWAP is saying no because but it's moving, so it's going to change around a lot. So like it's blocking the short trades because we're above the EMA, and it's blocking the long trades because apparently we're still below the VWAP, right? So we're in this. You see, like we're in this range, this no man's land where it's gonna block all trades. But if we come down here to micro gold and MNQ, it's open for business on long trades, but it's still evaluating. So we'll see. There might be. Let me take a look at my terminal here, which is something you guys can't see, but I don't see any blockers, so we might see a long happen here on micro gold and MNQ at some point, but there's no way to tell. There's no way to predict what it'll do.
No, indeed, especially this move higher here. Robert, I'm gonna take a look at these markets. Robert, what do you have for Andy? Any questions? We'll pull some from the chat here as well. Go ahead, Robert.
Sure, you can take a look at the chat, and I do have a question for him. So, Andy, you mentioned at the beginning that you use some AI to help you, and I do as well. And I'll just throw the ones that I have: ChatGPT, some custom ones, but also Perplexity. Claude has been absolutely amazing. Abacus is a good one too because it connects a few LLMs together. So those are kind of the top of my list, and I'm curious as to what you use and maybe the benefits and caveats between them. Because just like the coding languages, you'll get something different, and sometimes I'll fight them against each other. I'll do something in Claude and go to GPT and say, "Can you make this better?" And it will, and I'll take that and put it back to Claude and say, "Can you enhance this?" So I'm interested to hear how you use AI for your coding as well.
Good question.
Yeah, so I use Cursor, and I do. I mean, I am an AI coder. There's a lot that I know, but there's a lot that I don't know. But I learn every day. But my process looks like this. I always, so basically, I spell out what I want, and then I make a plan. And I usually, if there's like a big feature that I want to implement, I make a to-do list, a document, because AI Claude or GPT, whatever, it has a habit of just getting lost and goes all over the place. So my advice to anyone who wants to start doing this is every time you want to build a feature or build anything, have it create a to-do list that it can check off, go through and check off, and like hold it accountable for what it, the suggestions that it made. The other thing that I would do is I hyper refine these plans. So I'll have Claude make a list, a to-do list, a plan, and then I'll have ChatGPT. So I use Claude, the highest level Claude in Claude Code in the terminal. And then GPT-5, I have GPT-5 check Claude's work because GPT-5 is a little bit more like technical and slow and can notice a lot of bugs that Claude wouldn't see. So I'll have them like go back and forth and I'll audit the plans like continuously until I feel like, okay, all the holes have been patched, ready to implement. And then I implement it, and then I have GPT check the work, and it's just very like persistent quality checking is really important. And then also creating like a Claude.md document that outlines the structure of a project, what tech stacks you're working with, all the rules you want it to follow. I'll leave it at that. So
API to check your work around. Hey, we got a 7 Harlot downside in the NASDAQ on the bid. What's that price? 24,591. We got a 7 Harlot 591. We're about 18 points from that. We also have a 700 lot in the ES on the bid, and it is gone. Or did that get filled? It may have gotten pulled, but there's a 7 Harlot in the NASDAQ. Where are you at? And that got pulled as well. Great job, Andre. All right. With that being said, I love the story, and you were kind of like jabbing here, constantly checking your work, having the AI check your work, looking for blind spots, if you will. So that being said, you're doing it on the automated side. We also love when our traders are doing it here in the discretionary side. So let's talk about those comeback stories. Gabe, come on in. Who are the comeback kids today, Gabe? Jab.
Man, we got a couple. We got a few. Probably missed a few too. Shout out to everybody that's always sharing their story day after day with us in chat. Here are a few that I was able to collect during my time in chat today. We got Duncan. Followed my plan, up $900 in the VIP account. Going to lock it out and enjoy my day. Shout out to Coach Jay. Great job there, Duncan. We got Bubby Prime. All I got to say is I locked out my account, $1,600 in the profit for 2 trades. Long today off 2 NQ contracts. No more trading for me. Great work there, Bubby. We got Arise. I passed my challenge today, slowed down, took my time, and stacked my days instead of trying to pass in 2 days. Thank you, Topstep. Great work there, Arise. Way to slow it down. We got Big-Headed Astronaut. After blowing countless express funded accounts copy trading, I finally decided to focus down on one express funded account, and I'm up 5K on the day. Great work there, Astronaut. Hope you locked it out and went and touched some grass. And then we got AK. 2-day loss streak, just locked out at $250 profit on the day. Happy to pull out of my losses. That's a good jab day after a couple red days in a row there. But shout out to everybody jabbing away. I'm going to get it back to you guys and these markets. Thanks, Trey.
Thank you, Gabe. We got 1,000 lot on the bid, 6650 in the ES bid 1,000 times. We got a couple more minutes here with Topstep X API. We got Andy in the house. We got Robert in the house as well. Keep an eye on that 1,000 lot. But Robert, here for you, my friend. Auto OCO, the big new update feature added to Topstep X. You got your hands in there. You got your hands dirty. Talk to me about what you got seen. We got some short reels coming out. Just tell me about everything you got going on over there. You really jumped all in on this thing. So yeah, talk to me, Robert.
Yeah, it's a great segue, Andre. Great. The Auto OCO. In case those that don't know, there's a video series that's called Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. So you don't have to spend hours going through things. Go, I want to know about how to do a trailing stop. I want to know how to change the platform. How do I set charts up? What do I indicators? They're all just pretty much under 5 minutes. It's like 2 or 3 that are over. But anyway, I just made the one on Sunday night, Monday morning for these new Auto OCOs. And it's 5 minutes or less. It's about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. But it's a really, really high level overview to say, you do this, click here. This is how this works. I didn't feel it was enough. So I made one yesterday in the live market. It's 20 minutes long. It's a kind of a deep dive tutorial on every single feature you can do in every setup for using these new auto OCOs in a live market, placing trades in real time. It's about 20 minutes long. They're both in editing and they will be out soon. So keep an eye on those. And what I'll do is I'll drop the Topstep X in 5 minutes or less playlist. There's about 40 videos in there, just so everybody can have it. That'll be coming out probably first. And then the 20-minute one is editing, takes a little bit. It's with the team now. I'm not sure when it will be out, but it will be out. And that's going to be a real heavy hitter because I literally go through every single process and every single thing you can do and use it for. So it's really good. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, that's a great question, Andre.
Yeah, go on Topstep, go to Topstep YouTube channel. You'll see those 5-minute or less videos, reels, call them what you want. Robert putting in the good work. With that being said, man, click subscribe, click like, click bell, click notify up there. Yes. Wow, I need that. Robert says in the chat. Thank you, Robert. Yes, absolutely great stuff. Let's take a look at these markets. Here goes crude. Crude new highs, $65.24. Gold making a run. We're about a buck off the session highs, trading 37.88. ES stalled out a little bit. Keep an eye on that 1,000 lot, about 8 points beneath where we're at right now. 66.50 bid 1,000 times NASDAQ. There was a big size order in there. It has been pulled. A couple more minutes here with Andy. Andy, do you have any more resting orders? Have you gotten in the market? Anything else?
No, nothing yet, but it looks wide open for some long trades. Let me take a look at my back end going on. Looks like the QQE is blocking some trades. So, I mean, part of this is also having the discretion to lower some filters if I feel like.
I was just going to ask you,
yeah.
how do you know when to throttle it up and throttle it down with filters? Just
Yeah,
high level. What kind of market conditions when you really want to, really put the filters on there and really tighten up entries and things like that? Is that in range-bound markets? Is that in volatile markets? And when do you really want to open it up and let the thing run? What type of market conditions will you add or subtract filters?
Normally, the only ones I change up are the the volume, because that's a big one. Like the volume I can set for entry, the volume entry filter. It has to be a certain percentage of the a look back. So like a minimum of 0.4, 40% of the past 12 bars. So like
on what time frame?
That 5 minute.
Oh, 5 minute. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. But I sometimes I tweak this or turn it off. Like if I wanted to trade the Asian session, like this would, basically block every trade until something crazy happens. Yeah, so that one, and then the EMA safety exit is definitely one, but that one's a little bit more risky because that one has been right more than wrong, or at least cut the trade at a much better
cut the
stop loss
losses early.
than what I said.
Cut the losses
Yeah,
early. Let the winners run.
Early, yeah.
Absolutely. You got the
Yeah, and I really like how it's analytical. I mean, it's just like, okay, at this value exit, there's no there's no question. And it's not something that I have to compute myself, or that, it's pretty great. So,
hey, Andy,
those are the two that I play around with. I mean, we can look at, I know we're running short on time, but I also have a break even stop.
Love it.
I have break even on EMA cross. Here's the EMA safety exits.
You got all the safeguards in place. You've taken Topstep
yeah,
to the next level with this AP, with the Zando
yeah,
bot, Andy. If I do say so myself. All right, I got a question for Robert. Robert, if I want to learn more about APIs and coding, Topstep X API, point me in the right direction, Robert. I'm leaning on you, my friend. Where do I go?
Yeah, that Discord channel, Topstep X-API, is really good. I will, when we wrap up here, I'll stay around the chat for a few minutes and drop some links in there. You can also ask questions. I do a segment on Thursday nights at 4 p.m. Central Time called Tech Talk with Coach Robert. A lot of these API questions come in there. And on Tuesdays, it's a special segment dedicated only to Topstep X, the platform usage and all the little bells and whistles you get with it. So those are the two areas. I will definitely drop the links in the chat when we're done with this segment. So I'll stick around for a few more minutes. Andy, great stuff though, man. It looks wonderful. You have a lot of stats in there, a lot of production being done. I love the fact that you have layered all these different coding stacks and getting it to work for you. And thanks for your time as well. Good work.
Great
Absolutely.
stuff,
Yeah.
Andy.
Happy to be on.
Coming up next, we got Power Hour with Barrett, Jack, and Dolby. Markets are moving. I want that man versus machine segment, Robert. We got to find that, see if we can get that off the ground. Andy, thank you so much. Robert, as always, great seeing you. Markets are moving. Gold moving higher. Crude moving higher here. Power Hour coming up next. Dolby, Jack, Barrett, Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
What's up, folks? It's hashtag Power Hour. I'm subbing in for Andre. Luckily, I'm joined by Baron and Dolby Time. Baron, welcome back. How's it going today?
It's going good. I got 1,500 locked up on a combine.
Nice.
You know, this market's been a little crazy today.
And nutso butso, my friend.
Yeah, NQ all the way down at FOMC highs, bounced right where I wanted it to. I tried to long it there, down in FOMC highs. Let me get that pulled up. Tried to long it down in this region. I just longed a little too early. I longed on this first 5 minute bullish candle print, and then came back, retested it, and then ran without me. So, well, unfortunate there, but I caught a nice GC trade. Got some profit, locked it out, and yeah. But yeah, NQ's been a little bit crazy today. GC's been, it was range bound earlier, so just quick scalps is what I was taking, and now it's breaking out, or it's back at the highs from London. So
Right on. Yeah, we've been going all over the place. I'm looking at the ES on my chart, and for all the gyrations, we're just back to the SPX 6600 level, pretty much on the dot right now, maybe 3 points above it. We'll call 655 the corresponding level in the ESZ. Dolby, you have the keys to the house account. Are you ready for this immense honor?
Oh yeah. No, love trading the house account. Good seeing Baron. Haven't seen Baron in a while. Dipping his toes in the GC, which is awesome. It's been a very active market.
I've been loving GC, honestly. It's a lot nicer to me than NASDAQ has been recently. And the past 3 NASDAQ trades I've taken, I've lost every single one of them. So
that's stressful. Do you think it's more of like the underlying personality of gold, or do you think it's more of like the fact that it's just trending, maybe easier?
I think it's the underlying personality, because I've been able to trade it when it's ranging. I've been able to trade it when it's breaking out, when it's breaking down. Just the way that it trades, and I think part of it is, it's a single asset. You don't have to worry about like, oh, Nvidia does a deal with OpenAI or whatever it is. Something like that on what was that, Monday? When we had that news come out, and it just started ripping.
I was just going to comment on that. The NASDAQ's become so concentrated, where we went over the other day. I can share the link again, but the NASDAQ 100, which is what the future is tracking, it's like 60% almost of it is Mag 7. It's crazy. Nvidia is.
The last time I checked, it was like 60% is in the top 10 stocks, if you add in Broadcom and a couple others in there.
So let's call it an even 50% in the NQ, and you have these cycles where it gets affected by one announcement of like whatever bullshit it is, like that can ruin your trade. Whether any one of those 10 stocks makes a press release, and
remember DeepSeek? That was fun.
That was wild.
Do you remember the Trump Elon beef, and Tesla just started dropping and the entire index was just sinking, and then ES was just holding up perfectly fine.
That was a good one.
Wild day. We got to remember, somebody in chat, if you can remember what date DeepSeek Monday was, please post it so we can celebrate it next year, and let us know if you're using DeepSeek. Also, let us know if you like this by liking this and subscribing to the channel. If you subscribe, then you can be like Leon, RC, Classic Dips in the chat. Let me hold $1, man. You can comment if you subscribe. Also, if you're on the internet and want to submit any content for hashtag Power Hour, do so. We will show the best and the worst of what we get at some point today. One more housekeeping thing. Baron, since you look at the NQ, do you want to give us an above below for where we're going to close?
Ooh, hell yeah.
I haven't done an above or below in a minute. I'm gonna go. Ooh, this is a tough one, because I feel like we could sell off right here, but
I don't know. We already hit upper end extensions. I'm gonna go 24,600.
24,600 is the above below today. You will get a chance shortly to vote on that in chat. We'll test the sentiment here. Speaking of that, looking at the tilt, 62% long ES, 57% long NQ, 69% long the CL, nice, and 50-50 pretty much in the gold. Baron, if you trade anything in power hour, would it be gold or are you going to be looking at the NQ?
It would be gold. It would probably be gold. I would potentially look at taking a G or a NQ short. If you do see rejection up at these highs, we did stall out on this leg. So I would potentially looking at a short on NQ. On GC, I would either, I mean, we're above the, on GC, we are above value area high and our upper VWAP band. This is where we rejected in London, though. So that's my one caution on it. But I'd be open to just seeing gold continue back up to the upside.
Sounds good. Hate to be a wet blanket, but I'm looking at the ES, and I'm inclined, if I had to guess, that it's going to close right around where we are now at the 6,600 SPX, unless we get some more news. That's the other thing I want to talk about. Weird stuff going on today with the headlines. We got the Secretary of War, it's now called, inviting 800 top generals to a meeting out of nowhere. That's big on the internet right now.
How's the pizza index? Where's that at?
I think they had to announce it because the pizza index would have been off the chart.
Yeah.
Can't just bring 800 hungry generals without a lot of pizza. Still don't know what that's all about. We also, as I mentioned earlier, could see a lot of exaggerated moves because we're coming to the end of Q3 right now. And there will be some degree of rebalancing, a lot of it. I think one of the banks said there's maybe Bank of America said there's like 48 billion to sell. That is because stocks are up for this quarter. They're up 10%. Right. So some portfolios will be rebalancing. We don't have the inside information there. But we seem comfy right now around 6,600. Dolby, what would you like to trade today?
I'm partial to NASDAQ typically, but I can do ES either way. I think the patterns that we're looking at, we've had a really nice kind of stair-step lows since the 25,000 highs. Kind of anticipating that it might just continue that. So for the NQs, like 24,640, kind of bearish below that, maybe bullish above it. And then maybe this range also maintains on the 5-minute. Have like a kind of a pretty big Dorito here because we've been so volatile today. A pretty big Dorito as well. So I think shorts. I
was about to say we got your Dorito pattern. Right
it's in. Yeah. I mean, risk is pretty easy to define too. It just needs to be above 640s somewhere, or for a really wide stop, be above 700s, or maybe even start a short at 680s or 700s.
Yeah, we're seeing. Okay. We're right at POC. I'm including the overnight for Asia, but we're right at POC on NQ, struggling up there. So, I've got MGC up. I do all my charting on TradingView, but yeah, NQ, we are right at POC from, I was taking it from back here. We're sitting right at that POC point. So I'd see if this potentially has some resistance here. It's just lagged out right at that level.
It has.
So if it's gonna go lower, it would be here.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have a strong preference one way or another, we're pretty much at the point of control in the ES as well. And as I mentioned, a big option strike price. So right now, at least in the equities, unless you want to fade stuff, later in the hour is like a super no-go zone for me. But we'll see. We've been moving all day. Not impossible we get something to shake things up. Looking around. Go ahead, Dolby.
I was just going to say shorts might have a little bit more value around 700s. I mean, we're kind of stuck in the middle of the range right now. So I would wait for them.
Looking around, we were talking about the Mag 7 right now. The biggest winner, Apple's up 1.5%. Tesla's down 3.8%. Once again, doing its own thing. Given the moves today, nothing else super jumping out at me. Nvidia turned green, but just barely. What's Carvana doing? Carvana is flat.
Is Carvana part of the Mag 7 now?
Carvana. We'll have to come up with another acronym. I don't want to get into that milieu, but we could get a group of stocks together.
Didn't they almost go bankrupt?
Yeah, but so did Domino's, and then it's performed better than Nvidia since then.
The real tech stock.
Yeah.
No one's going to talk about Open being up 10.5% today.
No, because it was down 12%. It's up or down double-digit percents every day. I'm not touching that with a 30-foot pole.
Man, this NASDAQ is locked up right now. There's not a lot going on.
So is gold. Gold's not doing a whole lot either. We are getting some sellers. I do have Bookmap open on gold. We're getting some sellers at these highs with really no follow-through. So I'd see if we potentially get a pop there. So I've noticed sometimes at end of day, gold will just have breakouts or trends just out of the blue. So I'd see if we can potentially see that in gold.
Yeah, are there any good reasons for this market to go down? I mean, we have core PCE tomorrow. I'm just worried that it will be huge. I'm worried this might just fade as well to the upside. Can't really go anywhere. I mean, maybe longs below 600 are actually pretty intriguing at this point.
Or maybe we just get a 20-point range for last hour of price action. I mean, it's been a wild swing in price today. So I wouldn't be surprised if you just see consolidation in a day and there's just nothing there. There's no opportunity there.
6,600, baby. Yeah, I mean, all that movement, and now we got PCE tomorrow morning, which the numbers this morning are any indication, would be inclined to be like, yeah, that's gun to my head. I say it's got to be a little bit warm to hot. With the revision to 3.8 in the GDP and the low jobless claims number, but we shall see. I did see someone there'll be. Oh, Costco.
That's part of the top.
Nice.
Oh, Costco's coming up. Yep. I still have a mountain's worth of multi-grain chips from there.
I heard a rather polarizing financial figure, so I won't name him for now, refer to a group of stocks as the Bag 7. I'm not saying Carvana's in that, but I don't know. I think it's funny if we could come up with our own.
Give me enough drinks, Jack. Come up with anything you want, man.
You gotta toss United Healthcare in there.
Yeah.
I'm doing. Oh, where's United Healthcare? Oh no, it's down 1.3%.
I haven't taken a look. I haven't taken a look at United Healthcare since that massive spill after what was that after? Is that after their earnings report when it was down to like 360s?
I think they got like some like criminal referrals and stuff, but for the record, like at least you didn't short it. I think I bought it around 250, I want to say. But yeah, if you haven't looked, it's trading 350 now, so good stuff.
Hello. Nice trade. Nice trade.
Nice shares trade. My other
Your
roommate
CEO
Eric,
got killed?
No, that was the other guy, wasn't it?
No, sorry, I was just laughing at that comment.
Someone in the chat. Yeah, my other roommate Eric, he just mostly trades shares for like he'll trade Topstep accounts. He just trades like a couple micros. Gets like $200 to $500 winning days, which he's pretty consistent with that. But
Close that up, bro.
he's just been trading big earnings reports on tech stocks. He just buys shares before an earnings report, and if it's up 20%, great. If it's a negative report, he just holds it till it goes back to positive.
This is the way.
Hey, that's worked for a while now.
Yeah. Kind of intrigued by longs around these 560s. It's the midpoint of this range, and if we're going to be range bound all day, we might be able to find a bounce there.
I feel like there might be an end of day down.
Really? And the whole thing?
I think there's
back down to lows?
potential for it. Not back down to lows, but like maybe like a 50-point sell off or something. Back down into that like 50s area. 550s, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's where I want to buy. It's like 560s to 540s. I think that'd be kind of an intriguing long. Be right in the middle, kind of the Dorito. Halfway point.
You want to be at the top or the bottom of the Dorito?
It would be about. I mean, yeah, but if we're trying to get long, I think that'd be a good place to get long for a pullback. I just don't know if this is going to sell off. That's my thing. I don't know if there's enough stuff going on.
Really quick, want to mention two things. First, the pinned message in the chat. Take the TopstepTV survey so we can hear your feedback and make things better. Second, Verisat, you have no idea how big my short position is in Intel right now? Are you nuts? I don't have a position long or short that, but you're aware who the president is, right? And that he's posting memes of himself trading it when the stock is up. And he may have strong-armed NVIDIA into investing in them. And I wish you the best, man, but that seems straight crazy to me.
Yeah, it looks like it's also, just from a technical perspective, like if you're looking at Intel, it looks like on the daily time frame, it broke out of that accumulation area, and now it's heading back to highs, or recent highs at least. It's been on a downtrend since 2021, so I assume Trump was like, this is a good goddamn American company, we got to save it. So almost like a bailout.
And if you think that he's going to let it go, I think the government got in at $20. If you think he's going to let it go below that,
there's no way.
No, they will just buy more. They will start a strategic Intel reserve. Once again, none of this show is financial advice.
There's been market manipulation since before the presidency, too, with the Trump coin and all that.
Oh yeah, Trump coin.
I made some money off that. It was
nice.
It was an interesting time. Interesting time in the market for sure.
Didn't the Saudis invest like $2 billion or something into the Trump coin? Isn't that what the story was?
They might have. I don't know. I only paid attention to it for like 3 or 4 days. I made my money. I was like, I'm not touching this anymore.
All right, everyone stop commenting until I can get a screenshot. All right. I got you, Verisat. I hope you're right. We're going to check in next week and see if Intel is 30% down. Right back to 6,600 in the SPX.
Super solid 20-point range in NASDAQ. Do we break out? No idea. Man, all this volatility all day. Get to power hour.
That's just
locks. It just locks right up. This happened yesterday too for power hour actually. But we had the similar conditions where we had some pretty big news events coming out the following day, and there's just not a lot of reason to really move this stuff right now.
No, I think it's where it wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
Does Costco report right after the bell?
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
So you'll get a pop.
Yeah,
probably pop right after the bell. In some direction.
I had no idea Costco was the 10th biggest company or whatever in the NQ.
They're big.
It's wild. Yeah.
I
Maybe a
considered it, man.
slight sell.
Slight, ever so.
It's the Mag 7, Costco, Broadcom, and Netflix.
Netflix. Not something I've heard about in a while.
Same with
Well, we do have.
Broadcom. I can't remember the last time I heard the name Broadcom. It was like Tech Bubble was the last time I heard Broadcom.
Oh, they're
now.
back. I mean, they're bigger
back,
than
baby.
Tesla.
Wow. Slanging those chips. What were you going to say, Jack?
What was I going to say? I don't know. I was
distracted.
just mesmerized
Sorry.
by the market for a second there. Oh, I was going to
Yeah,
ask
well,
if you
fun.
had any active orders in at the moment.
No. Maybe longs at 560 if we can get there, and then maybe shorts at like 660 to 700 somewhere. It'd just be a range trade. I don't think there's a ton of action right now. Hopefully MOC can kind of like dislodge us. Or we could just trade like one NQ and see if we can scalp for 15 points and risk 15 points.
Bitcoin still down 3% on the day, below 110 in the spot market. Strategy is, do I still have that ticker up? Down 7%.
Could you not do a tighter Dorito pattern, Dolby?
Well, I have one on right now. I got a 3 to 5 minute Dorito pattern. It's pretty solid.
Would this not be shorts for the Dorito strat?
It would be. It'd be shorts between like 630 and 640s if you wanted them. It'd be like that consolidation is what you'd be looking to get short in. That is
And then
correct.
just take it down to like 500s.
Yeah,
Rotate off.
probably like 560s for the middle, and then 500s for the bottom, and then maybe if you got filled on 3, maybe there's a runner opportunity.
We're also
That
right
technically
at. We're sitting just above the overnight VWAP and New York session VWAP. They're pretty close together now. But if we start to break down below there, I think this thing could dump like 50 points down to the 50s. That's what I'd like to see at least.
I would love 50s. Well, I think that's a good trade down there.
I showed this chart earlier, but this white line that was on my short-term chart there is actually one that goes way far back. This is 1 hour. Sorry, I gotta go to the days. I mean, since May, we've held this support here, and we're kind of dancing around it right now. This isn't really a day trading line, though.
Hey, it's a good reason
Certainly
to
not a power
go long
hour.
equities, though. Yeah. I don't know if a daily chart's gonna have much of an influence on a power hour trade, but it's a good chart to, this is why you typically don't go short indices. It just goes up and to the right most of the time. We'll get some bids in, Jack. We're gonna start a little campaign between 65 and 45s.
All right.
A little bit of confluence there. So cool. Put those orders in and see what happens.
Don't hate
About
it.
50 points away. About 50 points away. We'll see if we can get down there on a power hour. But 50 points has not been huge of a move today. Entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, how big is this New York range? This New York range is almost 300 points.
We're back, baby. We are back.
The volatility's back. I haven't checked the VIX. What's the VIX been doing today?
Nothing. I mean, like, it's VIX is dead, man. 0-day options killed the VIX. We're at 17 right now. So, like, yeah, we're up. We were below 15. Sorry, I'm on a day chart still. But yeah, for a lot of The last couple months we were below 15. But like you look at the VIX today, we were selling off pretty hard. We got 800 generals coming in. We got Europe privately telling they're gonna shoot down Russian planes, and the VIX is up like 1.
I feel like it's just there's just the market just doesn't care anymore. It's at a point where it's just keep pumping it.
Unless there's AI in the title, it doesn't really matter. So since there's no AI title in Russian planes, doesn't track. No one cares.
You know, if the bombs fly, it's extremely bullish because it means we no longer have to worry about the bombs flying, and that certainty will propel the NASDAQ thousands of points up just before we're all vaporized.
It's priced in.
And Palantir probably gets $1,000 a share.
Yeah.
I can already see the headline: Palantir software saves US from Russian nukes.
Or just it's just written on a rock. Nothing funny about that, I suppose.
What a time
we are. Yeah, I know, right? Nothing doing in the ES. We're still just kind of it. You look at this; it really wanted to be here. It just kind of overshot it a few directions. I would be surprised if we get a big move in the last half hour here.
It's a happy place. Market does like finding.
I'd like to see if GC supports 3780s in that area. That's right at POC, and it's right at POC for the range from the 22nd of September till now, and it's also the upper band on the overnight VWAP. So I'd see if that supports. If it rejects there, I think it makes sense because every time we've popped up here, we've rejected so far since last night. But I'd like to see if that holds, and then if gold starts to head back higher.
Sugar Booger, love the name. And yes, the VIX was up literally 9% and is up 5% right now, but the VIX is too low for me to care about percentage moves unless it's like 20% or something. Like 9% off of 16 is just not a big move.
Yeah, like you remember back in April? You remember back in March and April?
Yeah.
What the VIX was at?
Hey, let's take a look, shall we?
You had 1,000-point moves.
You know, here's a 1 hour chart of the VIX if we set it to 0 or whatever, but if we go out to like, a day or something, I mean,
stuck in the
these are friggin' VIX moves.
Yeah, there we go.
This is not here's 9%. Nothing. Now this was a move. Remember that day in August? That was awesome.
Oh, that was the day of Bank of Japan.
Yeah, this spike here was the day we thought everything was over.
I think there was Bank of Japan, last year. They raised interest rates, and then I think you also had Iran, like threatening to launch missiles at Israel or something. The market was down? It was like down 8% at some point.
Yeah, we had people getting locked out. Markets were closing for lock limit.
You know, if you look at like the 10-year, you can see this. We're on the daily. There was the big. Where was that? I'll find it later. The old carry trade. Dolby, I presume not close to getting filled. Yeah, what's up?
I bought calls. Like the day after that dip, and the stocks went up, but I got VIX crushed on that, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting some
or not
offers
VIX crushed, but volatility crushed. IV crushed.
I do appreciate your roommate doing those earnings trades with shares just because that's the classic volatility crush is buying options to try and play earnings, and then
Yeah, no, he's been investing for like 10 years. So he's like, I'm just gonna do the shares thing. And he's been Edgeful has it's got a nice dashboard for earnings reports. You can check like the last 5 years of earnings reports. So you can see, okay, the past 3 earnings reports, this stock 3 days prior has gone up like 5%. During earnings, it's been flat, and then after earnings, it's gone down 5% or whatever it is. So you can set like a timeline of, okay, like how much can I expect for the stock to increase or decrease within a certain time period after earnings. So he just uses that, and then he'll just look at the companies, and he only does it with large companies. He's not touching smaller caps.
So like Mag 7-esque.
Yeah, like Mag 7. He did Palantir the other day, or what was that, 2-3 weeks ago? Oracle. I'm trying to think of Broadcom. He did Broadcom too.
yeah, it's good to do it with things that I usually look at market cap. Like I don't want to touch things that don't.
Yeah, that's what he does
those sorts
too.
of plays. Yeah, that's why I'm interested in the single stock futures if they come out.
Oh yeah, should be very interesting.
But you can get your face ripped off when you start playing in companies that have a few billion in market cap, or especially a few $100 million.
Well, lotto ticket on the earnings. It's a good time. Got burned doing that.
Lotto ticket on Costco earnings.
That's right.
Hey, if you lose the lotto on Costco earnings, you can still go get a hot dog for $1.50. You
That's
can still
right.
afford dinner.
That's
I'll
right.
pull it up. Yeah, but your membership gets revoked. You can't afford the $50 a
Only if
year
you
or
go
whatever
short.
it is.
Only if you go short. Solid 40-point range. This is good.
Let me know if the futures are moving at the moment. I'm just going to pull up
I'll let
the
you know.
Costco options chain here.
Pull up their menu while you're at it, Jack. Let's order something.
GC just dipped at 3780 level. It looks like there's a potential bounce, but I would wait on that. If anyone's trading it, I'd wait till you see at least the green 5-minute print off it, because there are some sellers coming in.
15.75.
What's the expected move on Costco?
That's what I'm looking up right now. 15. I'll just do it roughly. Already take out my phone calculator.
You don't have, what, a TI-83 in that desk, Jack? Isn't that like your desk from high school or something?
No, mine doesn't work anymore. I'm getting like 3.2% maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking at the reports on Edgeful. Last report, it moved up 5% in the 3 days after earnings. So potential there, but the reports from 2023, every single earnings performance from 2023 is like under a 2% move.
Wow, that's actually pretty tame.
Yeah, I love.
I don't know if that includes the peaks and the valleys, or if that's just what it closed at versus what it opened at the next day.
I love Costco. Like, it's where I do shop for everything I can. But I'm looking right now. It's interesting. Like, I know valuations don't matter anymore, but I'm more inclined on things that are like have huge growth potential in the future. But Costco's trading at 53 times trailing 12-month earnings.
Do you know how they make all their money, Jack?
Memberships.
Selling gold
I think
bars.
it's just membership fees, pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah.
They don't make that much. Like their margins are incredibly tight on anything that they're selling. It's really just membership sales.
That makes sense. Those low prices. Is there a poly market on like how many hot dogs they sold? Like an over under for that?
There was some drama on Polymarket involving the Costco earnings where there was some sort of arbitrage that was available. I'll look into that for tomorrow.
That'd be a funny story. Would love to know how that worked out.
And yes,
we are
you
getting
can
some-
buy a casket. What's up, Dolby? Yeah, we're going down a
Just,
little bit.
We had technical formation just pointing out here in the NASDAQ. Still maintaining the Dorito, but within this 5-minute range, we've had a failure to make higher highs. We've had a very good job of doing lower highs with kind of a safe base here. So I don't think buyers are super interested in pushing this higher until they go and find more buyers somewhere, because they're not coming in above 620 currently.
Well, we'll keep
Yeah, it looks
those
right there.
bids
Mhm.
in there, but right now, it's pumpkin spice season, and I believe Starbucks has decided to announce something not so jolly. If we got that news clip.
Starbucks is closing more stores and announcing a second round of layoffs at its headquarters in an effort to revive its struggling business. On Thursday, CEO Brian Nichols said the company will shut down hundreds of stores this month, roughly 1% of its locations. By the end of September, Starbucks will have 18,300 North American locations. That's down from more than 18,700 it had at the end of June. Starbucks also revealed an additional 900 corporate layoffs in addition to the roughly 1,000 previously announced in February. The company expects its restructuring efforts to cost $1 billion.
Struggling
Darren,
business, Jack.
Yeah, I think we talked about this before, but you're from Seattle, right?
I
It'll
am.
never not be funny to me all the people standing in line to get into the world's first Starbucks on at Pike Street Market over there. It's literally
It's
just
better
a Starbucks.
just to go to the. It's better just to go to the roastery. There's a
Yeah.
way cooler Starbucks in a different area of Seattle. But yeah, also Kirkland is where Costco started. I've been to the first Costco, so
I may take
Wow.
a pilgrimage out there.
you got Costco and Starbucks.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Have you, Jack? I got a question for you regarding Starbucks. Have you heard about the Starbucks pumpkin spice trade?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so essentially, what you do is you look to buy Starbucks right before pumpkin spice season, because right when pumpkin spice season starts, the stock usually moves up 10 to 15%, somewhere in that range. So you would be buying in like July through like August or like early September, and then you should see the stock increase during pumpkin spice season.
Nice. That's eerily reminiscent of that Simpsons episode with the pumpkin futures. Is anybody old enough in chat to get that reference?
I grew up watching The Simpsons, and I don't know the pumpkin futures.
He buys the pumpkin futures, and then his broker is yelling at him like, "I told you to sell at Halloween." It was like December. It was a pretty good bit. There's a few like futures jokes on The Simpsons. There's Martin goes to the exchange with his dad and makes a lot of money and loses it all.
As one does.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ starting to print under 600s here. Will it
Sitting
sustain to
right
the
at that
downside?
VWAP.
We will see. Just come down to
What was the
560s, that's all.
what was the poll for over under?
Something 600. I'm not looking at the NASDAQ. It
No,
was
no. Like the chat result.
51.49 for 24,600.
Okay, it's a split.
That's actually very split. That's a good one.
GC broke that 3780 level. Saw no support there. It's moving back down. Looks like this might be an established range going forward between 3750 to 3790s.
Are you still trading the gold overnight primarily?
I'll trade it overnight and then pre-market New York.
Okay.
There's a pretty good stat that I found. So it's based off the London orb from 3 to 3:15. So typically the 15-minute range, the first 15-minute range of London double breaks, like around, it's like 78% of the time it double breaks. So if you notice that GC hasn't done a double break on its London orb, you can trade towards it. It happened today. We established the London low at 3 to 305. We come into open, we reject from a upper VWAP band, and then we sell right to that London low.
Nice. You cover that in like your like Discord and stuff. It's a pretty cool trade idea.
Yeah, I've gone through it. I've got an entire I've actually made a it's not like a spreadsheet, it's like a whiteboard. It's like a whiteboard of edgeful stats.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
Little news off the wire. EU plans 25 to 50% tariffs on Chinese steel and related products.
Okay. Not a market
Catches
mover.
my interest because Trump had mentioned that as far as dealing with Russia, Ukraine, that he wanted the NATO countries or the European countries to basically put at least 50% tariffs on China. Range is tight.
I mean, there's steel futures, right? They're just not very actively traded.
No, Hoag or Hoop.
No.
Hoop, you're in the chat, pulled them up, and like the open interest was, or the volume was like nothing. I don't even know what the ticker is.
It'd be fun to do like a bit that's like obscure futures market of the week or something, and just pick some random ass market that no one's ever heard of before, like rainwater futures or something, or
Rainwater
highly
futures, is that a
constant.
thing?
There are weather futures. I don't know if they're on the CME or the CBOT though, but that'd be a fun little bit we could do. I'll talk to my people.
It would be. You know, the wackiest to me is there used to be movie box office futures.
I don't believe that. I think I know that's true. I just don't know. It feels kind of shady, Jack. Not gonna lie. Like most stuff in Hollywood. How did they scam that, huh?
Yeah, Dolby, you're right because it is pretty shady.
Shocker.
They aren't around anymore. Also, there were the same plight befell the onion futures. Guys tried to corner the market in it. Now they don't have onion futures anymore.
Really? That's onion futures, huh?
Mhm.
Well, also listen, I'm bullish the room. I don't know what the result of that trade's going to be, but all for it. Putting my money in that futures right there.
I'm gonna look. Hoop just posted the link for the weather futures. I would love to see the specs on those because I'm so curious. Like, who's measuring it? Like, who's the arbiter of? I don't even know how they work, so I won't do it.
Like, how do you trade weather futures though? Like that doesn't make sense to me because the underlying of the like it's a derivative product of either a stock or a commodity, right? Or an index or commodity. Like if you have
they have
weather,
they have VIX options, so that's a derivative of a derivative of a derivative.
I have seen that, yeah.
If people will trade it, they will offer it.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
I heard,
what are you trading on a weather future? Whether it's rainy or sunny in New York City, or what?
Rainfall. Like, honestly, I know nothing about the specs of the contract, so I don't want to derail the show right now for me to read through them. But I did hear, I forget if it was like who was making the trade, but on those I forget which company, major car company it was, but you know, with the smart windshields and like the rain detecting thing, is that information was being purchased, I think, by hedge funds, because you could have real time, basically,
Weather
tens
data.
of thousands of real time mobile weather data.
Cool. Wonder if
I
Tom
guess,
Skilling.
I guess that could be interesting, because then you could use it to decide on like crop futures.
Yes, you could use
Like
it
if
to
you're
trade
getting
any
a lot of rain.
crop futures. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. But a direct weather future is kind of insane.
Okay, you bit. Dolby, talk about trading for a few seconds. Now I just gotta click.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, chat would love for you to read off Weather's futures contract verbatim, top to bottom.
Well, we're still not really moving. We're kind of
No. Well,
No,
okay.
we're
So
pretty
we're hanging
pinned.
around the 600s. Okay, we can do this. Okay. Hanging around the 600s right now. The NASDAQ, 24,600. Starting to
Gold's
test
getting a pop.
the 595s here in the NASDAQ. So maybe we start dripping through the 595s. If those break, I think we might get filled on this sort of target area that Barron had for the MNQ around 24,560s. We do have MOC coming up in 2 minutes as well, which should provide the liquidity that we need for this to do literally anything.
Did it provide liquidity yesterday? Provided a little
No,
bit.
not enough. Not enough for us to get filled.
This is crazy. How did I not know about this until today?
I for sure thought you knew about weather futures. That's gonna be a fun bit.
The
So I am down a friggin' rabbit hole. I know what I'm gonna be doing tonight. I'm looking right now at the U.S. seasonal strip weather heating degree day HDD contract specs. Right, but for Chicago, it is by city.
Yeah, can we
It's
meet the
settled.
person who wrote that contract?
The contract unit is 20 times the respective CME seasonal strip degree day index. Now I gotta look up that.
All right, I'm driving. Jack, you do your research. Bring us the most.
Okay, we got
fascinating-
MOC coming up. This is why we can't
Yeah.
get derailed. MOC
40 seconds.
40
I
seconds.
do want to revisit this though. This is fascinating.
The past 3 MOCs have pretty much done nothing this week at all. I just looked, and there's not really a big move off MOC this week.
There could be some rebalancing. Like we're coming to the end of the quarter. Like it's possible, but
We might get filled. We might get filled if there's a sell side of like 2 billion.
here we go. 5 seconds. And cool. My friends, we are at exactly 6,600 in the SPX right now.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Let those other strikes just die on the vine. Well, no movement in the NASDAQ. Still hanging around 600, 605. Market seems happy here. Ooh, Luca Brasi has a new futures contract. The carbon emission futures ticker is that CFL or CF capital I? Maybe CFI. 2025.
Dude, we could build some crazy friggin' spreads. But speaking of crazy stuff, we got Power Hour content. Producer Andrea, are we set with those? All right.
Oh my gosh,
do a little
this
Power
Power
Hour
Hour
content.
is so crazy.
I know, right?
It's so crazy. All right, first we got Overbay Cap saying paid out next day. Topstep best in the game.
Nice.
Uh-oh. I can't read it from here, but congratulations. I see green. Next, we got Jessica saying this calendar's got more red and green than Christmas, but minis are definitely back on the wish list. We got a screenshot of their setup. See Topstep TV in the corner. Very nice.
Oh, hell yeah. Good job, Jessica. Looking for that Christmas rally.
Right. Next, we got Pastor Kev saying, day one in the books, locked the account. 80% scale rate, one losing trade that ended up green, but I won't count it as a win because that develops the wrong mindset. Was never underwater today. Very nice.
Well done.
And then we got Reezy saying, biggest trading day so far. So blessed to be able to learn this skill. Look, they're up.
That's a guac day. That's a guac day.
That's a guac day.
I think over
Also
5
charge
years,
your
it's a
phone
guac
day.
day.
Nice, nice.
No, Dolby, you don't know about this, but when your phone is on lower battery, your trades work better.
Really?
All right.
Means
You
you're
first,
hustling.
Chad. Not financial
Trust you on
advice.
that one.
There you go. Little inside tip right there.
And then finally, we got Daniel saying, after 3 losing days in a row, the losing streak has been broken. That has been a really mental 3 days of back-to-back losses. Time to review what happened, and I'll come back stronger.
That's not bad.
Love your resolve. Keep us posted.
Go get him, Daniel.
All right, that's it from this crazy power hour.
Joey, bro should take his money and buy a charger.
No, the amount of times I would send screenshots of like big trades I was in, my phone would be on like 6%.
It's gotta live on the edge, man. Nothing beats trading with maybe having battery to manage your trades.
Yeah, it's like
stay
people
locked
talk
in
about
it.
like time stops. You got like a battery stop.
That's right. I just trade till my phone dies, Jack. Just go for a walk. Don't come back until
As long
it's
as your
dead.
management's fine, it doesn't. It's not too big of a deal as long as you got good management. If you have bad management, then yeah, the phone, the low battery phone strap might not be for you.
By the way, I'm still going down this rabbit hole. We got to get some of these futures into the Topstep ecosystem. Put that in your
Most
survey.
definitely.
I'll talk to MP. But the CME Seasonal Strip Degree Day is a weather derivative product traded on the CME that allows participants to manage weather-related risk. It measures cumulative heating demand over a 5-month, blah, blah, blah. But HDD is calculated by summing the daily difference between baseline temperature, typically 65 degrees Fahrenheit for all y'all out there, freedom units, and the average daily temperature. So you use this to like hedge your heating oil position.
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense than how I was thinking. I was like, how are you betting on weather? But if you're trading it in accordance to like people heating their homes or whatever it is, that makes a little bit more sense.
Crazy. Hey, stuck in a range. Even still.
I think you're
Honestly,
back at
this is,
the
really good range
the
trading.
top of your Dorito, right?
Well, yeah, we're stuck between like the 600 and 640s, which is like a 40-point range, but it's actually pretty lucrative, to be honest. It ended up being a very kind of like obedient range and not really extending that far on either side. So risking 10 to 15 ticks to get 15 to 25 was definitely on the table for Power Hour today. For some traders out there, not for us.
Baron, I got to ask you a question before Mad Max has a conniption in chat. Do you use Edgeful in your trading? Yes.
Yes.
He does.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of different stats you can pull from Edgeful. With NQ, I really like using the IB and the IB levels report on that. And the rejection stat if the high sets second on NASDAQ. With GC, it's a little bit different. It would take me a while to explain. But yeah, I do use Edgeful. I still use it in GC, NQ. You can find stats for pretty much any futures contract besides the weather future. I just checked; they don't have that one on the platform. So, yeah, it's a great platform though.
To answer another question, chat, 28,162 ES contracts traded in that last candle. You can see that if you have the volume up here, you just go over the bar, and then where it says vol, that's where it is.
Yeah, it's in that upper left-hand corner.
I've never done this. Not much. I was going to see what we need a big MOC for this to work.
What are you going to try to pull off?
I was going to see like how much was traded like right at it.
Oh, I don't know. Not enough. 6. Ooh, no.
All right, we're at 66.04 in the SPX. Do we go for the complete annihilation of options at that daily options at that level? Let's call it 56. Let's see if it happens. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
QQQ's right at 593.25 too. So if it falls below 593, you just delete your options. For that strike price, at least.
Dolby's canceled orders.
Yep.
Baron, as we're, we got a few minutes left here. Any closing words? What's it like being back on TV?
It's been good. It's been good. Definitely need some time to reset a little bit with the move to Florida. But it's tough trading because I've been going every single day for like the past I don't know how many years, but like you need to take a break here or there. Just reset your brain, get some mental clarity there. But I've kind of stopped trading NQ. I traded it today and yesterday, and I got stopped on all 3 trades. And then GC, I've been finding trades really well on GC. So sometimes it's a switch in asset that you can see more success in. I know a lot of people trade NASDAQ.
Catching a bid.
But if you look at like the pits, like what people were like all the volumes that actually transacted, it's all on ES. So maybe ES is a little nicer to you than NASDAQ. I started out on ES. I didn't start out on NASDAQ. So sometimes it's a change in asset that can turn your trading around.
Y'all see what just happened in the ES?
Rejected that level?
Well, it like bid up pretty quickly, and now we got 10 seconds left. Let's see if it does the trick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close enough. All right, that is the end bell. Yeah, rallied a little bit at the end there. All right.
Yeah, some people got smoked on options there.
Oh yeah,
66.05 and 20 cents.
A little bit. Hey, Baron, thanks for hanging out with us. Wish we could get more action for Power Hour, but we're getting a little bid post right here. Nothing much. Thanks for stopping by, Dolby. Always a pleasure to be here.
It's good times.
With that, have a great rest of your day, folks. I'm going to toss it over to James Harden to send us home.
Yes. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Baron, and thank you, Dolby, for another great Power Hour. Another great day here on Topstep TV. And thank you to you, the chat, everybody out there who's been watching with us. Like I say every day, whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we appreciate you. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much for being here, being a part of the Topstep TV crew. But now is the time for At the Buzzer. It's coming up right after this at 3:15. Coach Jay and Coach Paul are going to get you ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. And then later tonight at 7:30, Dakota is back with Slow Markets. Catch that right here on our YouTube channel, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades is back with London Open. It's going to be Friday, so no Euro trade with Deanna. She will be back next week with Metal Markets. Same show, new name, new time. And then, of course, we are going to be back here to cap off your Friday with Topstep TV tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. Central Time. end the week strong with us here on Topstep TV. But for now, At the Buzzer's up next. I've been James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been another amazing day of Topstep TV. Let's go.